Sorry about that. I had my music turned off. It's probably a good thing, because now when people go to watch the replay, they will have to fast forward to where I'm talking past the first minute. So it's probably a good thing. I am going to talk to you about a few things before we get started. First, my thoughts on YouTube communities and the good people that are in those communities and the bad people that are in those communities. I don't like stretching the discussion to good and evil, black and white, or a 0 or a 1, you know, like in computer language, like binary code, on or off. But in reality, there is a line in communities that can't be crossed. And in each community, that line has to be designated by the channel, by the brand, by the group of creators that all, you know, that all have the same opinion. And that line is typically the thing that when a creator bumps into another creator is that designator. It's that thing that will determine whether they'll even talk to another creator. Because if a creator allows certain things into their community and another creator is against that, they will not talk to that creator, right? But worse than that, I'm going to talk about my stalker in a very general form and my opinions on my stalker. And even though we do have a couple of them, and the sad thing is, several of them are actually known to the community, and other creators and other viewers still associate with them, which I'm not blaming them for. Though I have to give you my take on why I don't associate with them. I never tell you what to do, right? You guys get to make your own decisions, but how you interact, I'm not saying anyone has good interactions with them, but some of them do have interactions. And my thoughts on that and what you have to do, or what needs to be done about the different levels of stalker, up to, you know, just someone giving an opinion, trolling you all the time, which is perfectly fine. In fact, I encourage that, all the way up to the middle ground, all the way up to the good and the great and the besties, right? That's what we're going to talk about first. That's why I stretched out the end, you know, going live, because right as soon as I went live, Nonsense had gone live again, which is fine. It's just an accident. It's just a coincidence. But I do try not to, or if I see another creator live that when we're talking about the same kind of stuff, I try to wait a little bit. So that's why in the beginning of this thing, the beginning of this stream, I'm not going to blast right in to the actual topic, because we do have part 4 of us looking at these revelations. And I've whittled down some of the streams a little bit. I've whittled down some of the content so that I can get right to showing you that. And yeah, so let's start off with just talking to the chat. Let me go ahead and start. Hey, Alf, what's up? Good to see you again. Love it. Love seeing you guys around. Let me go ahead and open the Q&A. So in the Q&A, put your questions here so they don't scroll off the chat. If you put a question in the Q&A field, you have to, I believe you have to go up to where it says top chat or live chat or whatever on your phone or PC or device, and you have to change it to Q&A in order to put something in the Q&A. Now, if you can't do it, if you can't find it, ask a moderator and they'll put your question in the Q&A field for you, okay? So put your questions here so they don't scroll off. The chat is the name of the Q&A. I think I'm going to start using the Q&A when I do a Q&A, a question and answer stream, because I do them sometimes. But I think I'm going to go ahead and have 2 different kinds of Q&A functions. The first is for Q&As, and the second is during a stream, I'm going to put the Q&A on. So if you have a point, if you have something you want to say, if you have an opinion, or if you have a question, that way it doesn't scroll off the stream. Now, the only thing is, I may, in the coming streams, because I've been doing this for so many years and never had this feature, forget. Remind me if I forget, okay? I'm going to do my best not to. Just remind me. And sometimes I'll catch it, like yesterday at the end of the stream. We were ending and I said, oh, shoot, we might have more Q&A questions. So, you feel me? You feel me? You get me? You got me? You good me? Okay. So let's go ahead and start this off because I have to take action of some kind against one of my stalkers who I typically try to ignore. And in doing that, I've asked myself some questions. I've asked myself why. I've asked myself what happened. What did I do? Is this right? Is it wrong? Like, what could drive this? What could make people do this stuff? And I have answers to that, but I'd also like to know your opinion, what you think, what the answer is, and then think about it and process it. And that's what I'm going to do here before I start into the actual stream. So if you want to skip ahead, what I'm going to do, I'm not going to put any other video on the stream, like video. So if you see me switching around, there's not going to be a video up until I'm done talking to you guys. So if you're watching the replay and you want to skip ahead, when you skip forward, look for a video to pop up in this window, and you'll know that I've gotten to normal content for right now. Though before we do that, I am going to update you on the title and do an introduction. Okay? So let's go ahead and pretend we just started the stream, and let's do an intro right now. Need to reduce my transition by about 100 milliseconds. But other than that, we're on point. We on fire. Welcome to Busy's, not LB. Busy's a studio. So first things first, in the introduction, to try to get this out of the way, I've offered LB, and I'm going to offer it at the beginning of the streams that I do. I've offered ELLE BEE Leslie Bass to do a Zoom call with me and the DAV with full confirmation every which way she wants to do it about the validity of the person that I do the call with, so that she can find out that I am a veteran. She can find out that the DD-214 and the medals and the discharge and my service and my deployment and my medevac and my everything out there on the DD-214 is absolutely real. Have it verified by a member of, now this person who I'm going to verify my DD-214 with, if they look it up and they see that it's fake, because they can do that at the DAV, they can then press charges on me for faking a government document. It's a very protected government document, and I would face heavy charges for taking a fake DD-214 to the DAV and then showing it to them and trying to fake out a DAV rep. Now, that way, there is actually a penalty on me, and I will do this meeting with or without LB. I will. And unfortunately, though, LB, if you would think that she did, for those of you that don't know, she went live and told everybody that I was lying about being a veteran. I have seen the clips, I have the transcript, and I have the, evidence. She also gave many reasons for why. She said that I wore a hat in a picture of something that I haven't even put out. She admitted to trying to search information on me and do all this crazy stuff, which I don't even think she should be doing or that her husband should be doing. Either way, I'm sure the DAV will be able to let her know that. And again, this is one of those things where if she decided that she was going to go live and accuse me and lie about me and do this and cite all this garbage towards me, because when you go to Twitter, you'll notice that there are these accounts that'll sit and say that I'm not a veteran and argue with people. And that started when LB did what she did. You can go back and check me. It literally started when LB did what she did. So why in the hell am I bluffing? Is that what it is? Even though I've streamed from the VA before, even though I've gone there and proven my service before. And last time I had to prove my service, I literally said I would never do it again because I went and proved it. But let's just nip this in the damn bud here. Why would somebody go live and do that on their channel and then be unwilling to update the truth? Obviously, because as we all can see and know, LB didn't really do the content because she believed it. She didn't do the content because she thought it was true. And she did the content because she was angry that I keep talking about her role in what happened to Dre McCray with Molly GoLightly herself and Justin. And she is so angry that she wants to come out and she's tried to scream to the rooftops that I wasn't involved and uni shouldn't bring me up and all this stuff, right? And but without putting out like an actual video, without putting out an actual argument or reasoning or anything, right? Like on this day in this stream, if you go to this timestamp, you can see this and this and this, which any other creator would do. She literally just does that thing that we see, which is a plague from all of these, I don't know what we call them, pleb creators. I don't know what to call them because they don't YouTube. They don't clip things. They don't provide evidence. They don't provide a source to what they're talking about. They legit, and you see this with Molly, you see this with her, with Leslie, you see it with Katie, you see it with others. And Katie is a very big perpetrator, that's one of my words, of this habit where they will go and say something about someone. They will literally tell you, like we saw yesterday with Molly, about something about somebody. And then that person will say, that's not true. Why would they say that? Where did they get this from? And instead of them responding, because they don't show where they got it from, they don't even tell you where they got it from. They don't tell you how they knew it, how they found it out. Then when the person says you're lying, they ignore them and move on to something else. That's literally a tactic. It is what clickbait creators do. It's what the scammers do. It's what these people do when they're just out for money. There's no thought of content. There's no thought of being honest with you. You're there to be used for your clicks and for money. Because if they're willing to put out lies, especially on other creators, but they're the first people to cry and whine about people talking about them, even if those people are putting up proof and evidence and reasons for why they draw their conclusions, while being open-minded like I am to hear her arguments. She could change my mind, not with threats, not with lying about me, but with actually uploading some content, making it watchable, making it trackable, and then providing source clips to what she's saying. That's literally what you have to do if you want people to take you seriously. And I think one thing that happens is they believe that because they can go live or they can put up a video and they can get a group of people to rush in, right? And they can get some subscribers on their channel. They think that's it. They think that's how YouTube works. They have no concept that the grind of YouTube is what gets you an audience. It's what gets you a returning audience so that you could go to a different channel. You could literally go and create a new channel. You could go out to a different platform and you'd still have people that come and watch. You'd still have an audience or people that want your stuff, right? They don't understand that the more, let's say, flighty your content is, the more flighty your subscribers are going to be. They're going to just take off when they're done. And a lot of times they don't unsubscribe. You notice this with PewDiePie. PewDiePie gets around comfortably 2 to 8 million to 10 million views on his videos, maybe more, maybe up to 15, but he has over 100 million subs. It's not that people are, that the people that following him, would a large number unsubscribe from him if they, saw a pop-up from him? Probably. Would a large number stay subscribed because they just don't like what he's doing right now? Sure. But the reason that they're following him and the reason that they go back to him is because, of course, there is a memory. There's this link that they have. There's a community that they have. There's this thing, right? They helped making this YouTube star after he had done years and years and years of work that people really enjoyed, that they really liked. When you cut that out to get the quick hit, that's why they're having these problems where they then sit and act like it's so horrible that, you know, they have to clickbait, they have to jump on these, let's say, I'm trying to use the correct meme here, tragedy pimp topics, literally, because those are the topics where you're guaranteed to have people float by and click. And then you have to provide them with that clickbait to get them to stay or to get them to participate. And it becomes that reciprocating cycle that I talk about. Instead of the reciprocating cycle being how good you are at speaking, how good you are at focusing certain content, how good you are at preparing content. Okay, you following me? So I think I've made my argument there. But the main point going back to it is she's using the audience. She doesn't care about the audience. She doesn't care if she lies to you. She wants to lie if it fulfills her inner want, her inner vendetta, her inner jealousy, whether it's true, whether it's deserved or not. That's and that's why I think she's a perfect fit for being with Molly and defending Molly. We've got Charlotte, who is a perfect fit for defending Molly and being with Molly. We've got these people that popped up that kind of swarmed Molly GoLightly, right? And it's a good thing because this is where it needs to be. It literally shows us where we need to go forward and how we need to go forward. But let's go to the top of the title really quick, because I know if I don't get this over with, I'm going to end up not streaming long. So creators aren't reporting justice for Marvon after the fundraiser reveal, after the fundraiser investigation. And you'll notice that people were very opinionated. Do you remember in the very beginning when we came out and we started being critical of the fundraiser? They were sitting there like all these people, some I've never seen before, or some people that had, you know, we've exposed in the past, or people that were in cults that we've exposed in the past, or people that were following people that did fundraisers. All of them in this big amalgamation of people started to make videos and complain and be critical and support LATISHA and support Molly. And they were so convinced and they were so in this to win this, and they were pumping the story, right? And they're gone. And they're gone, to use the South Park meme. What happened? Well, let's not even talk about the ones that were going to get justice for Marvon by taking down the evil Dre. What happened? You know, because they need LATISHA and Molly to be in power in order for them to grab off it, in order for them to catch, you know, the drips off of the slime that comes off of them, right? And now that it's not cool, it's not the in thing to be following LATISHA or Molly, knowing that they've, you know, meteorited themselves deep into the center of Shitville with the way they've been handling things, how they're acting, especially the last interview with Marvon Sr., which we will be watching when I get the videos pulled up after I give my ranting speech here. You get what I'm saying? That all of a sudden, where are they all? Where are all the videos about, oh my God, LATISHA, investigation of the fundraiser? Where are all the videos? Like, I wonder what this means about the way we all attacked the debunkers that came in that ended up being right now about the entire thing. Ended up literally needing, you know, to be listened to prevent this. Literally saying, this will prevent this if you listen to our criticism. By the way, we were right. And if they would have done those things, this wouldn't be happening. Where are the videos? If they did it to update an audience, if they did it to tell people what was going on, if they didn't do it just to try to make money or try to get on the side of someone that was viral or whatever, then why aren't they continuing to talk about the story now that they're not going to get a rush of views? They're not going to get a rush of clicks. Now that the story has taken a downturn, the majority of people that are like, oh my God, I can't believe these pathetic YouTubers lied to me like that. I can't believe that they did this. The majority of people are just going to go watch something else. They're not going to go over to the debunking channels and support them. Yeah, those of you that do, it's a good thing because it's going to prevent it from happening anymore. It's not going to allow it to happen to the next viewer that comes along once it all comes to fruition, once all of it's done and over with. And then the support that you give people that are debunking encourages more debunking in the same way that the support that they got for doing what they did encouraged all of these people to come out of the woodwork to give their failure of an opinion, to give their incorrect, or to give their, again, their opinion was definitely bound to be incorrect because it was backed by the facts, or was it backed by their want and need for clicks and attention and money? Obviously, if it would have been backed by the facts, they would have shown the clips. They would have given an opinion on those things. They would have factored in the factual history of what happened to their opinion, which they did not do because of that. You feel me? Now, let me hurry up here because I honestly would like to get back to normal stuff. I cleaned this up. Oh, I didn't clean it up over here. You know what? I'm gonna try to do it real quick. I got every other room. I cleaned up the background of the chat other than this room. I apologize. I'm a ding dong. Though, I want to talk about my stalker for 1 second and then talk about what do the stalkers want? Why do they do what they do? And, you know, just give a quick opinion here. So I have this thing where early on YouTube, we needed to know when we went viral, especially like massively viral, like front page of YouTube, 160,000 views in an hour on a single video, you know, massively viral on my original channel. We needed to figure out a way to be able to handle this influx of people. And the best way, the only way that worked when it came to people that would just stand up and lie, or people that would just attack, or people that would threaten people, was to ban them and ignore them if they do those things. Okay. Now, for the people that after they get banned and ignored, go full on Molly GoLightly, what you do with them is you, of course, don't talk about them. You don't look their way. When you have a troll, they're a troll because they're jelly. Okay. And this is absolutely true. It factors into a lot of what Molly, a lot of what LB and others, why they do what they do and everything. But it's about jelly. And every time somebody gives them attention, it gives them a huge influx of jelly so they can roll in it and they can, you know, cackle and, you know, snort and suck it down. They can eat that jelly. Though, if you even glance their way, it gives them a drop of jelly. So what happens is, even if you are giving these types of like hella trolls any attention whatsoever, it's enough for the most desperate to say to themselves, oh my God, I need to keep doing what I'm doing because I got a drop, I got the glance, I can get more if I just keep it up. So that's the thing. If you want that to stop, if you want them to go away, that's how you do it. And it works. Though you do have anomalies sometimes, or you have the ones that are just literally out of their mind to the maximum degree, because I think you have to be out of your mind a little bit to even go down that road, but unless you're trying to do some ironic joke or whatever, but ironic jokes typically don't go that far. You'd have to be a comedy genius, and I've never seen one accomplish it. Though in this situation, for those of you out there that know, I have a stalker. That stalker, I have not given any attention or anything for years, and every day from wake up to sleep, they will spam into a phone with voice to talk, hundreds and hundreds of comments, hundreds of emails. I've said a million times, this is why I don't check my email. I don't check my DMs. I don't check any of that. And when I have to get a hold of another YouTuber or something, I'll say, hit my mod up, because if I don't, then I have to go in and literally go through this like thing that's there every day. They have a routine of their insanity. But I've been ignoring them for so long and they are so insane that they've started to hit up other creators. Like any creator that even gets mentioned or comes into my purview at all, they will do that spam thing to them everywhere they can. And then they'll come back and do it here after they've pestered them enough. And long story short, you do get those kind of people that are outside of normalcy, like Molly is. She does these unbelievable things, these incredibly evil things. You get these evil people that will, if let's say you have 100,000 views, which is 100,000 people come through your community from the algorithm or whatever, from a share or whatever, out of the 100,000, what are you going to get? If you're lucky, you get 10%. So you get, you know, your 10,000. You typically won't get that, but you'll get maybe 2,000 people that are subscribed. You get another 10,000 that check back in and hang out and get recommendations. After a while, though, you've got in every number, in every big number, there will be a percentage that are insane, unfortunately. And with COVID, it actually accelerated a lot of people's issues, and as we all know. But either way, though, it's just one of those things where you're rolling the dice. Now, you can't say it's 100,000 to 1. You can't say it's 1,000,000 to 1. You can't say it's 10 million to 1. You know, I've had tens of millions of views on Unirock TV, my main channel. I know that I'm up to like a bunch of millions of views on Unirock too. And for all I know, we could have 1 million views here by now. So I have the opportunity to have a lot of different people roll by. And unfortunately, out of that, we've gotten one of the most dedicated and crazy stalkers that exist. Literally years. I'm talking like 3 of them. Not every single day, nonstop. It never stops. It's just incredible. And you know, you don't know what you got. What does anyone do, right? You can put yourself in my shoes. I don't even have time to really check my DMs or email. Then I won't even do it even then because of what I'm talking about. So I'm sitting here and I have a family. I've got a girlfriend. I got a home. I've got, you know, everything I have to do as a normal human being and in my personal life. And that takes up a large percentage of my day. And then I've got work that I definitely put in at least 8 or more hours during the weekdays and on weekends, a definite big chunk of a percent, like everybody else does. So, you know, I'm busy like anyone who has a full-time job and a family and a life and things they do. And they go and make sure they visit their family and eat meals with them and communicate with them and check in and make phone calls, happy birthdays, all the good stuff that anyone does, holidays. Imagine that due to your work, I get up, I go into Discord after I've done some editing and some processing of video and some scripting, you know, trying to figure out the kind of videos I'm going to do and get videos put together of some kind and work to that extent, whether it's repairing my computer, scripting, and all those things. And then I go straight into stream prep, straight into the streams. So I don't have time to do anything, and I haven't to people that are like this. And then on top of that, imagine that if you think about what happened, and I'm not going to bring up the circumstances because that would just feed the jelly, but I literally had there was nothing that happened that I had an effect on. I couldn't have made any decision. I couldn't have done anything because I'm the streamer. I'm the one that's dealing with broadcasting to lots of people. I don't have time to give a lot of time to a single individual. But the point is, what do you do? And I don't know. All I know is that, you know, what's going on is ban evasion because of the sheer amount, and it's harassment, and it's not even me. It's not even just towards me. It's like literally hitting I didn't even know about this until like yesterday, the extent that it had gone to. You know, I thought it died down. I was happy about it. And I find out that it's actually turned up to like 14.6 million because they've done it to T-Spiracy, Jolie Virgo, just anyone that, if it's a bigger creator, they'll go to their channel and they'll spam. And I guarantee they're doing emails. I guarantee they're doing Twitter DMs or Twitters, whatever they can do, they do it. And so, you know, God knows why evil takes a person over, why people treat others like they do. But the sick thing is that through the whole thing, you'll notice that they are just desperate for attention. They're desperate for help. They're desperate for advice. They're desperate. There's something that they want. And that's the point I'm getting to. right? When you get those off ones, I'm not talking about the trolls. You know me, I'm fine with people fucking. You can, if this person would make a YouTube channel and just upload YouTube videos where instead of talking into the phone to chase down people until their accounts get banned and then go in and chase down everybody else with a new account until it gets banned, and what are they on, 26 account hardware bans now, buying new fucking devices or using government devices and doing everything in their power to get away around the hardware bans, you know. My point is, like, if there was a way to say, what do you want, what's the point here, it wouldn't happen, right? There is nothing there. It's literal evil. It's literal insanity. And as much as I would never want someone, you know, to get in trouble or have anything happen, I have no choice in certain situations. I literally don't. So, you know, what else do you do? What else do you do other than demand a criminal intervention, like a criminal investigation? So, you know, the internet's a weird thing, man. We wouldn't have content. We wouldn't all be here if it was. If people like Molly didn't exist. They just exist in many different ways. Some of them don't get the attention that Molly gets. Could you imagine the way that Molly is alone? I'm talking when she is alone. I'm talking if she's on an anonymous sock account. I'm talking if she's like in a like hanging around somewhere. Do you imagine the way she is when no one's looking? When she's willing to be as vicious and nasty as she is in front of everybody, then imagine to yourself, there are many Mollys. There are people out there. When somebody feeds the bad parts of their personality, or the evil parts, the selfish parts, it all starts in the very long ago when they were younger, or when you know, long ago in their life, when they started to decide that everything they were going to do is going to be and you can tell I'm sick. I have a lung infection now, so yeah, no, it just builds up. But you know, they very much long ago were just a person. They weren't this way. And what happened was they were selfish. They fed the selfish side as opposed to the selfless side. Every thought and decision they made, because that's all our lives are. It's a constant string of decisions from when you open your eyes until when you choose to close them and go to sleep. There is a decision. Do I get out of bed? Do I move the blanket? Do I grab my phone? Do I stand up? Do I walk over here? Do I go get something to eat? Do I sit down? Do I just go outside and then run into the mountains? You know, every piece of your life is a decision. And only when you're dealing with other people in some capacity, that decision can either be a positive one being that you're not being selfish, you're not lying, you're not taking advantage, you're making the whole differentiation, as we all know, but these people don't, obviously, and I'll go ahead and tell you, is that when you decide to do something, to decide whether something's good or bad, good is judged by things you can't control. Good is judged by things like, you know, the evidence. The reason why we go by evidence as opposed to not is that corruption and power will take over the human being when they have the opportunity to create the facts themselves. They always will, and they will end up being a Molly when they make their entire life that for a period of years until they devolve or until they become into this nasty, evil thing that you see in front of yourself. It could be you being the Molly if you would have just made selfish, nasty, disgusting, self-serving decisions your whole life when you made those decisions on how to treat people. Because it becomes reciprocal and programmed. Like when you practice baseball, you get better. Like when you practice driving, you get better. Like when you practice putting your shoes on and tying them, you get better. If you feed those things, you get better at it. And better at it is getting more nasty, more selfish, more evil, and more self-serving. And this is my point, that Molly isn't a superhero. She's not a mutant, okay? She doesn't have the X, what is it, you know, like Professor X, the X-Men. She doesn't have that genome or whatever the hell it is that makes her an anomaly among anomalies among anomalies. She's normal. She's normal. Some people just aren't good at hiding it. Some people aren't, some people are good at hiding it. You know, you got to think, in order for us to see all this and have it broadcasted and be in front of us, this person, the only anomaly that she is the anomaly that she can't hide it. There are evil people that hide it and wear that two-face and serve themselves in every decision and literally become elated eventually through that process. They become elated. They get their dopamine hit from being nasty and evil to other people. Once that becomes fed over and over and over, you have to, like with a heroin or a drug, you have to get more of the dopamine from that evil side of things. It's like riding a roller coaster or something. You eventually adjust, just like in this situation. The problem is with this situation, as we've seen, the white lie, the small lie turns into the pathological liar so much quicker than the practicing baseball makes you better at hitting a baseball, or practicing driving makes you better at driving, if you feel my drift. And the only thing I want to get to here at the end is, in the end, people have to be judged by their own actions. That's the only way you can. That's why, luckily, there is a thing that they can't beat. There is a thing that the selfish and that the evil, the person who always is taking advantage of others, there is a thing that they can't beat, programmed into reality. And that thing is what some people who are religious may call karma, other people that aren't may call coincidence, or however you want to say it. But the point is, you have to be judged on your own merit. You have to be judged on the choices you're making and what you're doing. And coming up with the lie and creating the fake reality, it only works for those other evil people. It only works for the most insane, or the most deranged, or the most down that rabbit hole of selfishness. You feel me? And I don't know what to do when you get into these situations with like Molly, or when you're in a situation with a stalker. I don't know what you do, more than what I've already told you, and you don't stop, doing what you got to do to make sure that there is consequences, because those consequences are based on whether you're taking advantage of others. If you taking advantage of others is conning them into giving you $1 so that you can buy a can of soda or something, that's that. But when you're conning somebody into a charity fraud raiser, or when you're trying to spam content to con somebody into believing something about someone you're mad at, in the way that it becomes years of spam all day, it's consumed your life. Either way, either one, what do you, I don't know. Like I say, I can only tell you what works. I can only tell you what's worked in the past, and only tell you that you can be assured, not assured, reassured. You can be, you don't have to be like defeated over it or whatever, or think that, oh my God, the world's all evil and that, the world sucks and everything, because it does, and it is. But the thing is, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and that is that reality is reality. And somehow, God knows how, atheist God knows how, or God knows how, atheism knows how, spaghetti monster in the sky knows how. Of course, I'm a Christian, but others aren't, or whatever they are. And however you want to look at it, whatever you want to call it, it works that way. It's literally ingrained into the process of existing. If our society was literally, if it fed those evil things, if there wasn't some system of justice, we wouldn't be here. We would all be fighting each other and living in small tribes and taking over each other and killing each other all the time, and society would have never grown. The fact is, there is a network built to help people. There is a, then even in reality itself, there is a fact, there is a truth, and there is your own actions represent you, others represent them. No matter how hard anyone's ever tried to put their actions on someone else, it's never worked. The only way it even seems to work is when they lie, or when it's an illusion. And we all know that's not real. We all know that that's fake. And once people wake up to that lie, that's when it all falls apart. But there is no lie to wake up to when you follow the facts. There is no lie to wake up to when you're following the truth. Even though the sad thing is, the facts and the truth get harder and harder and harder to see or find, the more people that are going to lie and self-serve. You see what I'm saying? So the only thing I can do, of course, is file reports and do what I have to do in that way, and then go back to, you know, doing my thing. Just like with Molly, except the place I have to file a report is with the police station in California. And yes, I know which one it is, and it will happen. Just like with Molly, it's going to take a little time out of what I do. Not a lot, but luckily, and I can't believe it, but one of you has archived everything. Everything. You've archived it. Then you took a recording software and scrolled all of the deleted accounts, everything they put out, and you made recordings of it. You put it into the Wayback Machine and archived it. And, you know, we have everything. And there's no way to escape it. And it is insane. If I was to do content and show you what my stalker does, you would be blown away, because it's a full-time 16-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week job for this person to stalk me. That's just a fact. And I'm sitting there like, I'm not a fucking celebrity. Like, what is it about me that makes people this fucking crazy? It's not someone who had a fraud raiser busted. It's not someone who fucking, you know what I mean? It's nothing related to any of the content we've ever done, you know? So people people that talk to me are telling me, yo, Uni, this is just the way that YouTube is and the internet. And once you're on it for long enough, you're going to get a fan that goes literally completely stan from, you know, like Eminem song stan. And they're going to go full on psycho, and they're going to make you the target due to whatever reason. And, you know, I guess I should be flattered, you know, that anybody would give me that much energy, time, resources, or their life that isn't part of my family or life, that, you know, because I am flattered that my girlfriend gives me attention and time, because, you know, I don't deserve it. She's way more gorgeous than I deserve. She's way more pretty and nicer than I deserve. So my whole thing is, there is no, in fact, it's the opposite with this stalker. You know, it's hard not to hate them. It's hard not to literally hate them. You know? But the thing that always will ricochet in my mind when I think back to me having a literal like celebrity, like, because I'm not a celebrity, stalker, like celebrity level stalker, while I'm just this YouTuber that chills around doing what I do, it's always going to come back to me, and I'm going to say, what do they want? What is the want? Because I know that if I was myself to do anything where I give anyone that much energy or time or whatever, there's going to be a outcome, or there's going to be a point to what I'm doing, right? Like, look at the Molly situation. The whole point is to cover it while this whole fraud raiser is going on, and while the TOS violations are going on, until it goes to normal, which it won't. We know that. Or until she's banned, because one of those things has to happen, right? And even if she went normal, she'd probably get banned, but I'm just saying. You know, anything we do content-wise, it has a point. It's why we move on to different stories after things resolve. It's why we cover multiple stories. It'll be one of those things that I know that I'll never be able to figure out, because I don't think there is anything that people that do this want. It's like the same for some of the people that go around trying to intrude into the private life of people like Katie, and they're too lost, or they're too like mental to realize that they are the bad guy. They are a stalker if you're intruding into her private life. They are the problem. They are a problem just as much as they sit and cry that someone else is the problem, right? And people like that are cringy. They're a form of lolcow. They're a form of fascination. They're such an outlier. They're an outlier in the sense of human behavior, because they're selfish, and they are willing to be evil. They're willing to do evil things. They're willing to treat people in an evil way. And most people that do that, they do it so that they gain something. You go out there, you see the evil businessman. That motherfucker will put you homeless because he wants another million in his bank account. He gains something, right? Even serial killers and people that commit certain crimes do it for either some kind of twisted fascination they get from it or some sexual fascination they get from it. Like if you've listened to interviews with Bundy and the famous serial killers, they got like a sexual satisfaction for some of the things they did, right? There's a self-serving function to every one of these things until you look at the evil that these people do. And even though it's not anywhere close to that kind of evil, they still don't gain anything from it. In fact, it's the opposite. They lose so much of their life and time. And the only thing that people end up being able to be happy or content with when they spend their time doing something is knowing that they weren't, making someone's life hard by violating their rights or violating their privacy or violating those things. But you look at Molly, you look at these stalkers, you look at the people that are stalking other YouTubers, and they don't have a thing that they gain. It's very fascinating, I have to say. It's very fascinating to kind of think about that, right? I could understand if they were being paid, I could understand if they actually, like the evil business guy or the evil banker, was making money off of the people that he's leading to poverty. I understand they're gaining something from that evil that they can then use to buy whatever they want in the world. Worldly possessions, worldly drugs, whatever it is. When it comes to these people doing this, though, it has to be a mental satisfaction to a twisted way of thinking. It would be the only thing I could fathom that would be the reward. A reward system already programmed in their brain, like ours is, to reward us when we eat, reward us when we have sex, reward us when, the basic survival functions. There has to be some twisting wire that's made it to where they actually have that rewarding feeling or that thing that entertains them or that gives them happiness or whatever from that treatment of someone else or whatever. Maybe that's something that's there for some of them, but there has to be a percentage of them where that's not the case. Probably a greater percentage where they don't gain anything from it, right? Anyway, though, I want to know what you think real quick so that we can get started looking at some content. Because I know I just bored the living fucklights out of all of you, so let's get started. And let me put out a community post so people know we're getting into it. After I talk to you. I'm going to do the post after I talk to you. I'm going to talk to the chat, then we're going to start. So it'll be about 5 minutes or something, 10 minutes. Jesus Christ, I'm stupid. And if any of you want to support me, I completely forgot. Please consider paypal.me/unirock. Those types of donations really help right now. It really, really does. I'm going to type it in the chat. But like, subscribe, share, follow me at Unirock TV on Twitter, because we're starting to use Twitter a lot more for video things. So if you do like the stuff we do on video, make sure you're following us at Unirock TV on Twitter. And now let's run. Did I forget anything? I didn't, right? The intro. If you guys only knew, the person that I'm talking about, I actually gave them so many chances around here because I wanted them around, like I was trying to be nice, hey, I know you were just mad. I know something was wrong. I don't want to go into detail because I know it's going to feed the jelly of the beast. But the point is, I did nothing. Like they're mad about something and I had no control over it, right? Like there was literally nothing I could do. I tried to hear what their issue was a million times. Like so many times, just to have them yell at me or whatever and be nasty. So, you know, eventually, and I didn't do it, they left, and then they tried to come back to the other Discord, and they got kicked because they started threatening people and stuff like that when they came in immediately. And so, you know, some people are mentally ill to the point that they don't realize it, you know, and as much as you want them to get better, it's almost impossible because they will never realize what they're doing. Everything they do, they think, or they pretend to think that it's not them, it's someone else. And that concept has deranged. It has grown into a derangement. And it's, you know what? It's crazy. Let me say something really boring, and I promise I'll make it quick, and then I'll hit the chat. Good emotions, good feelings, good habits don't derange. You notice that? They don't get to a point where it deranges you. It might make you comedic. It might make you happy. It might make you want to jump up and do things and shit like that when you're in a really good mood from doing a lot of really awesome things, helping a lot of people or whatever. You never have a derangement that makes you go around and stalk people down and try to force them to do things and all that. So, you know, that's the thing. It's insane, but no matter how much myself or anyone says, we choose to never interact with you again because of how you treated everybody. They can't accept that, and they literally are saying, no, you have to talk to me, you have to do this, you have to do that, to a point where they've turned into a control freak. You know, it's just a constant beratement with the desire that they force me to do something. And my only thing I'm going to do, my only choice, obviously, is to ignore you forever. I'm never going to be forced into doing something I don't want to do. So, sorry, it's just not going to happen. And if you can't accept that, then you are the problem. You are the victimizer. You are the whatever you want to say it is, whatever word you want to use. Because it's gone beyond to the point where it's constantly threatening and demanding that I do something. And I'm not kidding. That's literally been happening for 3 fucking years, nonstop, every day, all day. I've seen it. I've seen the evidence. It's mind-boggling. You can go out to Twitter and see it right now. You go down these threads, and it'll just be deleted. It'll have like deleted account, because when the account gets deleted, the tweet doesn't go away. It leaves a part of the thread that says this account has been deleted, and there will be hundreds and hundreds of this account has been deleted in these threads. It's crazy. And I mean hundreds and hundreds of them where someone says one thing and they say like 42 things. In fact, I have a screenshot that I put in general. I'm going to show it to you. Hold on. And then I'm going to go to the chat right after I show you this, so you don't have to hear me ramble no more. Literally wanting me to lose my job if I don't talk to them or do what they want me to do. No joke. Literally wanting other creators to not talk to me, and then they tell them that the reason is because I've done something or whatever when I've ignored them for years. You see what I'm saying? It's just it's a control freak thing. One of those things where they feel that they want to control somebody else, and it's really fucked up, you know? It's very violating, I guess you'd say. It's not violating me because I'm ignoring it, but it's violating to the people that because they get blocked by people who they're berating, so they come in with another account. They get blocked from that. They come in, they won't stop. Then they literally go and say, I'm never going to stop, and they will sit there and they keep their word. Oh, they keep their word. I don't know how it's even humanly fucking possible, because I would, you know, go nuts if I even acted that way for 2 seconds. I'd be bored out of my fucking mind. So this is a really small screenshot. I can blow it up a little bit, but here's a fucking example. This is an example. One thing is said by someone, and this is not the only example of this. There are hundreds and thousands. There are literal years of this. Somebody says something, and look, and all of this, this says the tweet author has been the tweet from a suspended account. This tweet is from a suspended account because of the beratement. They are hardware banned, and it only takes them a day to go out and buy another device. What did they do? Come at me. Look at this. And this isn't me. I haven't talked to him. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine me inciting somebody to be that fucking dedicated to me? You know? They want to lock me in a basement, tie me with ropes down, and then like, you know, chop my feet off. What movie was that? What's the name of that movie? Like a Stephen King. Oh fuck, I did that wrong. It's like a Stephen King movie. Somebody type the name of the Stephen King movie where the lady kidnaps. Misery. You know, there's a reason why Stephen King named it Misery. There is a reason Stephen King named it Misery. Anyway, I know I've bored the fuck out of all of you. We need to get into the actual content. Consider supporting us. Let me hit the chat and then we're going to go. You know, I want to do something with that. This is the only room where I don't like the black background, but I'll figure it out later. Okay, I'm going to read through the chat and then I'm going to get to work. I'm going to do what we do. If Navy's out there and he wants to come in, of course he's welcome to, but we did go live early, so. It triggers her when she finds out that I blocked her, so she'll make a new one. It's crazy. 18 days straight, a Twitter thread with 20 people tagged. Oh, God, I know. The person is more committed to spamming tweets at you and emails and comments at you than someone who's being paid as their full-time job would be. Someone who's being paid $100,000 a year. Yes, more than that. Yes. Strange that the YouTuber covering the same evils seems to get lethal stalkers. Perhaps they are getting paid in super chats. It's a fact Bullhorn got a $400 super chat last weekend. Well, this one, we know where they kind of came from because they were a normal part of the community for years before they started doing this. They left, and then they started doing this. So they left. Of course, after they left, they got blocked, and then they started doing this. I should have added that in. So. You know, and someone said Bullhorn Betty got a $400 effing super chat. Yeah, that's why people like Bullhorn Betty exist. Yeah, and the people that support her and her are the problem. You know, evil people who just get up there and say they're not evil. You know. Oh, let me go to the Q&A thing before I forget. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? I don't know. Why do you think these people focus on your vet status when it's not part of your channels? Because they think that it's a way to turn people away. They think that me being a veteran gives me some validity to the content that I'm doing, as in busting a scam, a fraud raiser, busting a conspiracy theory. So, in fact, the first one that did it was one of the QAnon people when I debunked them. When I showed where their conspiracy came from, I showed that it wasn't true, and they got so angry that they started to say I wasn't a veteran and literally made a webpage to say it. Their friends started to do it. Now, eventually, they apologized to me. All of their friends came and apologized to me once they saw the evidence that I had, because they actually respected the service. You know, as much as that they were hardcore Q-spiracy theorists, the part of the Q-spiracy was being extremely patriotic, and they did come and apologize and never did it again. The people that we're dealing with aren't patriotic. They don't care about their country. They don't care about their fellow citizens, their fellow veterans. They literally just say things, guys. The one thing that's the hardest thing to learn about life is because when you get older, sometimes you'll fall in love with somebody and you'll realize that that person doesn't really love you. And I guarantee you a large portion of people in the chat have been through this, and you say to yourself, I loved them with all my fucking heart and soul, and they told me they loved me with all of their heart and soul, but they didn't. And sometimes it's because people are immature, but other times it's because people they've not been taught to mean what they say. And meaning what you say is very linked to following facts and evidence. Because if you mean what you say, and if you're going to speak the truth, you have to educate yourself. You got to fact check. You got to be able to do those things so that you don't, lie, so that you don't say something that's false. And so when you're growing up, and I know I was taught and I was, punished or, put in timeout when I was super young or whatever. And as I got older, I'd be grounded if I lied, if I didn't have manners, if I didn't, tell the truth, if I took advantage of other people, like kids, or whatever, if I, anything. Some people don't have that framework built into them as they grow up for whatever reason. So when they turn into an adult, when they get to be an adult, we go into the internet and we all assume. I did it too. Just years ago, I assumed that because I was dealing with people in a debunking community that debunked flat earthers, that those people weren't going to be running scams. Those people weren't going to be lying about things, because it's not a community where you'll make a lot of... Uh-oh, we're getting an internet hiccup. It's not a community where you'll make a lot of money. You know, it's not a community where you'll gain a lot for doing it. So, you know, I had to learn very quickly that it's everywhere. It's everywhere. And what you end up realizing is that you'll be able to tell just by listening to someone talk, listening to someone and how they interact with others, the choices they make when interacting with others, the things they choose to talk about, the way they choose to talk about it, the way they concern themselves with the truth and with other people and fact checking. You really should avoid people on the internet that don't fit that bill. You have to be able to suss out when you're dealing with a liar, someone that's two-faced, or someone... Luckily, the content that we do helps people realize that. It helps them learn what the red flags are. It helps them hone in on... Like, here's a good example, and you can do this for anything in life, but let's do it with our content. When the fraud raiser ring, when they would start a new fundraiser, every time the destination of the money wasn't the payee. It was always going into their accounts, and then they were giving it to the payee. And, you know, when I came in and said, these motherfuckers are defrauding everybody, there's no reason they should be taking that money into their personal bank accounts, and they haven't given us any evidence that they actually paid the person they said they paid, that's when it caved in and it fell apart. The red flag was paying themselves. The red flag was that they were lying on criticizers. When I criticized them, did they come back and answer my criticisms? Did they come back and say, you know, did they come back and say, here's why we did this, here's why we did that, or anything? No, they didn't. In fact, they did the opposite, and they attacked us, lied about us. They said things that weren't true constantly about our criticisms. These are all red flags. When someone's willing to be dishonest, it's the first indicator you need to flee. Now, the thing is, though, because people will be wrong, people will take the wrong side, and that's not being dishonest all the time. Sometimes it is, because you show them the truth, and you'll be able to tell whether someone's honest or not. Are they going to fix what they said? Are they literally going to feel bad and have a care for their brand and for themselves that they're going to go out and try to fix the lie they told, fix the thing they said that is wrong, or that's been debunked, or that's proven wrong? When someone won't do that, it's an indicator that they're also doing that with many other things to you. If you're watching someone's content, you don't have any way of checking them if they block you, right? If they stop you. And so when the evidence is easy to find and it's out there and it's a click away, just like when you hear me commentating when I'm listening to Marvon Sr. talk, and I'm talking about how Wynette is watching all of Molly's streams, but she's not, you know, communicating to Marvon Sr. about certain things. And do you really think that they're not looking at the rest of the internet and hearing what everyone else is saying and listening to the criticism? We know LATISHA was. We know LATISHA was. LATISHA was in my chat one time early on. So, you know what I'm saying? You have to look at the red flags. You got to ask yourself why. Literally, all you got to do is ask yourself why at any point, and you'll be able to find out what does this person gain from telling this lie? Do they gain anything? Okay, they don't. Well, let me go ahead and send them this video that shows the truth. 2 days later, you notice that that person uploaded, you know, a correction. They uploaded an apology, whatever it is. You know, that's the thing about this community. They don't even care to hide it. It's not even hard. You know, it's extremely easy. This whole thing has been so easy. The last story was extremely easy. Now, back in the debunking days, it was really hard. It was like a long drawn out thing, debunking some of them, because they were very good at hiding things. They were very good at lying. They were very good at plotting ahead, right? And it was an actual challenge back then. this stuff, these communities, this true crime stuff and the debunking communities, it was so easy because they just don't hide their dishonesty. I am losing my connection, guys. So we're going to have to see if my internet comes back, because if not, I'm losing connection to YouTube here. Looks like it's coming back. Okay. What vape are you using, Sergeant Hayes? Good to see you, Sergeant Hayes. It's a Lost Mary. It's a brand of, you know, I'm not going to remember the brand because they don't put it on it. It's a Elf Bar. The only reason I get these is because they're only like 20 bucks, right? Which seems expensive, but they last a very long time. Other vapes like this that you get from like a gas station or something or whatever, they usually last a couple days. This will last at least 3 times longer than other vapes, and it makes it cheaper than, way cheaper than smoking cigarettes. So it actually does have a value. Because, you know, I used to use, I think I have my vape somewhere real close, but I used to use an actual vape, right? A big mod. And yeah. So anyway, have a good time. Find your love in my Q&A. Again, another sex bot in the Q&A. Oy, 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 oy. You know, what do you do? I think I'm going to restart the stream so I can restart my internet, and then we'll go into the content tonight. I don't know. Oh, good. YouTube came in. They monetized my last few streams. Great. Thank you, YouTube. Nice of you. All right. But before I do anything, I'm going to sit and talk to you guys for a little bit. I want to play a video game so freaking bad while we're live, but we got too much work to do. Yeah, it's not bad, Sergeant. It's really not. I've almost given up smokes using those. Haven't had a smoke in a couple of days. Aussie Trish, I'm proud of you. Good. That's great. I don't know if these are better or not. I know I breathe better when I use vape. I know I do. When I go out and, you know, jog or walk or whatever, I think it's the tar, because this is, the nicotine is carried by vape, and with the cigarette it's carried by tar. All I know is, I'm not saying these are better for you because I don't know. All I know is without the tar, I breathe a lot better. So it's better for me. I know that. All right. I don't have to restart the stream yet because our connection came back. So let's go ahead and get started with some content. Let me scan the chat one more time just to make sure I don't miss anything, and then we'll go into some actual content. So far, so good, Anon. Good. Hope says, yeah, it stopped. Yeah, it looks like it came back in. It slowed down. You know what's weird about beards? You want to hear something weird about a beard? For those of you that don't have a beard, you'll get hairs that grow extremely fast. Like, you'll get some over here, a couple right here, a couple right here, and they'll be way longer, even though I trim every day. I trim every day. Rachel hates it because I miss a lot of hairs when I'm cleaning it up. I trim every day just a tiny bit just to get the long ones, and I don't know. I must be like a superhero at growing beard hair because it grows so fast. I don't know. Not all of it. It all grows pretty fast, but there are a couple like patches that just grow way faster. It's really weird. And yes, I use a brush. I use a comb. Comb it out really good, you know, every day. Go in and make sure it's trimmed up and everything a little bit. So cool. Could you have good thoughts for me, please? I'm going to try going back to work. I'll do even better. I will say a prayer for you, but I know some of you aren't religious. Some of you are atheists. Some of you are different religions. You want to send some good energy to Deb, or you want to say a quick prayer for Deb, hook it up. Give me 1 second. All right. I gave you my mental energy, Deb. I really hope it works for you. I really do. I have the best wishes for everybody out there. Even Molly GoLightly. I know it sounds crazy. I know people hate that about me, but I do. I hope that one day she wakes up, that evil is judged on the way you treat other people. There is no human that gets to say whether something is evil or not. Evil is judged, wrong is judged by whether your actions negatively affect others, whether you are doing, and some people will try to abuse the concept, and that's what they're doing. They think that if they stand there and say, what, me interviewing Marvon Sr. wasn't evil, and actually, yes, it was, because your actions were so loose, uncontrolled, unprepared. You could have made so many extremely easy choices and changed the way you did that. Still embodied yourself, still embodied who you are, what you are, your craziness and all of that, without saying those nasty, evil things you said. And that's why people have such a problem with Molly, because it is, you know, her serving her vengeful side, doing those things. And speaking of Molly, we're going to get into content. I told everybody in the beginning, if they were watching the replay or if they wanted to leave, if you want to come back when we get to our content, if you want, I will put a video on the screen. So let me put a video up on the screen so that they know I'm pulling up content. And I'm going to find a couple of the videos we got to react to, because of course I didn't pull them up because I wanted to talk to you first. And before I get going, it would help immensely if you want to support our show by liking and subscribing and following at Unirock TV on Twitter, due to the fact that Elon Musk took over and he's focusing on us being able to upload videos and actually monetize them there. So I'm going to be using Twitter as a way to share a lot of my other kind of content. Content that you won't find on YouTube, topics you won't find on YouTube, some of my older kind of style video. And you'll find that at Unirock TV on Twitter. Also, consider paypal.me/Unirock or patreon.com/Unirock. It's how we fund our show. And now that I've gotten that out of the way, before we get into the content, we've got new stuff. Oh, shit. We have new posts. We've got some stuff. We've got some stuff that I haven't even seen. And AZ T-Spiracy, someone who a YouTuber I respect and I like a lot. So make sure you're subscribed to T-Spiracy's channel. If any of the mods want to, of course, it's their option. They don't have to. If anyone wants to drop the link to AZ's channel and a moderator, please do. I have a link from AZ, so we're going to go through it because I know AZ gave it to me for a reason. Let's see here. And then I need the Marvon interview. I don't think I shared it. I got to find it, actually. All right. So all I got to do is type in Molly GoLightly Marvon. And I think it comes up. I think that's how yeah. Marvon. Okay, we are right where we left off. I don't know if Navy's coming in or not. I'll go ahead and share my screen in case Navy comes in now. That way he'll be able to see as soon as he gets in here. And that'll save us that happening earlier. And let me just make sure I don't have to get anything else. We want to show you things. We want to hook you up. Oh. And before we get started, I got to get a drink because I am out of Red Bull. So give me 1 minute. Don't worry, I got G Fuel. I also wanted to kind of ramble while Nonsense was live so that, you know, most of my viewers would chill here, and then most of the viewers that go back and forth would probably go to Nonsense while I was rambling, so. Okay, so what I want to present you now is a clip that we showed not long ago, and for those of you that were in yesterday's stream, you'll know that you've heard the exact same thing come from the Marvon Sr. interview. Then we have posts from Molly that she's posting to her paid members that we're going to take a quick look at. And I'm not going to read them word for word. I'm going to tell you what she's telling them because she posted this to Patreon. And of course, I don't want to read her content off verbatim. Well, I will report, though, on what has been publicly on Twitter. It's already publicly been posted somewhere. It's already out there. So I'm going to give you the gist of what it says because it's already out there. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's I think it's right at the beginning.
He set a lot of shit up. Not only that, one of these people paid some fucking bullshit company in this is one of Katie's camp, or one of those nonsensical bullshit people.
Nonsensical. So she's literally talking about nonsense. Okay. I have not heard that. I didn't catch that. I think last time I might have started up here when I played this clip. So she's literally starting to attack nonsense and get mad at nonsense. I know nonsense knows about it. I'm just saying.
They paid a
Julie is hilarious. Yes. Very good comedian. She should do comedy on YouTube.
fucking this is the truth, right?
I know she does. I mean, she should do it all the time. Like, she should sit down and write some comedy and then do it, you know?
They paid a website in Nigeria to make up that news article.
Oh, there we go. I was told about this one. I don't know if we saw this part. So this was Molly trying to cope with the fact that she started the death hoax. She can't tell the truth. She cannot be honest about starting the hoax, you know? So she's trying to say that nonsense. Now, ironically, one of her blind, simped out cult simps, for some reason, there is another YouTuber that's like devoted to her, like a cult-like devoted to her. And they also went live and lied about this at the same time. But they didn't say that nonsense did it. They said that I did it. So now we've got, don't think that this isn't planned and plotted. And ironically, Molly had appeared on that channel too. Don't think that this wasn't planned and plotted. And it also is more evidence that they are in a communication server, plotting things, putting out narratives, defending themselves with lies to try and, you know, go against the fact that people know the truth now, that the death hoax was started by Molly and perpetrated by LB. And they're so mad about this that they've gotten together and planned to have their, you know, different channels are going to accuse different debunkers, different fact checkers out there, content creators of, with no evidence, by the way, when we've shown massive evidence of what we said. Notice they show zero evidence of what they say. Okay, that's the difference. They can't show evidence because they're lying. They can't tell you even where their information's coming from because they're lying.
One day it was there, and then it came back as a hoax, right?
So it was a setup, is what you're saying. You're saying that you got set up by us, the debunking community, specifically nonsense, of course. But her other friend said it was me. So literally, you can ask people in the audience. Yes, that video is still out there. It says that I did it. And in the comments section and on Twitter, actually. But so let me get this straight. Nonsense paid a website in Nigeria that happened to actually link to Pennsylvania before it said Nigeria. It was really weird. And no joke, that came from Nonsense. So Nonsense literally knew that you were because you said it first. Before that website posted that, you had said that he passed away on your live stream. We proved it. So this is the literal sequence of events. Molly says that Marvon has passed away and that she's going to fact check with Wynette. Then Justin says it, and then they do it later that night. Then the article comes out. She's claiming nonsense, paid the article to come out to set her up, even though she'd already been saying it. Then the next day, we find out what happened. All of us go in, pull all the information, put it into a timeline, show it to you, and prove that it came from Molly and that it was backed by LB. And then it went out there and did what it did. And then the website, of course, finding out that these people, not us, they were using the website as validation that he had passed away, and most likely due to a lawyer reaching out or a representative reaching out to the website of someone, Dre, or a police agency might have reached out and let them know or something. God knows. They took it down and put up the truth that it was a hoax. Now, in their website, for some reason, they wanted to save their own asses, their own website's ass, by making sure that they didn't put out that it was that he was passed. They didn't want to get in trouble or something or get sued. Who knows? But instead of putting up the truth that the hoax came from you know who, they just said YouTubers. So they were protecting the identity of the hoaxers either way. And then it's not like they're a website that fact checks. Right? They put out things that are false all the time. So why would they not care when there's massive evidence that Molly did it to put out that Molly did it? They had a motive to not put out that Molly did it, right? But either way, how would Nonsense do this? It's literally a waste of Nonsense's money. All Nonsense had to do is, if this happened, is not pay the website, and you still would have said that Marvon passed away. You'd already been perpetrating the death hoax for many hours when that website posted. It just doesn't make sense. It's nonsensical that Nonsense would have paid that website.
The car on fire, but not before
Dead Legato says, damn it, Uni, stop time traveling to make Molly look bad. I know, man.
And what they
I know.
did is they had it pinned to the state of Pennsylvania as if it was me.
Ooh, really? Did they now? Really? As it so wait a minute. You didn't pay the website. You didn't pay the website. Nonsense did, but somehow the website knew that the information came from Pennsylvania, so they pinned it to Pennsylvania. I wonder if you paid the website to try to validate your hoax, and when the website found out that you had lied to them and bullshitted them and that you didn't fact check this and that you were literally using them, I wonder if they took it down, refunded your money, and put up the truth. Maybe it was more profitable for them to correct themselves so that, they don't keep getting rated as a 1 out of 100 than it was for them to keep $50 and leave it up. Or maybe you just sent it to them and they noticed that the email came from Pennsylvania. There's a reason that website put up that it came from Pennsylvania, Molly. It could be that they were just watching your show and they knew that you're from Pennsylvania, and since you were the source, because in there, do you realize the website says that the person who had put out the death hoax, or the person that had reported that, this is the first article, the person that reported Marvon died had had confirmed it with family members. You and Justin were trying to confirm with family members. Wow. I think you might be telling on yourself, Molly.
Like I put it out. Yeah. They did it to make me, right? They made it look as if I put it out.
No. Now, this is another way that she's trying to make it look like she didn't perpetrate the death hoax. If she can blame this website for making it look like she perpetrated a death hoax, then when her audience is going around seeing all these comments and posts and tweets that say, I can't believe Molly, or Reddit posts or anything, I can't believe Molly would perpetrate a death hoax on Marvon. She doesn't care about Marvon at all. She doesn't care about that family. She wants them to look at it, her audience, and say, wait, they're only saying that because that website lied and pinned it to Pennsylvania. When in reality, the reason people are saying that is because we went back and grabbed every clip of anyone on the internet who had said Marvon had died when it was UNLB, showed the timeline, and proved that it was you. Deb says, did you notice in the article it even said that his wife had refused to allow his family, including his parents, from seeing him? Oh, no. So I think, yeah, we have the article archived. I think I need to go back and read that article again. Yeah, Lauren, it said sources close to the family. Thank you. And the only sources close to the family is you. Wonder why they didn't just put your name. Wonder why. I think that shows that they had a service to protect you, or a service to you more than nonsense. Because they should have put your name. Everybody who reads it, because of the details prove that they're talking about you. You're the only ones doing that. You're the only ones that are sources close to the family. That day came out publicly in front of all these people saying that he had died. Again, you started it. You perpetuated it. The website most likely was watching your streams and wrote an article. But it could have been because you're the one bringing up people paying a website that you did that, and you're projecting. It's very possible.
They did that all to get views and pin it all on me. They're still pinning it on me.
Because you did it. How about you actually put what we showed? How about you actually address the timeline? How about you actually address what happened when it happened and explain how it was anyone else but you? You could debunk us. You could do what we do. You could go and grab our evidence, which is not the website. It's the timeline of who put out what and when and where and how. And then the fact that it was spread amongst you and your friends. And then you could actually give us some type of logic or reasoning or proof that it wasn't you. By the way, you can't, because it was you. And that's why you won't address our actual timeline and evidence.
1 year after the crimes.
And it's why you're just sitting here lying instead. That's why you have to lie. You have to lie because you do these things.
I think LATISHA and Mr. Marvon
Oh my God, my internet is so wanky right now, y'all.
Jackson. Why not? No. That I would never do something like that.
Not testify in his own defense.
I used to have this little quote, you know what you call defendants who don't testify at trial?
Cluster headaches.
Inmates.
It's terrible.
Hello, Shopaholic. Hello.
What they did to Miss LATISHA, this is the thing. This.
What they did to Miss LATISHA. What did we do to Miss LATISHA? We talked about what she publicly put out, and then the people who had their money stolen by LATISHA reported it to police. So, why aren't you saying what LATISHA did to them? Now, we're allowed to talk about what people publicly put out, or else Molly wouldn't be able to do what she does. So if you're saying we can't talk about what's put out publicly, then you shouldn't be supporting Molly doing any content. Now, on top of that, Molly doesn't just talk about what's publicly put out. She stalks people and doxes people. She actually goes and exploits people's private rights, usurps them and stomps on them to put out things that are private and to record people in private. I have the proof. I've shown it. Go to Unirock 2 and watch that video and see all the examples and everything there. But yet you support her doing those things that are against TOS and illegal, but you don't support us doing it the right way. Weird.
One thing I will say is you have to understand something.
The only way is this day and age,
And this actually gets lost in the weeds. Do you know why Dre McCray hates Miss LATISHA so much? I'll tell you.
How is Dre related to anything that's going on? You've created a demon. You've created this bad person called Dre McCray. While this is why this whole thing backfires in your face so hard. When you finally realize it, Molly, things will get a lot better for you. Dre has not done anything. She is literally hanging out with her family. She's fine monetarily. She has a lawyer. She has the police. She's reported everything to the cops. You're nervous as hell. I don't know why you keep turning her into a bad guy, but please keep turning her into a bad guy, because that's what's making you lose so hard. It is.
It's all about science. If you don't have
Dre hates Miss LATISHA because Miss LATISHA always hated.
Because Miss LATISHA stole money from her and Marvon. We have all the video evidence, okay? We have proof that it happened. It's not a lie. You can't say that she lied on LATISHA. LATISHA admitted it was all true. LATISHA's apologized to them for it. This is literally a factual timeline of their life. Don't say why she hate. You don't know them, right? Are people allowed to just say anything they want about you, Molly? Are they allowed to make up things about you? How would you act if people made up things about you, Molly? Because you live in a world where you're just constantly making up things about other people, just saying whatever you want instead of the truth, ignoring all the evidence. So why would you get so mad if somebody decided to say things about you? You shouldn't be mad if somebody says things about you, because that's your entire being.
Dre. That is the fact.
No, it's a fact that she liked LATISHA until LATISHA ripped them off for extreme amounts of money when they had first gotten together. $500 a month for a vehicle that LATISHA had talked them into, co-signing, and she defaulted, and they had to start paying it, and literally had to go and do legal things to make LATISHA handle it so that they didn't have to pay that money anymore, because they couldn't afford it. They had to sell their own property back then while raising children so that they could afford LATISHA's car. Why should they have to do that for LATISHA? Is LATISHA a Molly? Is LATISHA the queen of the existence where everywhere she goes, people have to pay for everything for her? People have to give her cars. People have to pay $500 a month for cars when they're raising a family and they're their own adults. And if that is true, why is LATISHA such a goddess or such a better person than everyone else that others should have to do that? Why? What is it about her? What is it that makes her better than Dre or better than Marvon or better than the kids that she can take that money and do that? I don't understand. If it was a choice, if Marvon and Dre had chosen to give her the money every month to pay for the car, that'd be one thing. She had to lie to them. Anyone who does that to a family and puts them through hardship, they're not going to be liked, Molly. That's how life works. It's just life. It's how it works.
That's why she goes so hard on her.
Show me where Dre went hard on LATISHA. And if Dre going hard on LATISHA is not mentioning her name and doing one live stream before going quiet at the very beginning of all of this, which is factually what she's done, why aren't you guys? Why don't we judge you by the way you're judging Dre? Why are you guys going nuclear hard at Dre? If that's the case, you know what I'm saying? Like, you'd have to, Molly and LATISHA would have to be going nuclear at Dre if Dre making a single video to correct lies and then going quiet from July up in June up until now equates to her doing something bad to LATISHA. Now, if we look at Dre's video, she fact-checked everything she said. She brought proof of all of it, and the proof has come out. Other people have fact-checked and found out that Dre was telling the truth about everything she showed. It wasn't fake. It wasn't wrong. It was all real. LATISHA has admitted it in the past. You, on the other hand, have zero evidence for any of the things you say here, yet you're not going hard. You're not, lying about Dre. Like, it doesn't make sense. You're just lying again. And how is a cup of Chick-fil-A, and my God, I'd love to have that cup of Chick-fil-A, and I'd love to have that sandwich right now, and I guarantee your audience bought it for you. But how is that your evidence? The only evidence you're showing us of the claims you're making is a Chick-fil-A cup and a Chick-fil-A sandwich, and you're most likely going to eat it and be really gross and make a lot of weird noises while you're chomping the damn thing. Yep. Oh, how did I call that? How did I call that? I must be a Unistradamus. I must be able to predict the future like Nostradamus.
Everybody
turns himself in. He appeared.
God, it must be nice. It must be nice, Molly. You know what she did? Her and her audience were saying that we're all making all this money and all this while she's the one literally manipulating everybody, lying about everybody, attacking everybody to make the shit tons of money. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly like the composite sketch. We have him with no.
Your uni's making all this money off of Molly's name, even though my content is debunking. My content isn't Molly's content. I don't just sit here and play her content. I actually criticize it. I actually make points. I give a lot of logic. I play things purposely to show you what's going on, which takes a lot of work and is transformative, completely transformative. On the other hand, I don't know how you let Molly do what she does if you're going to be critical of what we do.
Of course I didn't do that. I don't need contact that bad.
You're admitting it too. I didn't even know she was going to say that. By the way, while she says that, you can see the chicken in her mouth and hear her smacking her lips. By the way, this is not the only creator that does this. I constantly complain about Darkside Phil because he snorts and makes all these funky noises every time he talks, right? And Molly could very easily take a bite, mute her mic and take a bite, or put the front page up, or just move the camera, or just chew with their mouth closed, or just be respectful. Now, why is it that you have manners while you eat? It's because you're respecting the people around you. It has nothing to do with yourself. You have manners and you don't do these things when you eat because you want to be respectful to the people that are listening to you talk. So you can eat while you're talking to people without looking like a, messy, nasty person. People do it all the time. But when you don't have manners while you're eating, or if you're snorting and horking and chomping and slurping and stuff like that, you are being disrespectful to the people watching. And again, Molly doesn't understand disrespect. I'm not going to rant, but I'm going to explain it. Molly could do tiny, tiny things that don't take any energy or anything from her, like eating slowly and closing her lips when she chews, right? That would take her literally a fraction of a second to do that. And it would be extremely more respectful to the people, her audience, and the debunkers watching. Though Molly is choosing not to inconvenience herself with 0.2 seconds to make sure she doesn't, chew and show you her food and stomp and slurt. That's why it's disrespectful. You won't take the self-control, which is extremely minor, or the time that's extremely minor, and do those changes so that people don't have to be exposed to your nastiness. So I've now explained and proven why it's disrespectful, since no one's ever taught her.
It was not a cheerful day for the prosecution.
I couldn't.
If Navy's in the chat and he ain't up here, I'm gonna be mad. Oh, Navy!
Hey. Hey, what's going on, man?
I saw you here. I had to be funny. I actually
something popped up right fast and I had to deal with it. Friend needed some help, so yeah.
No, man, no. You're good. Anytime you got to do anything, bro. I just want you to know you're welcome whenever you want to come in. So you can jump in and out. You can hang. It's whatever you want, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so we're watching this video from Molly because I'm trying to show the audience some things, and I stumbled upon this. I stumbled upon her eating and doing a few things here. This video is actually to show you, just to make sure. This video is to show you her disrespecting Dre, lying on Dre, before we go over to another video where she's going to kind of be, hey, yes, Cherie, very true. I wanted to wait. I'm going to wait till tomorrow, and I'm going to play her a song and stuff. But yes, very true. But yeah, tune in tomorrow. We're all going to give us a little content surprise to Lauren tomorrow. And it's not because I'm trying to treat Lauren special or anything like that. It's because I don't want to overshare anything. But she's been really vocal about it, so I don't mind saying this one thing. But her puppy's been sick, and I'm going to do a little bit extra because her puppy's been sick. And everybody, how people get when their puppies are sick. We love our puppies, so okay. Now, back to this. What is tomorrow anyway, by the way? It's Tuesday, correct? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, it's Tuesday.
All right.
Yeah.
Just making sure I can stream because Thursday I go to the doctor, so we're good, though. Okay. Back to it. We've got... I just made a point where I talked about Navy, the manners, and why and how... she doesn't use them and why she doesn't have them while she's broadcasting. I could care less about her personal life. I don't care if you guys chomp and chomp and chomp when you eat and all that. I don't even, like, seriously, I do it sometimes. My kids do it all the time, you know? So what I'm saying is I'm not making a judgment on manners. I'm making a judgment on manners when you're broadcasting yourself, okay? So be sure, because there'll be these trolls out there that'll lie and say that I expect everybody to have perfect manners all the time, yada, 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 because they're lying trolls. I'm saying when you're doing a live stream, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's just gross. Like, the thing is that, you know, you don't smack and do all this kind of stuff. Well, okay, in my family, if I'd have eaten food in front of my mother and dad, right, and my sister and all that kind of stuff, the way she eats food on a live stream, my mother would have smacked me in the mouth.
Yeah.
Gross.
Oh, yeah. Mine too. My grandfather would have knocked me on the hand with a fork. You know, my mom would have, you know, definitely. But, and of course, it's not because our family's evil or anything. Like Molly will say, you must have had some controlling evil parents. No, it's because it factually is disrespectful. It really, Molly, you are a narcissist. You don't care about anyone but yourself. You don't have the care to have another few milliseconds of your energy expended to not do this to your audience. And so you do it constantly. And I know people are going to say, what about mukbangs, Uni? So you're saying mukbangs shouldn't have to. No, I'm not, because you go to a mukbang for that reason. Nobody's going to Molly to watch her do this. Okay? You see what I'm saying? All right.
I personally do not believe he's alive.
You know, it's weird, Molly. It's almost like you personally, and now you're going to see why we're playing these clips and stuff like that, but it's almost like you personally don't believe that he's alive, so you started a death hoax because you can't stand not knowing. It's almost like you're the only one who's obsessed with knowing what's really going on here, because you have plans to do something if Marvon passes, or you have plans, or you have a fear of what's going to happen if Marvon comes out of it. Because I know if I was Marvon, when I woke up, I would handle all of you with the video. I would literally go to YouTube and I would blast and name every one of you that lied on Dre, his wife, mother of his kids. I would blast and talk about how you exploited his tragedy, exploited him being a Marine, exploited the details of the case, exploited his children, exploited his family. And I would also, if I was Marvon, tell everybody that LATISHA should not have raised that money in his name. That, you know, I would correct the record on everything. Don't you think that that's a huge possibility if Marvon goes to 100%, or if he goes to even like 80 or 60% Navy?
Yeah, 100%. So the problem is I think what's going to happen is if he comes out of it, he's getting better. Dre is going to protect him from all this craziness as much as she can, right? And then eventually he's going to be like, well, what about this and a third? And she's like, all right, baby, you got to sit down because now we're going to talk about it. And I think he's going to be like, oh, we're doing something about this. Get your camera. We're doing this right now. I'm addressing this BS. And to everybody out there that spewed this just horrible stuff.
Elise 76 says a really good point, and I agree with you, and I agree with you what you're saying. I do completely agree with you, just so you know. Let me read it. But can you plug it in for me? Do you mind? I'm sorry, my vape is dead. But I just want to make sure you understand. I don't have an issue with people having a wish list if they are a successful YouTuber. To some extent, okay? But I do have an issue with Molly doing it, and the way she made her 18,000, the way she made all that money off of Dre's name, and the way that she has, you know, flaunted and acted, and you can tell that she's definitely spent loads of money, right? She most likely is broke, and that's why she is doing this wish list. But anyway, Elise says, if she makes supposedly $18K a month, why have an Amazon wish list? She can afford to buy ugly dog dresses herself. And that's because she put a lot of weird stuff on Amazon wish lists that she wanted her audience to send her. And you guys know that her audience most likely did. And I want you to know, she only made that $18,000 in the first month. You got to understand something. While I don't have an issue with creators having an Amazon wish list, she has an Amazon wish list because she only made a large amount of money in the first month. And she's committed herself. She didn't fully pay off the vehicles she bought and all those things. She assumed that her channel blowing up would bring in constant revenue. And I think she's making a lot less money than she thought she would once people saw her doxing people, shit hitting the fan, the debunkers coming out and, you know, showing what she's doing and how she's doing it and the videos she's deleting and all this stuff. So I do think she's had a massive change to her revenue that she didn't plan for. And I think she is the kind of person, you know, to be honest, I think she's the kind of person who would, you know, overspend, and then think that she's going to be like this rich YouTuber forever or something, you know? Like, I do think that's what she would have done. Anyway, good point. Good point, Elise.
It doesn't matter what I think.
Elias. I'm sorry, Elias. Wait, what is she watching? Forensic Files? No, that's Cold Case Files. No, that's Forensic Files. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, that's Forensic Files. She's watching the forensic. Great. You can watch on YouTube, absolutely free, if you search Forensic Files and on their original channel, Filmrise YouTube channel.
I don't think that he should be. I don't think that he should be brought back alive if he.
Did you hear what she just said?
What does she mean, brought back alive? They got some necromancy stuff going on there. They gonna do a little magic, bring him back. You know, we're gonna do some Game of Thrones stuff here.
At some point, I'm gonna start talking about my theories. Okay, but I'm gonna have to wait until the court case against LATISHA goes on a little more. But I have a theory about, because there's evidence to show that Molly existed in Facebook groups where LATISHA existed very early on, and that they could have been talking before they appeared to be talking. Now, I don't know if they were or not. I have no clue. But I do myself hold an opinion that either things happened as they appeared, or that LATISHA fed Molly the stuff that Molly said, as in the things about all of these horrible things that Dre had done, I do believe came from LATISHA, because LATISHA started a Facebook group and a Facebook presence attacking Dre for the things, the exact things Molly eventually said. And yes, it's possible Molly stumbled upon some of these things, but I think that it's possible that they could have talked about how LATISHA was going to try and get Marvon's money once he passed, because the weirdest thing happened when Dre had gone live crying about Marvon in the beginning, before she got legal representation and left the internet. She went live and said, we're not going to pull the plug and let him die. We're not going to. I love him too much. I'm not letting it happen. He's going to come back. Now, that's normal. That is okay. The problem is the response that LATISHA and Molly and them had. They were pissed that Dre was going to keep Marvon alive. They looked like they were just angry, that they were just like, you know, you know, what stake did they have in Marvon passing or being alive? What stake? What, you know, benefit? What in the world? Why wouldn't they say, you know what? Dre's the one that gets to make the decision. It's a hard decision to make. None of us know what we would do in that case. None of us know how we would feel, how he would act. None of us know if he is going to come back or if he's not. I gave an opinion back then. I said, Dre, I mean, it really seems as if it's going to be a bad outcome. Be prepared for it. You know, like, don't let yourself, you know, live in that space where you convince yourself of anything. But that was my opinion. I just tried to have the most respectful opinion I could, knowing how hard it was. They were pissed. And the family had said they think that Dre shouldn't have kept the breathing tube in him. That you know, and it was crazy back then in the beginning of the story. It was crazy. But for her to say this, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, the thing is that the only reason, because you asked why would they want him, you know, to be gone, right? Why would they want him to pass? Well, and why are they mad at Dre for keep, or you know, putting him on life support and all this kind of stuff, right? The only reason I can think of that makes sense about these crazy people that we're talking about is that The moment he passes is the moment that they can now lambaste what they consider content over how it was Dre's fault. There needs to be an investigation. They're going to drive out to Yuma. They're going to yell at her house. They're going to yell at the cops. They're like, why aren't you investigating him? They can't do that while he's still alive.
That's true.
Right. And
that's a good point.
And while she is the doting wife who loves her husband, who's there for him, who does not want to let him go, she's hoping and praying to God that there's going to be a miracle that he comes back or whatever. And you can't, I mean, she's going to attack her, but honestly, she can't do what she wants to do, right? Because it's going to turn on her. Because that's what Dre's been doing. Dre has not been on social media. She has not been responding to Molly or anybody else and their little jabs at her to try to get her to talk. All she's been doing, as far as we know, is taking care of her husband, which looks like is what she believes a loving wife should do.
Yeah. I'm with you.
And I also have a
100%.
second theory that Molly's a little dumb. So.
Well, I just want the grossness of this comment to sink in. I just want people to really understand what she's wishing. How is she concerned for Marvon in any way with the things she's constantly doing and saying? That's the point. And unfortunately for her, we do have to hammer that point home, because she says the reason she wants justice for Marvon is because she cares about Marvon, cares about his kid, cares about his life. Though at the same time, she is wishing for him to pass. She's attacking Dre, who is extremely disrespectful, by the way. Marvon would not be happy with anything she's ever done or said towards Dre, to the point where he'd probably never even talk to her, never like her. He'd be infuriated by her. Deb says LATISHA slipped up one time and said the attorney she wanted to hire was a probate attorney. I think that's why she doesn't want anyone to know about it. She wants his money. Well, I do agree with you, but there are people out there that say that the probate attorney would be the attorney to use. And my point is, only if you believe he's going to pass, because there's a huge probability that it's 50-50. There's no way to know. None of us are God. 50-50. People wake up all the time. It's true. It's absolutely true. And the thing is, for LATISHA to think that, you know, she because that's her son, she would want the same thing Dre, you'd think, for him to be alive, for him to have a chance. And the fact that she's not thinking that way is very, very foreign to me. It's very hard for me to relate. But to go a step further with what you're saying, yeah, I do think that when she said she needed a probate attorney, she literally is preparing for him to pass and ready to try to roll in. And we already know, because Marvon Sr. said it in one video, that they wanted them not just to be able to go for Marvon's money if he passed. They literally wanted to go for Marvon's money if he passed, but they said that they wanted the police to come in and freeze Dre's bank accounts, even though she's taking care of the children, and investigate all of her money and stuff like that, and make sure that she couldn't spend any. And why? Why? She's a free United States citizen, wife of this guy. What are you talking about? Why would you ever want that in a situation? You want this to be a harder situation for her? You want her money to be... What the fuck? And then I found out right after I knew all that, if you guys watched me months ago, we found out here from you guys and from some clips that Marvon had actually gotten a settlement for hurting himself somehow, somewhere, for a very large amount of money, pretty close to when this all happened. So, I mean, it does look really bad. It's why I constantly was criticizing Molly and them for the choices they made early on, because they weren't mindful for making it appear as if they were all after Marvon's cash. And she's never once cared if she acts like they want the cash. It's almost like they do, in my opinion. I do think they do. That's my opinion. I think they do. But listen to what she says.
It doesn't matter what I think.
Yeah, it does, because you're literally lying to Marvon and Wynette. We just showed a video of it. So yeah, it matters. If you're going to lie to the family, it matters.
I don't think that he should be... brought back alive.
Do you hear this woman? This is said before... No, I'm sorry. This is said 4 days after she saw Marvon Sr. and interviewed him. She doesn't think he should be alive. or come back to life or brought back to life. Yeah, Deb says, so they're looking after the kids by making it impossible for her to take care of them. Well, of course, they want the money frozen, and then LATISHA was supposed to use a lawyer to try to take the kids. She literally said she wanted to use her lawyer to take the kids from Dre. So, and then Molly went and tried to get a hold of the parents of the 2 girls that Dre's been raising, and they wouldn't talk to Molly, and they didn't like Molly from what I recall. Change, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure they wouldn't talk to Molly, and they didn't like her, but... Crispy says, I listened to the doctors not knowing what they got a lot of money for projects that they're working on and organ donations. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Very much. I don't want to say what I wanted to say just now. I'm not an organ donor. I'm just saying that's my choice. I'm not telling you what to do at all, though. I'm not going to say why. I'm just not.
If he
Crispy was saying that
flatlines,
this content's hard for her because she recently went through a similar situation with the love of her life, where she had them on life support and had to choose to take them, and made a choice to take them off, and she was kind of second guessing it because she donated the organ.
No, Crispy, never feel that way. It just happened with my cousin. My cousin just passed, and she ended up, her organs went to, I was shocked the amount of people they went to. And she was young, and she had some stuff I won't bring up, but basically her organs were still really good, and she saved, it's insane, but she saved something, I don't want to lie to you, but I'm going to guess. It was something between like 10 and 16 people's lives. Okay. So, don't feel bad. There's, like I said, there's no way to know, and any choice is valid. Any choice is valid. And with Dre's situation, I've given that the same opinion. So I don't think I'm disagreeing with you, because you heard me tell Dre that I think that she shouldn't, believe that something's going to happen and all this, because it's a bad road to go down, and it's bad to try to do what she's doing and all this stuff and mentally prepare and everything like that. So I don't think there's a bad decision to make. I think that the people that love these people know what they should do, and they have the right and to make the decision. There's no one that would know more than you. There's no one that would know more than Dre, right? And so this is the thing. I don't want to come and tell you what my opinion is about whether they should keep him on or off. And I think it's hella destructive because of exactly your typing, what you're typing in the chat. That's why Molly is so vile, because she doesn't care there is no concern for other human beings. If I get up here and I say that Dre should have taken him off, it's just, people that kept him on are going to feel bad. And then if I say that Dre should have done the opposite, the people on the opposite spectrum are going to feel bad, because you're going to say, so you think YouTubers should care what people think all the time? No, not on anything. But these kind of extremely serious topics, when you make the choice to cover these extremely serious topics, you should think about these things. Thus, why I have a rule to only talk about these kind of stories when they're linked into other stories other than in extreme circumstances. You know how many stories people brought in? The Shannon Watts story? All those other stories that Katie covered in the beginning, a lot of stories Molly covered. I had people bringing me all those stories. I had people very knowledgeable in those stories being able to give me every detail of it. And some of them got mad at me because I told them I'm not covering it because it dealt with kids, or it dealt with or it dealt with some other very serious subject. So and you'll notice that the majority of all YouTube channels will not talk about this kind of stuff. It just won't happen. But that's because they're game channels. That's because they're opinion channels, commentary channels, right? And again, I don't think there's an issue with it. I just think that when you decide to talk about these kind of things, because of the nature, unfortunately, you're either going to factor in for the things you're saying, or unlike other subjects, you will be judged for what you say around it, right? And I'm so sorry to hear about that, Crispy. Okay. And I mean it, because I just went through it with several of my family members, and my recent family member was my cousin, who I'm extremely happy that she did what she did. She made that decision beforehand. The doctors came to her and said, listen, You don't have much time left. She knew it. She'd known it for a while, and she came to the decision that she wanted to give her organs to people that needed them.
I think you should be let
She did a very heroic thing, I think, and you did too.
go.
Is a farming town.
If he's brain dead,
Last person lives there.
then he's being used for his military benefits.
What? She just got hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're not broke. She makes massive money. Do you realize how little military benefits are in comparison? I always tell you guys, I'll be fine when I stop doing YouTube, because I will. We'll be able to live. We'll be able to get by. We're not going to be rich. We're not going to be living the life if we go just by our military benefits. What are you talking about? Why would you make a decision like that for military benefits when you just got, I've been told it was $700,000 is what Marvon got not long before this happened. And I also know for a fact that Dre makes really fucking good money. Why do you think she's able to not do her content right now? Why? She's not sitting there broke. Jesus Christ, man. Navy, what the fuck just happened? She's keeping him on life support to get a few months of $1,000 or $2,000.
Yeah, that makes, once again, this is Molly saying things like we saw the other night, that she claims to have this understanding of things, and she absolutely, anyone who's a vet or who's active duty military will look at her and go, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard anyone say. How do you even...
Well, also,
you need to shove some more chicken nuggets in your mouth so you stop talking, please.
And also, fucking, where is the backing logic? Where is Dre did this and this and this, or said this and this and this, so therefore I believe this? You can tell she's just flippantly, being disrespectful, chomping purpose. Like she said, I guarantee you that she sat down and said, okay, I'm going to go say vile things about Dre because it's going to make me feel good to do it. And I'm going to go get my chicken from Chick-fil-A, and then I'm going to stuff it down my throat, and I'm going to eat all nasty while I do it. Yeah, fuck those debunkers. I'd put, if I had $100, I'd put $100 on it.
Kate was awakened by someone banging on her front
Don't
door.
you guys agree with me?
No.
No.
This is very disrespectful towards veterans, because guess what, Molly? Many people are veterans out there. Many of them pass away every day, and their families in some situations are forced to make decisions. And I would guarantee you the majority of them, 99.999, going out a very long, never even consider the money with the decisions they make. Money is not as important to everyone as it is to you. Love the person, the situation, whether or not they can help others with the organs. All these things are the factors over money. Money, and then on top of that, you would need to make the argument that Dre is so broke that she has to rely off of that money. Right? On top of that, I don't think they would. Do you realize that when Marvon dies, right? I guarantee you, Molly, he has a life insurance company through the VA, because it's not that much money out of your benefits. I guarantee you he has I don't know if it's called the SSLI or something. There's some weird fucking, it's not that, but there's some weird acronym, and it's only like, it's almost like, I remember it being like $46 a month or something, but that's probably not it. And when you make $2,000, when you make $3,000, when you make $1,000, $46, so that when you die, your family has $400,000 is nothing. So, Molly, no, veterans always have life insurance on top of the other things they have. And they have an offer through the fucking VA or through the military to have life insurance. And it's not that expensive. It's given at a discount to veterans. So no, you don't know these things. I do, because I'm a fucking veteran. It's crazy town. And on top of that, there is I don't know how much it is, Navy, but when veterans die, typically there is another type of assistance that where where Dre would definitely get, I'm promising you, Dre, regardless if she has life insurance on him or not, just due to benefits, just due to other things, she will get more money than she would ever get by extending his life for a few months. You are literally evil and uneducated. You're wrong, and you won't correct yourself. I fucking promise you, you won't. Julie Virgo says, is that a Lost Mary elf vape that you can refill? Sorry if I got off track. It looks good. You can't refill it. That's the only thing. Now, you probably, I don't want to say that. Most of these, you can go online, and it'll tell you how to refill it, and it works. But no, I don't refill it. It lasts a long time, though. So typically, like, as much money as it would cost just to go buy another thing of juice to put in it, you know, it's not that much more just to grab one of these. Yeah, it's probably like $8 more or something. But, you know, if these things died every 2-3 days, I would not use them. But because they last me a lot longer, it's pretty much worth it just to buy another one whenever you need one. And they're really not that expensive, you know. If I was smoking cigarettes like I used to, I'd be paying $8.50 a pack right now. And I don't understand how cigarettes can be that much. I think they're ripping everybody off. I think it's disgusting. But these end up being like, instead of $8.50 a day, like $1.50 a day. Because I calculated it the other day, but yeah, they're not bad.
Oh,
the
bro,
ones here are so
in
much
New York,
smaller. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, in New York City, it's like $15 a pack, $16 a pack.
All right, let's hear a little bit more of this. Wait, what? What'd you just say to me?
Yeah, I said like New York City, it's like $15, $16 a pack. Yeah.
Okay, that's crazy because where I live, it used to be when I went to Long Island and I was in New York, it used to be $5 a pack for top of the line cigarettes, and in New York, it was $9. So they were about $4 more. So yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense what you're saying, but it seems like that it's gotten a little more expensive over there than it is here now. So. The ones here are much smaller. Cigs here are $15 in Canada. That's $15 Canadian money. Okay. I think that's probably a little bit more. No, that's a little cheaper, isn't it? I'd have to look at the translation. Yeah. But if you want like a pack of Camels, it's a Camel Lights or something. It's like $8.50, I think. Or hey, Tina. Well, thank you. I love those little stickers. They're so cool looking. Okay, let's get back on track. Thanks, you guys. It's all taxes, says Lauren. I know, but where do they go? Well, who's using them? Is it used for the roads? What? Where are our lungs? What are our lungs paying for? And I know you guys are gonna fucking get mad at me, but I'm not Molly. I don't make a lot of money doing this. I really don't. So I am going to share my PayPal link every like 30 minutes. I try to do it like every hour, but I'm going to do it every 30 minutes because I just need to share it. I just need to, you know, throw it out there. Don't feel pressured or anything by me sharing it. If you don't like it and you want to leave and say, oh, he's sharing it every 30 minutes, I'm mad at him. I don't mind, but I'm just telling you up front. Being honest about it, I'm going to be sharing it.
I think it's beyond cruel if he's being kept alive. Right?
You just said he's brain dead. But it's cruel. That doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. No, I don't know. I don't know if it's cruel or not, Molly. But the point is, in your audience, there most likely is either a family, an entire family, that is had this happen to them somewhat recently or is happening to them right now. Okay? And you talk about these kind of very heavy things irresponsibly. You don't even think about them. You don't even say factual things. If you did, you wouldn't get the pushback. Okay? I'm playing this because you do deserve the pushback for doing this. You can say you don't all day because I know that's how you work. You just say things. But factually speaking, due to the fact of what you're saying affecting so many fucking people due to the fact that you're talking about heavy, very serious stuff like this, you're just constantly shitting on them and lying to them and making them feel bad. You could think before you go live, like we do. Prepare your stream the slightest bit, like everybody else does, other than your friends. And when you come in, think about, you know, wait, I hold this really stupid opinion about this. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep that stupid opinion to myself and talk about some other stuff. But we know you do this because you love being on my show. Maybe not mine specifically, but you love the attention that you get from the criticizers. You love it. It's if you're not getting big attention from a viral thing that you're doing to lie about Dre or someone else like Shannon Watts or whatever, or Quentin or whoever, you're going to do what you can to get attention from the negative side.
And for someone
They use a telephone. Kay refused to let Will
Chomp, chomp, chomp.
listen inside.
to come,
I'm telling you, she is making me hungry, though. And not in a good way. I mean, I'm hungry and she's making me hungry. I think it's this that's making me hungry. Her eating it is reducing my hunger level, so that's
for
good.
someone to just come out and say,
Hey,
oh, Dre came out and said that.
And the Delaware State Police did respond, but didn't see anything.
He said something, that she said something in her fan club.
Without any further investigation.
What? She didn't say anything in her fan club. And what's crazy, Molly? You constantly are lying about what Dre is saying to her fan club. So I'm going to tell the truth right now. You notice how I kind of plan this stuff, even though I don't know everything you're going to say. I have little timestamps. I am going to tell the truth about what you say right now. I'm gonna literally tell everybody what you post in your fan club right now. We doing it right now. Nice little musical interlude. Interlope. Musical interlope. So, not that long ago in a stream, I picked a few things out of some of Molly's posts to read to you because they were vile, inciting a welfare check on Dre and the kids due to the accusations she made about Dre murdering her 3 girls. This is what she's saying now. It starts, in fact, I'll give you a really brief showing of it. Not going to put it up there long. There it is. It says crap. Here, I'll do that again. Crap. And she says, and I'm not going to read it word for word. I'm going to tell you what she's saying. Maybe some sentences I will read word for word. I'm going to keep it short because this is content she posted behind a paywall. Okay? I'm not going to abuse the content. This is fair use. Me commenting, reporting on content that's been released to Twitter from her Patreon. So no, it's already public. Okay. Crap. 3 minutes ago by Molly GoLightly. She deleted a screenshot from Molly GoLightly Facebook Messenger. One of the patrons asked her to. And there was a GoFundMe, no message attached. God knows what that means. So then she starts blabbering about how a lot of people come to her that she doesn't know and they give her a story why they want help. So she's saying there's a lot of people that bring me fundraisers wanting me to help. That's not normal. That's not normal. It's very rare for everyone else. So, you know, what I think is so many people know that you'll share fundraisers off the grip. I guarantee people bring you not straight up fraud raisers all the time because of your propensity to share them. And they're wanting to get away with it and use you and your audience to get some money so they can dip. My opinion. Popping out of nowhere, messaging me for GoFundMes. I don't know who they are, but it pisses her off. Whatever. She hates GoFundMe. Yeah. You know why she hates GoFundMe? Because it tracks everything. Isn't that crazy? Remember, the only other person I ever knew that hated GoFundMe was Red's Rhetoric. He would rather use PayPal.
I wonder why.
Yeah, he'd rather use PayPal, but he would also, only because the audience keeps asking him to, fine, throw up a GoFundMe. And it usually backfired in his face and got him in a lot of shit. But the reason people want you to use GoFundMe is because it tracks everything and it makes you pay the person who needs the money. This is a misconception fraudsters have about GoFundMe. They think they think that GoFundMe is going to stop them if they decide to go to GoFundMe and pay themselves or put it into their own bank accounts. They're not going to stop you. They're not there to police you. They will let you break the law. They will let you do illegal things. And then that's up to the police and the third party that GoFundMe employed to go around and turn people in and do a lot of the work for the police. So it's easy for the police to send it to the courts. And that's why people don't like GoFundMe. You stopped using GoFundMe because it tracked you and it got you in a lot of shit. I recall this. Anyway, Next page. So again, remember, she is telling you and lying to you about what Dre McCray put out on a private group of Dre's for her fans. So I'm letting you know the kind of things that Molly is saying. I'm doing commentary on it. So she's really mad, basically. A lot of talk about how mad she is that people want her to use GoFundMe. She says it's getting ridiculous. She says, I can't even pay my own bills that I'm giving so much money away. Bullshit. You see what she's doing? And I am going to show you this because she's going to call me a liar. Aussie Trisha says, I was driving. Smokes are $62 for 40 and they are the cheap ones. Government taxes alcohol and smokes very highly. Oh my lordy. Crispy says that her vapes are 2 for 35. That's about what I'm paying for this. Yeah, that's about what I'm paying for this. You guys say vape and it makes me want to hit my vape. So I want you to know what this says because she's fleecing them on her pay thing, right? She's not just sharing her links, you know, like we do, like other people do. They put it there and hope that somebody will dono to help them out, you know, to keep their show going and all that. Smaller creators. Yeah, I get it. I completely get it. It's hard to get by sometimes. It just happens. Sometimes something pops up. You have to spend a bunch of money on it. You go broke. The thing is, though, Molly, you are like, what's going on with you? You just made $18,000 in 1 month and bragged about it literally a couple months ago. Just 1 or 2 or 3 months ago. I think it was 2. You bragged about making $18,000 damn dollars. And that was just in your super chats to YouTube. That wasn't your PayPal. It wasn't any of the other ways you make money. It wasn't your Patreon. So you probably made way more than that. You showed your analytics. Those analytics only go for super chat and ad revenue and member revenue. You get me? So for her to tell them that I can't even pay my own bills because I'm giving so much money away. You bought a vehicle, a very expensive vehicle for your son. And I'm pretty sure she even got one for herself. You're sitting in hotels, ordering all these expensive things, eating all this expensive food constantly. And then when you get mad at me, you went around telling people that I spend all my money on Red Bulls and vape and Red Bulls and vape. By the way, paypal.me/unirock for Red Bulls and vape. But my point is, it was a joke, but you get me. You, on the other hand, this is to incite them. This is to incite them. This is to say, like, you're lying to incite it. If you weren't lying, I wouldn't care. Sometimes I understand. You got to share what, you know, if you want to share, hey, I'm going to spend money on this. I don't care. I don't think that's wrong. I think it's wrong when you're lying, when you're doing this. And you know, it's not true. You didn't give your money away. You didn't give so much money away. You lost a lot of money and a lot of donators and a lot of Patreons. That's a fact. You like to lie and say you're gaining a lot of them. You're losing a lot. You've been losing all the big ones. You've been losing the people that really supported you once they realized they had been lied to and manipulated for a long time. And that's your fault. That's not people that are talking about what you do publicly's fault. But to go a step further to say you've given the money away, this is you saying you've given charity with all the money you got so that people will give you money. Again, this is kind of along the grounds of a fraud raiser. It's kind of along the grounds of why we call out fraud raisers is what I should have said. You're trying to get money out of them by telling them that you gave your money to a charity or whatever. And in reality, you spent all your money thinking you were going to have just as much money come in forever or for the next few months at least. And because it nosedived so hard, don't let her act like it's not true. Don't let her act like, number one, it's not her fault. Don't let her act like that she chose all of this. She decided to do this. She doxed refunders. What did you think was going to happen here? You think people are going to keep giving you money when they know you're going to dox them? You're going to, if you get mad at them for literally anything. You got mad at one lady who gave you money because she asked a question and you read it wrong. And you flipped out on her, you most likely doxed her and attacked her, but you might not have. But the point is, you shouldn't lie to him and say that you're in this mess because you gave money away. It's not why. Okay? Yeah, you spent too much money. You bought things. Maybe Jake needed something. Your kid needed something, right? Which is fine. Just don't tell them the opposite when you go out. Post, I spent the money. Anyway. Now, let me just make sure there's nothing else I want to tell you about out of this. She says, oh God. Now listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this, people. Listen. Oh my. Ugh. I'm only going to read a little. 2 sentences. And there's a lot more than that. So I'm not, this is fair use. Popping out of nowhere, just messaging me a GoFundMe. I don't know who they are or what pisses me off. I'm really tired of being used. And yeah, just so she says I'm not lying. Here you go. She's really tired. She, Molly GoLightly, is really tired of being used for money. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. What do you think about that one, Navy? You got any thoughts on that?
Let's see. I think the phrase is CYOA.
Oh, yeah.
I think somebody's getting investigated by the Popo, and someone, Molly, is worried, and so she's going to go out there and try to cover her own ass as much as possible. I was used. Didn't you predict this? When this predicted, like a long time ago?
Absolutely, I predicted all of this. But it gets worse, Navy.
She was going to throw LATISHA under the bus. Yeah, 100%.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. It gets what? It gets. You think it's not going to get much worse. Oh, you know how I do things. I like to, I like to hit you guys in a very stylish way. This is my commentary coming at you. It gets worse, she says. I think everyone will agree that this is going beyond ridiculous. I mean, it's getting to a point where I can't even pay my own bills that I'm giving so much money away, as I showed you. But I decided to sneak this part after I asked Navy. I'm starting to hate this, she says. Well, considering the police are involved, I get why. And, oh yeah, I'm just letting you know. Now listen to this shit. I gotta pause the music because I'm gonna get pissed. I'm gonna throw my effing headphones off my head. I'm gonna break another pair of headphones. And yes, these ones are already starting not to work from the last time I threw them off my head. You guys haven't seen me do it in a while, but it's kind of funny. There used to be a compilation of me doing it. Oh yeah, I'm just and they were expensive. They were the PewDiePie headphones. Oh yeah, I'm just letting you know that there's a couple of YouTube channels that have really went above and beyond to set up LATISHA bias in this whole fraud thing to a point where it's really disgusting. And that's why I really don't want. Now I'm gonna tell you what else she says, but I just kind of want to let that stew for a second. She's talking about us. She's talking about Nonsense. She's talking about a couple other channels. But you know that me and Nonsense are at the center of her making that accusation. Okay? Because we are the ones that have gotten all the clips, all the deleted clips, all the Lauren, hey, no, I'm your #1 fan. I am yours. And I appreciate you very much. But you get what I'm saying here. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. I'm trying to just take a little breath here so I don't throw my headphones. Don't want to throw my headphones. Molly, over on unirock 2, I have the clips where you doxed people asking for refunds. Now, follow me because I'm going to prove to you it's a fraud raiser. I'm going to prove to you that you guys did this so that you could keep their money. Intimidation, threats, cyber stalking, attacking, doxing to keep money. Okay? That is not allowed. You can't do that. I don't know who told you could. I don't know why. You used to laugh and giggle and say that you didn't care. It didn't matter. You're never going to be stopped. You knew it was wrong. And now you're going to act like it's not a fraud raiser. When you intimidate people that are coming to get a refund because they were lied to by LATISHA, where and how she was spending that money, which is their right to do. And you all admitted the platforms themselves started to pull refunds, which means the platforms checked to see whether they were eligible for a refund from LATISHA's donations, and they decided yes. And then you guys went live and blocked the refunds after the doxing them didn't work. After doxing them backfired in your face, you went and siphoned the money out into a bank account so that PayPal and Cash App and Venmo couldn't grab the money and give it back to the refunders. Whether you think that that is a fraud raiser or not, it is. It is deceptive, intimidating, lying and attacking and doxing so that they feel that they can't get their refund when they deserve it. It's their right. And then you stopped the platforms who agreed with the refunders and you took the money out of the account to stop it. If you would have left the money in, let them get their refunds, and then went about your day because it wasn't your money. Even the platforms agree it's not your money. You were very specific with where the money was going to go, and you didn't tell people that LATISHA was just going to keep it. LATISHA can do whatever she wants with it. You said that she was going to save the grandchild in Marvon. You said that she was going to help them. That's why they gave the money. You can't go and tell someone you're going to sell them that really nice car out in the driveway you bought for your son, have them come to your house and hand you $23,000 in cash, and then keep the keys, laugh at them, and tell them to get off your yard. You can't do it. It's exactly what you guys did with the fundraiser. You would agree that you're not allowed to have somebody do that when they're selling you a car, right? You would agree that if you took money for Children's Hospital on a stream, $1 million comes in and you don't give it to Children's Hospital, do you really think you're not going to be in a lot of trouble? No, you know you're going to? Okay. So just so you know, Molly, no one set LATISHA up. Flava was a donator who wanted a refund. The other people that were out there asking for refunds were donators that wanted their money back because you lied. So don't say I'm setting anyone up. That is defamation. It's defamatory. It's a lie. Mrs. I'm going to sue people for defamation. That's what she says every time that she gets pissed. Now it gets really, really crazy. I don't know what else. Rocks. Let me see. I know this is really bad of me, but I was waiting to give rocks because, you know, when you guys send PayPal, I give you guys bunches of rocks for it, and there hasn't come in any yet. So I'm gonna wait and see if a dono comes in, and then if it does, I'll add it up and give rocks. If it doesn't, I'll still give you rocks, but I'm not gonna give you as much. So I do that every day, though. That's how I do it every day. Give it a little time, I'll hook you up, no matter what. I just want to make sure that if you deserve a bonus, you get it. You know what I'm saying? The next one. In fact, I'll do it right after we get through this before we go back to the video. So it won't be that long. Okay. Okay, here we go. Where it's really disgusting and I don't want to get attached to any families anymore. I don't want to put them in harm's way anymore. Because that's all it's doing. Just so you know, when you get close to a family member, it never works out. People always get in the middle of it. What? So somehow, Navy, and the reason I'm reading this to all of you is because it's absolute projection. Absolute.
Yes, 100%.
You agree with me?
I do, yeah.
All the guilt she's starting to feel, realizing after thinking about it for a bit that, oh God, the criticism that we've been giving you for all this time, it's true. Wow, I am guilty over the fact that I'm inserting myself into these tragedies, putting myself in the middle of families and then turning them against each other. But no, but that's not what Molly says happened. She says that she isn't getting in the middle. It's when criticizers come in and criticize her for getting in the middle of these families. Those people are the ones getting in the middle. Go ahead, Navy, sorry.
No, I was just going to say right fast, methinks somebody's not feeling as untouchable as they used to be.
Wait, someone says I forgot to pay rocks out last night. Did I forget, guys? Let me know. If I did, I'll still give you a bunch of rocks.
Yeah, you did. You were going to pay, and then we kind of went off. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lauren's right. Okay. I'm not going to check. I'm not going to check and give you a bonus today. I'm just going to give you a huge bonus no matter what. Okay. Since I forgot yesterday. I'm so sorry. If I would have remembered that, I wouldn't have said that earlier. Okay. But let's get through this and I'll give you a huge bonus regardless. Yeah, so the thing that I want to focus in on about this last thing is she says she doesn't want to put the family in harm's way. What do you think doxing is? She doesn't think that the way that she doxed Dre didn't put Dre in harm's way, turning all these people against Dre and then giving them Dre's address didn't put Dre in harm's way in any way. Like whether it happened or not, you're telling me that someone who was angry wouldn't have went and drove by and threw things at Dre's house, wouldn't have tried to attack Dre or something. Like a crazy viewer who's out of their mind goes to Dre's house after you give out her address. You did give out her address multiple times. We have video of people you sent to Dre's house standing, recording her backyard. And how do you know that one of those people wouldn't have taken a rock with them, put it in their pocket in case they saw Dre to throw it at her? Like, how do you know? You don't. You don't know. And this has happened before. There's been many times when things like this happens due to people doxing each other. The most famous, a man is in prison right now for the next 18 years because 2 years ago he got 20 years because he swatted someone over a Call of Duty game. Call of Duty. I'm hooking you up no matter what. I said I'm hooking you up no matter what. I don't know how anyone put anyone in harm's way in this story other than the doxer, other than the one that incited all the hatred against Dre for no reason. Literally, people, when they find out someone starves kids, they won't, there are some people out there who won't be nice to that person. In fact, they'll be the exact opposite. So, like, feeding the same people that you convinced, then on top of that, you convinced them that she was poisoning Marvon. It was very likely that somebody who was very depressed or that was out of their mind or that was on drugs could have seen the address that you shared to many people and went there to handle it themselves because they don't care what happens. They just want to save the Marvon and the kids, and the police aren't going to save them, and LATISHA can't save them, and Molly can't save them. These are the thoughts that get in people's heads when they're not well, and this is why YouTube and Twitter have strict rules against sharing addresses from us, content creators, to our audience, whether it's Patreon or not, whether it's Discord or not. Twitter, YouTube, any of those places. So you should never be doxing someone that at all, but especially not someone that you're going to choose to convince people is a murderer or a child abuser. I would say convincing people that someone is a child abuser is the #1 way to get somebody to have that happen to them out there. It's the #1 thing that'll incite people to go after that person physically. Know what I mean?
Well, and it's bad. Yeah, it's bad enough that she's already inciting people to go like spy on her house and stuff like that. Like, you think the people that go and are willing to spy on someone's house won't take it a little bit further because you make these
exactly
wild ass uncorroborated claims of criminal misconduct against children? I mean, come on now.
And Paula makes a great point. I'm gonna address it. I just wanted to highlight it real quick so that I can take a snapshot. And I crashed my browser. That sucks. Shit. Okay, guys. Sorry, my browser just crashed. I have to figure out where we were. My live chat crashed. Okay, got it back. Paula, I'm just going to read what Paula said. I was trying to take a snapshot, but it crashed my browser. She said, how does she keep getting away with this? I don't think she will, personally. I think that the platforms and the process for platforms to look into communities is very swamped right now, and I think it's not going to be more than a few more weeks before we have some response, because the stream she did towards me, where she was trying to get people to find out where I lived and watch me and all that, she said all that live, and I have it. She deleted it, but I got it, and I sent it in. I just think it's going to be a while before YouTube really gets back with me, and then it'll be a little bit of time before they even look at it. And I think that what she did to Dre, myself, and a couple other people alone, a couple of the refunders alone, yeah, I think she knows it. I think it's why she's gone so hard for a while. Because she knows I've reported everything, and she knows that what she did, if given to YouTube, will result in her losing either her partnership or her channel. And I'm not saying I want that. the whole time I said I didn't want that. I don't want that. I don't want anyone to be banned. I don't want anyone to lose their business, but you're not going to dox me, attack me, send people after me and my family, which they did, by the way, online. They went and looked up any social media for anyone they could that they could find that was related to me in any way, shape, or form, and ended up DMing them and threatening and all this stuff. And she incited it because I have the video. I have her telling them to literally do it when she first got mad at me. And you've seen the video. You guys have seen it. Clips of her doing that are on Unirock too, my main channel right now. So yeah, it's just a fact. It's just a fact. And Paula, the thing is, a lot of people don't realize how much work it takes. I've had to spend a lot of time just trying to get it reported and going back and forth and all of that. I have. And then on top of that, you know, we have her doing another, I think it was like 20 some doxes since we started collecting her. So we started to get the people she doxed, the proof of it together. If there was public proof, we got it together, like the clips or whatever, the posts. Since we started doing that, there has been at least 20 more people that she's done it to. And we would be live just, 3-4 weeks ago, and she would be holding somebody's home, holding somebody's face, holding their account up. The chat would be saying, I just went and reported it. Oh, I just went and DM'd them. Oh, I just went and said something on their post. And she was literally, you know, right in the open. Now, when she heard that I reported her for it to YouTube, you've noticed that behavior's kind of changed, hadn't it? A little bit. When she gets super mad, she still does some things like that, but mostly she's just been targeting Dre with a lot of lies, a lot of threats, a lot of, you know, nasty stuff. But you have noticed it's been a while since I've been brought a clip where, oh, she did it again. And 2 months ago, it was every day. It was literally every day we went live. It was another person that got doxxed with video evidence, with a post, you know? So she's definitely changed her behavior in response to us sending it all to YouTube. She's definitely changed it. You know what she did the first day she found out that I'd come and said, okay, guys, I sent the report in because I told you. Because a lot of you in the audience had given me where you had been doxxed so that I could get it in. She went and started to do a fundraiser in her YouTube. She went into her YouTube channel, clicked the button, and made it a fundraiser. Because, of course, she was trying to look all nice, and why would I do any of that stuff if I'm doing a fundraiser, which a lot of them do. Quantum TV, when he got busted doing some of the same things Molly's done, he got a hold of Ackman's family and called Ackman's mom and left her voicemails and stuff. And when Ackman sent that to YouTube, he changed every one of his videos to a fundraiser because he was trying to say, what, I'm a good guy, I didn't do that, you know. And that's how far these people will go. And they don't realize that when they start to change their behavior, when they start to, like, you know, do the things to make themselves look good right at the time that this happens, they're admitting, okay, you know, I get it, it's bad, it's wrong. Deleting it alone is them admitting it. Her literally, every time she's doxxed, she shuts down the stream like a few minutes later and deletes it. Every time that she's incited people to go after someone, she shuts it down and deletes it. You can go to playboard.co, type in Molly GoLightly, and look at all the deleted videos. And we have the clips. That's what you see on Kool-Aid. It's what you see on other channels. There are a lot of clips out there. There's a lot of people that have, you know, been uploading her clips, doing this for a while. Any YouTuber is going to do this until people make sure that the team YouTube on Twitter and the teams at YouTube under the YouTube support page is notified. Now, again, if you try to frame some YouTuber up and you try to false report somebody, it's not going to work, because the team at YouTube, this isn't an algorithm, this is a team, is going to go in and say, did they do something wrong? Yes or no? What did they do wrong, and what are we going to do about it? They're not just going to go in and ban somebody like Molly pretends happens if you report them to YouTube. She says that because when you go in and spam reports on YouTube, it's handled by an algorithm because of how big YouTube is, and that's what false flagging is. It's manipulating an algorithm to falsely ban somebody. Properly reporting somebody to a team at YouTube is not false reporting. It's not false striking unless the person isn't doing what you're showing them doing. You see what I'm saying? Okay, good.
How do you think that you need to convince us that he loved you so? This is what she chose to do. Latisha.
Here we
So
go.
now she's putting on as misinformation.
Hold on.
That
Let me
wanted
find
to
where we
hurt
left off.
Latisha so bad.
Here we go.
You
This
sure
is where we
with me?
left off. Oh, yeah, it crashed. I'm sorry. I'm not used to it crashing here. So this
Yeah,
is
no
what
worries,
RP replay. Gotcha. Let's go ahead and show the audience because she is going to say some things that you need to hear here.
They
Hear,
wanted
hear.
me to tell you all that, and I take responsibility for giving you guys misinformation. But that's the thing. Dre's ultimate goal is to hurt Latisha.
Jessica says people only watch her because they enjoy a shit show. She's incapable of creating real content and it requires intelligence and hard work. Sure, it does. It really does. A lot of the time, yeah.
So now she's putting on this spinning merry-go-round.
I mean, a lot of the time, it takes hard work and stuff. She, on the other hand, you're correct about what you said about her in the shit show. You were very correct.
Right? 95 miles an hour. And now the cops are involved.
Okay, so we saw this clip. I didn't know there's a lot of other things you needed to hear in this video. I don't know how much we watched a couple days ago, but we need to see it.
The man left the house. Kay's son rushed to their neighbor's house for help.
So the cops are involved. And she thinks it's involved because we framed Latisha. She's posted this again about framing Latisha. Us. Now it's not just Flava. She was originally accusing Flava. Now she's accusing the creators out there who covered this. She's saying that us showing the video evidence and giving our opinion equates to framing. Right? She's got to. It's the only thing she can do. It's the only option she has. She has to convince the audience. If she doesn't convince them, they're going to stop giving money. They're going to stop trusting her. When the police get involved and they're not involved with Dre, attacking Dre, investigating Dre, they're not. Like she said, she wanted the police involved, remember? She just wanted the police to investigate Dre for all these things she created. We came in and said,
Yep.
Molly, she didn't do any of that. Here's video evidence of what really happened. And then the refunders went and filed police reports because Latisha blocked their refunds by siphoning the money. Proof on Unirock 2 right now, last video. So the police, you wanting the police involved when something's going wrong, you should be ecstatic that the police are involved. Why aren't you happy that the police are involved? I don't understand, Molly. It's almost like you wanted to frame Dre and get the police involved with her, and you're really upset because now the police are involved investigating what you guys did. And I think you are worried about what I said 3 or 4 days ago, right before you did this video, which was Dre is not going to sue you before that investigation against Latisha because they're going to want to use that. They are going to need whatever the hell happens there. Got me? There's going to be a lot of evidence dug up with subpoenas and things in that investigation. So why would they sue you before that investigation? That is if Dre sues. I'm not saying she is or isn't. I'm not Dre. There's rumors, but I'm going to tell you now. You know, I know, we all know that's going to happen. Then Dre's going to make up her mind. If I were Dre, if 99.99% of my audience was Dre, they would sue. I don't think Dre has to. I don't think it means she's a bad person if she doesn't. Because most likely she will have to appear in court with you if she sues you, and she may just not sue you to avoid that. You might have succeeded in protecting yourself from a lawsuit just because of how nasty you really are. That might have happened, you know? But either way, sent you Red Bull money on PayPal, says Tiffany. Thank you, Tiffany. I appreciate anything that comes in very much. I really do. Thank you. Thank you.
Dre's not picking up the phone for no one. And this is all her fault. This is what she chose to do.
Police arrived.
And I want to make sure everybody knows I don't really need it for Red Bull, y'all. I don't really need it for freaking Red Bull. That's a joke.
What she's doing is horrible. She's going to wind up paying.
I typically don't tell you what I need money for because I don't want it to, like, you know, incite you guys like they try to do. I will sometimes in Discord or something when I'm just posting or whatever. But that, you know, that's me. Just, I'll usually only say, hey, I'm running to the store, and I'll throw the link out. Gotta share the link now so I don't have to go back, something like that. But you know.
Bang. And I'm telling you, I'm putting these videos out for a fucking reason. She is so fucking guilty, and she's doing it all to herself.
Guilty of what? See, you don't explain. You don't give us enough information. So we can't believe you. You have to, you said it yourself. You said that if somebody accuses someone of something, they should show the evidence. They should prove it, or you'll sue them. You said this. Where's the evidence that you keep talking about Dre? What did she do? How did she do it? How is she wrong? This is intimidation at some point. At some point, you're trying to intimidate Dre. Trying to repeat something with no proof, no logic, no evidence, no explanation, because you want Dre to believe it. You want everyone to believe it. But there's nothing to show. You won't show it. We tried to fact check for you. I didn't go in and fact check and say you're going to be wrong or you're going to be right. You can go rewind and look. I said, let's go fact check it ourselves and see if it's Dre telling the truth or if it's Molly. Because Dre's last video, she put out evidence that LATISHA was saying these things to make money. And then went dead quiet. So who do I believe, Molly? Do I believe the person who put out the proof that LATISHA does this thing all the time where she lies about something she needs money for so that she can get a bunch of money from someone and then she disappears? Should I believe the evidence that was put out, the proof that was put out that backs up what she said? Or do I listen to you? I'm going to judge it by what... I'll even be nice enough. You don't even have to pull up a link. You don't even have to pull up anything because I'll fact check it for you if you just tell me where it is or what it is or how it is so that I can find it, because I can't find proof of anything you've said about Dre.
Not me. Not
Sounds like you're scared.
Justin. No one else.
Sounds like you're scared. And it's weird because we've got all these little things that have happened. We've got people that are in the area involved in reporting the investigation saying that LATISHA's going to court in December. We've got proof that the summons was for not just fraud, but also for the harassment engaged in the fraud. And we know that you were the one threatening to dox, helping share information that LATISHA had shared from the financial project, the financial fundraiser. And all of those things are things the police do investigate because they're improper, they're wrong. No bank can hand out your private information because they're mad at somebody and tell the people that use their bank, go send messages to this person. Here's their address, here's their name. Literally, they would get sued to oblivion. But that's what you did. That's why we were so shocked that you were openly doing it on stream. You openly are doing it on stream. I have it on unirock too, and it's the last video on purpose. It's right there. You can see it with your own eyes. I'm not lying on you. In fact, I'm going to show everybody the video so that it's very easy for them to find the evidence of what happened. And that's why we take all the time that we take and put all the work into what we do so that you can go click on this damn video and literally watch Molly use the financial information from the refunders to dox them. Use it to threaten them. Imagine that you were a bank. Imagine that you were a restaurant. Somebody comes in and they're like, I hate this food. And they storm out. And the owner says, hey, he ran his credit card. Hey, everybody in the restaurant, do me a solid. Here's the dude's name. Here's the dude's phone number. Here's the dude's address. Here's what his house looks like. Now go and harass him for me. That's what you did. And we also have the result of your threats. We've got the messages that were sent. We've got the people you doxed coming forward, sharing things to prove they were doxed, sharing things to prove they were threatened. So yes, Molly, you very likely would be investigated, not Dre. Dre went quiet and sat with her husband and kids. You lied about Dre and doxed people with financial information from a fundraiser. Who's going to be investigated, Molly? Who? Now, maybe you're talking about Dre doing something else Like, maybe you're not referring to the LATISHA fundraiser in the last 3 months. So if you want us to believe that Dre is getting investigated, Dre is getting in trouble, just tell us what she fucking did. Just show us something that proves it. Please? Can I say please? What do I got to say to get you to back up what you're saying with literally not even evidence, just you telling me what she did? And then I'll go find the evidence. I'll do it for you again.
You can't blame anyone else.
Yes, we can. You can blame everyone else if they doxed people, if they took the financial information, like the people who hang out with you, if they took any of the financial information and they messaged anybody. Yes, you can blame them. You can blame people that LATISHA gave the financial information to in her personal life who did it. Anyone that did it can get blamed. It's the people that did it that get blamed, not the people who did it telling us it's someone else that get. That's not how it works, okay?
She did it to herself. And I hope she's watching. She's got no one to blame but her fucking self.
She's not watching you, Molly. Sorry.
She's not watching, Molly. I think she's just chilling and having a good time.
She doesn't even know who
Honestly.
you are, crazy person.
Yeah. Yep. And she would be having a good time chilling. Yeah, she'd be sad. I'm sure she's still wrecked. But that doesn't mean she's not enjoying her time with her kids. It doesn't mean that she's not grateful for what she has left and she's not trying to keep moving. So I guarantee she's putting things out of her head. I guarantee she's getting by. And that is the thing that takes power. That's the thing that takes self-control. That's the thing that's admirable. Somebody getting through a tragedy like that and trying to be there for their kids, trying to be there for their family. All the good things I can say about Dre, I'll just say that. You, on the other hand, are just sitting there saying things. You're just talking. You're staring at that live chat, hoping to God that everybody believes you. Hoping to God that your moderators get the people who say things like, oh, whatever, you're the one going down, and ban them from the chat. Hoping to God that Dre's watching because you want Dre to feel the slightest bit of worry, the slightest bit of negativity, the slightest bit of shit that you feel all day, every day. That's what happens when you guys get in this position. Every fraudster, every Fundraiser fraudster, whether they are doxing people like Molly did for the, now I don't know, Molly could have done a lot of other stuff. I just have evidence that she did that. Whether you're doxing people for the Fundraiser, whether you're the person that kept the money, whether you split money, whether you involved yourself in a fundraiser in one way or another, once it starts to be investigated, and I am ecstatic that this fundraiser is being investigated for the harassment too, because you know that being there is what's scaring her to fucking death. If it was just the fundraiser being investigated, then she would be sitting there breathing a sigh of relief because she would know that it's LATISHA who is being investigated. LATISHA is. And she would think, I don't have to worry because I'm not being investigated. But whoever helped you and, you know, your little peons, so your peons are included, Molly, whoever helped you and those peons do that financial information, doxing, threatening, harassing bullshit that you guys did, those are the people, instead of being able to breathe a sigh of relief, instead of being able to go about their life worry-free, they start getting this thing creeping in the back of their head. And it starts off and it's a worry. But as they start to remember things, so what happens is they get a thought, what if I get in trouble? And they try to push it away because they're used to pushing those kind of thoughts away. The guilt, the fucked up things they do, they're used to trying to push it away. But the problem is they know this is real. They know that this is a real consequence. So then it creeps further up their head. And what they do, real quick, what they do when it creeps up their head is try to say to themselves, okay, I'm going to remember what I did, and I'm hoping that I did this so that I'm not going to get in trouble and then I don't have to worry. Or I'm hoping that maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe I did maybe I wasn't the one that sent a threat. Maybe I wasn't the one that shared with my accounts the private info. They're doing all these things for every creep that worry comes forward. The problem is with Molly, she was so integral due to her admissions, due to her video clips. I'm not making anything up. I just shared the evidence. It's on Unirock 2. Go watch it if you don't believe me. those creeps are viable. And as for every creep forward in the brain, there's more worry, there's more angst. And then when it gets closer to the front of the head, anger comes in next to the realizations that she did do things wrong. And that anger is pointed inward. And as it creeps forward, she starts pointing it outward because it gets more and more and more prominent in her mind as it goes forward, to the point where the only way that she can cope with these things that are creeping in her head is for her to attack Dre. Is for her to blame it on Dre. Because if she blames it on Dre and convinces herself, she doesn't have to worry anymore. Go ahead, Navy.
So apparently we have 2 more screenshots from our Patreon dropped in the scammy room.
Excellent. Excellent. Sorry, I wanted to make sure I got that out before you came in, because I would have not been able to track properly. So I just getting it out of my head. Okay, 2 more screenshots in the scammy room at the bottom. Excellent. We do. We definitely do. I'm sharing again into the chat. Don't, if you want to ignore it, just ignore it. That's perfectly fine around here. Just reminding people that it's an option. So this is weird. Are these relevant though? Like, I haven't gone through them. Oh shit. It's relevant.
Yeah, she's going on about Aaron Carter.
Don't tell him. Don't tell him. I want to surprise him. No, go ahead. What were you going to say? It's too late now.
Oh, sorry. I'm so
Just
sorry.
don't tell him what she did. Okay, it's about Aaron Carter, but that's all we're going to tell you until we go into it.
It's about Aaron Carter. And we know that supposedly she was, somehow involved with them. So
with Aaron, yeah. So she might make some claims.
Yeah. Nick and the whole, I guess both of them, right? So
okay. All right. So we're going to take a 30-second break so that I can hit the little boys' room there. I got to take a pee. Sorry, I'm having a Molly moment. TMI, right? So grab a drink, grab a cigarette, grab a Sprite, grab a rum and Coke, grab a lobster meal, grab yourself a smoke and a pancake, grab yourself some CBD if that's what you do, or maybe you just like a Coca-Cola Classic or a beer. We'll be back in 30 seconds going into 2 new screenshots that you've got to hear to believe. They bad, y'all. I literally scanned it with my eyes and I was like, oh shit. I ain't playing. Wait till you hear it. I'm not gonna blast the music, Navy. If you're not gonna grab a drink or anything, you can talk to the chat. It's up to you.
Sweet, thank you. Lord. Yeah, so, and I've said this before with some other people that we've seen, like we sit there and say, okay, well, it can't get any worse. And Molly looks at us and says, hold my Chick-fil-A. And decides to just get way the hell out there. Like, she just spouts, she is literally pulling this from her ass and just making these wild ass claims. It is nuts. I don't even know how to process it. It's crazy. Hey, nerd. Yeah, every now and then he lets me just kind of talk for a while he runs to the head. So, yeah, that too. Hold my Xanax and Coke or whatever it is. Coca-Cola is what I meant. So, just so YouTube understands. Yeah, it really does grind my gears. That's very true. Like, her whole existence grinds my gears. Like, she is just vitriolic. It's amazing. Yeah, so I'm going to put this out there real fast. If you guys don't understand how to use the rocks, the rocks allow you to play games. One of the games is a heist that we go on. You type iHeist and put at least in a space 2,000 or higher. It'll let you join a heist to go for be pirates. You can also do iGamble space at least 2,000 and above. Will let you gamble. You can do iSlots space at least 2,000 or above. You can also choose the option of doing like iGamble or iHeist or iSlots space all, and it'll allow you to play the game. So you can also do iPoints to let you know how many rocks you actually have. And so if you've been in the chat a couple times and you need to give away rocks, you can, when you type in there and they do the payout, you can do iPoints and they'll tell you how many rocks you just got. And so you know you're entitled, you're in the entirety of your rock collection. And so basically it's just a way to kind of play games in the live chat while we're talking, while Uni's talking about the story and stuff like that. It brings a little brevity to it and things like that. So now when you do type exclamation point heist, you have to do the exclamation point touching the word heist, space 2,000 and above. And so you'll be able to do that, and you'll see like how many rocks you have. You get to play games. You'll see, you know, you join the treasure hunt, and hopefully you come out of it alive. Sometimes people don't. You can lose rocks, gain rocks. It's back and forth, but it's a lot of fun to do while the stream is happening. So.
Oh yeah, I gotta give rocks. Shit, dude, I'm so dumb. I get so fucking like busy with things in my head that I get backed up. Okay. I don't just owe you guys a normal rock payment for today. I also owe you the rocks. I didn't pay you rocks last night, so I'm gonna hook you up with a bunch. And we're gonna do it right now before we go into these new screenshots that just came in. And I don't know what's wrong with her. It's just, they're fucking so bad, bro. Like, oh my God, well, dude.
How many times have we seen these people who are begging for this attention, the clicks, the views, the money, get desperate when the things that they're normally doing have started to dwindle away? Their viewers are starting to dwindle away. Like someone was bringing up earlier about the whole, when she just went to Savannah, right? The thing is, the cops in Georgia, Florida, other places where they're holding these, you know, quote unquote little meetings that they have with the yell at people, the cops are starting to clamp down on their ability to yell and scream and use bullhorns and things like that in residential areas. And that is depriving them of their bread and butter, right?
You're glad I pause it so much? Thank God, because I always feel like I'm pausing too much. I pause it a lot because I can't stand it. I have to break it up. I'm sorry. It's the only way I can handle it too, Ninja. It's the only way I can handle it. Okay. 750, and you're correct, Navy, but 750,000 rocks. Typically, I would give 500,000. I only give 1 million on special occasions because I don't want it to get like normalized, but I'm giving you rocks for today of 100,000. Someone sent in a like $5 or $8 or something, so I'm giving you rocks for that, which is like the 50, and then I've added yesterday's 100 plus the huge bonus from yesterday, so we've got 750,000 rocks. I'm going to do a countdown, then we're going to tell you what these new screenshots are saying to her audience. Again, fair use, respecting the fact that she put this behind a paywall, though, because she's deciding to do these really fucked up things behind a paywall, we're going to commentate on it because it's already been released to the public. Here we go, doing the countdown for the rocks and then going straight in. You got to type or emoji to get the rocks in the chat. You get rocks for free by watching. You do not have to donate to get rocks. I give bonus rocks for people donoing and stuff like that. So just so you know that rocks are not a pay system or anything like that, like some trolls try to say. And it makes those trolls look really stupid when they say that, because you know that so many YouTubers use rocks, but they don't call them rocks, they call them points. You can name your rocks whatever you want. So payout engaged, just paid you out. Like I said, here's how rocks work. As you watch my stream, if you're typing in the live chat, if Streamlabs can see you, now Streamlabs only can see you if you're in the live chat. It can't see you if you're just watching, okay? But while you're actively watching and chatting and stuff, every minute that you watch or every 5 minutes, it gives you a certain amount of rocks. So your rocks go up just from being here, just from watching. Though people spend rocks to duel each other, hug each other, play games with each other, slot machine. There's so many things you can do. So it takes your rocks down. So when every day I usually give out so many free rocks just to give out free rocks. Just so you can play as much as you want. On top of that, I started to say, well, people that don't know on PayPal because it comes through right now. And like super chats come through at the end of the month or next month, you know. So because money's coming through right now and I can go get a Red Bull or something if I want with donos like that, if people dono on PayPal, I usually throw a whole bunch of rocks in just as a thank you. But you never have to worry, because just by watching, if you lose your rocks, just watch the show for a little bit and you'll get more. Or just wait till I give out the free rocks, you'll get more. Even if there's no donos, I do it all the time. So And I do have to say that because, yes, there are really bad commentators out there that try to claim that we're incentivizing the rocks because I give bonus rocks. If I was doing that, if I was incentivizing them, I would only give them out when you paid. And I wouldn't give out huge amounts, you know? People have millions of rocks. They can't even use all of them. Once you're here for a little bit, you'll have so many rocks, you'll never be able to use them. So it's not, no one runs out. That's the thing that these people don't understand. It's a little bit of a trap for really bad commentators that don't do their research. Okay. So, because if they did their research, they would know that. And I bet you some of them who have been in our chat or hanging out on sock accounts have shit tons of rocks themselves. Before we get back to the video, though, she says she's about to go live later. AV Watchman is going out to Beverly Hills. Who is AV Watchman? I don't know what that is. So she says these people are going out to have a conversation with Aaron Carter the night before he died. Aaron Carter's the one that passed. What's the brother's name?
Nick Carter.
Okay. I don't know who this woman is, but apparently she believes there is foul play and wants her story out, but is afraid to give out her identity. She met him in AV Watchman outside of Aaron's home. I don't know the story. What did she just say? I don't know the story yet, but she knows I used to be his life coach 2 years ago. She's claiming to her patrons that she was his life coach 2 years ago. Molly GoLightly. I've never heard that she was Aaron Carter's life coach. AV Watchman is another troublemaking creator that harasses people. Oh, I didn't know that. So number one, she's saying to her patrons behind a paywall that she was very intimate with Aaron Carter and was his life coach. Number two, she's spreading a conspiracy theory that he passed away due to foul play. Oh my God. I have 92 million rocks. Yeah. I've got 92 million rocks. That tells you how many rocks I give out. No one who watches the show regularly will ever run out of rocks. That just proves it. You can put the top 10 rock people on, you can hit points or whatever, and it'll tell you the top 10 people or top points or something. So yeah, that completely debunks that narrative. It's insane, because I clear the rocks. I usually clear them out like every 6 months or every year. So she may be live in an interview later. She's saying that she may be interviewing the woman making this claim, and she's Aaron Carter's life coach 2 years ago. If you were really Aaron Carter's life coach, you would have proof. You would have evidence. Was she, because I know a lot of you in the chat know things about Molly, was she Aaron Carter's life coach? Was she literally, like, officially Aaron Carter's life coach? Aaron Carter drowned. They found, I think it was, 5 aerosol cans by his tub. He was huffing. You never take a bath when you're doing drugs. What the hell, Aaron? Especially not alone. Lord. Legato says, I don't have to pay for rocks? Then who have I been sending Red Bulls to in unmarked packages? I wish!
I love it.
I wish. I got the last one. It was great. I'm just kidding.
Wiki Crafter says, he fancies himself a gatekeeper. He's a menace. NAHW husband had him harass Piggy when he returned. Okay, I don't know who NAHW is, but yeah. So apparently it's just another problematic streamer.
Interesting. There is evidence, and yes, she was, says Clemens girl. Okay, that's fine. I'll accept it if there's evidence. I just wanted to make sure. I know she'd have him on her streams a while ago. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't lie on Molly, of course. I just know she lies a lot, so I got to fact check things. Was she his life coach, though, is the question. So she was the life coach. She didn't just talk to him. She actually was his life coach. This is why these celebrities have to be really careful, because they give attention to people, and then those people clout chase that attention. She said she was his life coach, like publicly too, not just behind a wall. Gotcha, Jan. Gotcha. Now, is it proper? See, this makes it even worse, guys. I hate this. I hate this. You know what I'm going to say? Is it proper for his life coach to take a random woman and try to say that he was murmured? Because what this is going to do for Molly is it's going to spread and spread and spread and spread. And then she's going to have the scoop on the story. It's so improper. It's very improper. And I don't even believe her, because it's an unnamed, unidentified person has this story about Aaron being murmured. And if it's just this woman's story, Molly shouldn't be putting it on Patreon. She shouldn't be repeating it. She should only be considering it if there's actual evidence, and that should go to the police. Shouldn't go out on YouTube. Shouldn't go out on Patreon. She's doing this for money is all. Safari says, I agree with you. I think that we can say that if you're willing to chase graveyards, if you're willing to chase ambulances, which is what Molly and Justin and LB and all of them have been doing, then how are we going to trust you when you have this massive story that the police don't even have? And I'm not saying Aaron wasn't, right? I'm just saying in about a month or two or a few weeks or even a few days, when you see these massive conspiracy theories floating around about how Aaron was this, just know you got the scoop on where it came from. So keep an eye out for Aaron Carter conspiracy theories. She's going to exploit this. I hope Nick and his family go after her. I don't even know. Like, I mean, you being a life coach, you shouldn't even be weighing in on this. You shouldn't even be talking about this. You shouldn't be. You are supposed to be not even, I don't even think you should be sharing that you're his life coach. You shouldn't be bragging. I don't know any psychologist or life coach for a celebrity that goes around waving, I was his life coach. I was that life coach. I was that celebrity's life coach. I was that celebrity psychologist. I think she's crossed all kinds of no-nos by telling all kinds of things they talked about, and even put why he and his brother fought. That way, too personal stuff crossing HIPAA. Yeah, and that's the thing. In some states, depends on the state you're in. Some states, oh God, I got to take off. It got warm in here. I got to take this off. In some states, life coaches don't have to go. They aren't applicable to HIPAA laws unless they decide to talk to their customer about specific things. There are specific things that a life coach can cross into HIPAA territory. Not HIPAA. I'm not trying to say HIPAA. I know HIPAA has very specific laws. I'm trying to say that there are things that she can talk to her client about that cross into protected information, whether it's HIPAA or another law or another rule. And the reason is, if you talk to him about mental health, if you try to give him mental health advice, there's things you can't do as a life coach because you're not trained. And Molly is not a life coach. If you're going to be a life coach and then you go out and stand in front of a man whose son has just did what Marvon did, and you keep bringing up this stuff to that guy and saying these crazy opinions about you, do you realize her life coaching to someone whose brother just committed suicide would be, well, if he loved you, would he have done it? That literally is a clip she said, and I played it yesterday. It's going probably to come out in this video. Okay. So my point is, there should be things that psychologists, psychiatrists, life coaches, people that offer their assistance to people, if they go out in public and do these kind of like crazy ass things, maybe they should be like not considered to be able to be one. And I know it's kind of dangerous territory, but then again, you know, if you only when you're talking about that person, only when you're referring to that person or what they said to you. I'm not saying in general, but you get what I'm saying. It's horrible. And this is what I mean. If Molly exhibits signs that she is a clickbait queen, we should not consider that she cares about the stories that she covers when it relates to tragedies. Clickbaiters do not go and cover tragedies for no reason, or because they care or anything like that. That's not what clickbaiters do. It's not what money exploiters do. You literally have evidence that they are a money exploiter if they are doing it in this other situation. You literally have evidence that she is choosing the money, not caring about the family, not caring about what she's saying in the other stories. So when she comes into this story, she's already spreading a conspiracy theory about her client who passed away. And it's wrong for her, the life coach, to be considering this. If she really was a life coach, and I don't mean she's not technically calling herself one, I just mean if she was acting like one, she would have told this woman, okay, come with me, or here's the phone number, or if Molly couldn't get the woman to call the police, Molly would be calling the police. Molly would be making sure to ask the woman what she knows, getting it to the police, not putting it out publicly and allowing the cops to handle it if she was acting like an actual life coach, is what I'm trying to say. Sluggos, good point. They're like notaries, easy to... Exactly. But they also can't give medical advice. They can't give legal advice. They also, in some states, can't talk about their client publicly, can't share what their client says publicly. In fact, I have... you can get on the internet and look up the basic rule set for anyone who tries to offer that kind of professional, as in... You're paying me, you're coming to me as this person, I'm providing you a service for money. That in itself is when, and sometimes not even money, just a service or getting something out of doing it, getting fame out of doing it can be the payment. But offering these things to someone, you don't get to say now, well, I'm not his life coach anymore, so I can talk about it. No, you're beholden. You've decided to be this thing. Now you're beholden to it. You don't get to say, well, I can profit off of not being his life coach now that he's dead and spreading these theories. Yeah, but no, you can't do that with your previous clients. It doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. And people can do it. Molly can choose to do it, but she can't cry when people look at her and laugh at her for it. It's the biggest issue with this story. It's the biggest issue with every story right now about her. You know? She tries to act like she's the victim. It's almost mind-boggling. She tries to act like she's the damn victim. She tries to be the damn victim. I'm a victim because they're talking about what I'm doing. Then you're victimizing everybody you've talked about in certain ways. If you hold an opinion that my commentary, my tame ass commentary on your public dealings is somehow harassment, you know for a fact that what you're doing is harassment. It doesn't mean I'm harassing anybody. It means you believe you are, factually, because you're not responsibly commentating. You see what I'm saying? Anyway, they pulled MGL's certificate. She doesn't have one now, says Safari. How is she still doing it on Patreon then? Because that's why she literally had patrons join so that Molly could life coach. That's cray. Uh-oh, if it's true. I don't know if it's true. I'm just saying. And of course, if you guys want to support me, I'm putting my PayPal link in the chat. You can support me whatever way you want, of course, if you want to. I'm just going to be sharing it throughout my streams for a few days. You know, got to do it sometimes. We do have another page that I need to scan really quick. So she says she life coached Aaron. Okay, I'm not going to say she didn't. Supposedly she did. So, okay. She says, I'm here with my mother-in-law, blah, 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 blah. We are able to get addressed envelopes with signed photos out. If anyone hasn't gotten their photos. Hold on a minute. Are you telling me Molly GoLightly has headshots, has photos and signs them and sends them to people that pay for them?
Yes.
Do these people put them into picture frames and hang them on their walls? Do these people put them into frames and hang them on the wall or something? Or what do they do with them? Molly is signing photos? Oh my God.
I'm guessing we're going to have to ask all 2 of the people that probably bought one. And I'm assuming one of them is probably her. So, yeah.
Oh, sorry. That just shook me up. That just hit me.
Did you read what Deb just said?
The one in the green dress? Oh my God. What? What did Deb say?
Oh, yeah. She even has nudes that she sells. Shocker.
You know, oh, here it is. So you can get this. I'm helping her out. This is a public picture, by the way. Look, this is Google. I'm using this for fair use to give, to back up what my commenter said here. So this is the photo that Molly will sign and send you, and you can hang it on the wall. Okay, I need to stop. I don't like being mean to anyone, and maybe it was mean for me to laugh, but it was a natural reaction. I tried to hold it back. I just couldn't. Stop it. I don't want to laugh at that. I bet you could make bank with busy bread shots. Oh my God, Misha. Ooh, that's a good point. All Patreons get one, and there's also nudes. And if not a Patreon, you can buy a green dress one for $10, and it's Photoshop. I am a Photoshop expert. You know this, right? I'm not kidding. Things I can do with that program. So let's throw it in real quick. I just have to. I can't wait. I can't wait till the stream's over. I'm doing it. I can do it real quick. My peeps know I'm pretty good with this shit.
Danny tagged us and said dartboards, like the photos of the dartboards.
that would be pretty funny. That would be a good little skit to do. She would say it's a death threat, though. All right, is Molly's picture photoshopped? We're gonna find out by a professional photoshopper. Yeah, go ahead.
Lauren says you should Photoshop you in that dress.
I can do it in 2 seconds. Hold on. Do I have to release it? I'll release it for $10 to anyone that wants it. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'll do it for free. I'm going to do it for free. It was a joke about Molly. It was a joke. Lordy. Hey, this actually works. Hold on. I got to turn on my display capture here. All right. Hold on. You guys, I'm pretty good at this shit. Now, normally I wouldn't do it this way because I have a different way that I do it to make it perfect. But because I'm streaming and I just want to do it really fast, I'm just going to do it like this, okay? Man, beards make it really hard. Here, I'm going to do it the sloppy, quick live streaming way. All right, let me get this blue out. Oh, it's going to delete my beard. All right, we good. I'm pretty quick on the Photoshop. I've had to be because I do my thumbnails in Photoshop, so I'm going to cut my beard off just because I can get rid of the blue. There we go. I could probably see what I look like without a beard. I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
Green Frog says, you're so pretty, this is a good look. Take the beard off.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, there's the chin area. Top of the head. Now, normally I would take the hair out. I'm not going to... It takes time for everything I do, so... What do you guys think? I know you're going to get mad if I don't put it in freaking Discord.
Cherie says, you're damn sexy. Sunshine State said, this is fire. Linda Lou said, make it like a headband.
I'm charging
Lauren says
10.
sexy.
for this picture. It's a joke. I'm giving
Mickey
it away
May
for free
says-
right now.
Mickey May says those melons though.
I know, man.
Sunshine
lucky.
State says
I was
nice,
blessed.
nice tits. Yeah, nice tits, Unirock.
I'm pretty damn good. Okay, so the picture's in there. Let me minimize this. Okay, let me stop this tomfoolery that we're involved in.
Safari Dream says you're too sexy for that dress, in their opinion.
I'm too sexy for my dress. So sexy, it hurts.
It hurts.
Okay, here we go. So here's the final product, and I did that so fast. Bam. Now imagine what I could do if I took like 30, 40 minutes and actually, you know, like I could superimpose my face and make it look real if I wanted to, but you know, that's just the quick version. It kind of looks too real when you just glance at it, like it's bothering me.
Kind of creepy, yeah, no. Deb says the beard looks good trimmed. Rolling on the floor laughing. Awesome.
I know. I could trim it off. I'd probably need to for this, but okay, guys. I'm sorry. Look, usually this is all we do on our streams is just mess around like this and have fun, but you know, we've been trying to take it a little more seriously just because there's a fraud raiser going on, but we're going to get back to just joking and having fun. Trust me. All right. Uni and address review. Let's go.
She's putting out videos about how much they went in love. Look at the videos that I put out. Look at the recent video that I just put out. Why does she feel that she needs to double down on how much he loved her? When I'm saying, bitch, how do you think that you need to?
Kay survived.
First off, the anger at Dre for loving her husband and believing that her husband loves her. She didn't try to prove it. I'm not even going to flip out. Honestly, I feel that feeling of patheticness when I see her act like this. I don't even get enraged. I used to get enraged. I just think it's pathetic now.
How do you think that you need to convince us that he loved you so much? Because you're trying way too hard.
She's literally just, again, lying to everybody that Dre is behind puzzle pieces.
That he loved you so much. He loved you so much that he went outside.
Oh, man, it makes me sick to my stomach. I changed my mind. It makes me sick to my stomach.
You know, the thing is, they do this all the time, right? This is a common ploy by these people, right? So anybody out there who disagrees with them, who posts like nice things like what Puzzle Pieces is doing of a reminder of the good times and all this kind of stuff, it must be the person they hate doing this, right? They did the same thing with Nonsense. Nonsense had redone a post. I think it was like she didn't realize it at the time, but it was of Katie, right? KJ, and they claimed that Nonsense was KJ for the longest time, and still to this day, right? Claimed that
Nonsense has even shown pictures of herself. She didn't show her face, which is fine, but she showed, you know, Nonsense showed a picture and said something. I forget what makes jokes. Nonsense makes a lot of jokes. She's really funny. She's a really good content creator, entertaining, on top of informative. But Missing Puzzle Pieces, for those of you that weren't around months ago when we were going through all of this, this channel, they joined in order to. I'm a Slay with Dre McCray follower and a Slay Mafia paid subscriber member since it first started. I've had a front row seat from day one to Dre and Von's life on social media. I've heard his so-called voiceless man speak out on several occasions. I've watched all of the Facebook pages, Facebook groups, YouTube channels expose the many narratives of who Dre McCray is and why justice for Von is needed. Let me point out, I have seen all the complete videos they have posted live in real time, and I've been watching the edited videos being posted now. I, of course, like everyone else, have my own opinion, and I do not agree or stand for everything Dre has done. But also, I do not think it's fair that the whole picture isn't being presented. Especially Von's point of view in all of this, since it's the reason why, supposedly, this all even started, and yet they do not show what he said and shared many times. The content is there. I'm here filling in the missing pieces of the puzzle for you. And they do. They do. They show us what they didn't want you to see, what Molly GoLightly, LB, Justin didn't want you to see. Growing in his faith, the McCrays, what they didn't want you to see. Days ago, Puzzle Pieces is not letting Molly stop her. And I feel bad because I've been really busy. Lots been going on and we haven't been watching Puzzle Pieces videos. We're going to let Molly talk for just a couple minutes. Then we're going to see more of this. We're going to watch more of Puzzle Pieces. We're going to see what Puzzle Pieces has been putting out. And just get prepared because it is sad. Because, you know, Molly's narrative, you can just look at the pictures here. Molly's narrative. You know why Molly's mad at this page? She's doing, anytime Molly gets mad at someone, she just goes at them like crazy. Lies about them. I'm glad Molly's proving this about herself. I'm glad she's showing us that this is how she is every second of every day. Pathological liar. A selfish, nasty person. I'm not insulting her. I'm describing her. When Molly stops acting that way, I'll tell you the opposite. You know I will. I'm not like her. I have no hatred for Dre or Molly. But I don't like what Molly's doing because Molly is profiting off of the narratives that she's putting out about this family. And what if it was you? That's what you got to ask yourself anytime you see these people do this. What if it was you? Do you really think it'd be hard for you to be targeted if it was profitable for any reason by any of these people?
You know, the thing is, like, what anyone out there, anyone in our live chats, anyone anywhere could become tomorrow the next big influencer on, you know, Instagram. You get caught and you something viral happens and you become this, and people come out of the woodwork trying to destroy you for nothing other than jealousy and wanting to ride the coattails of your fame.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I saw that, R-Top. I saw that.
And hung himself. Sorry.
How does she have even one supporter? How can Justin or LB participate? People aren't what they say they are. They're not as good. Money makes people do things. Money makes people lie to you.
Well, and they pretend to be like these upstanding people that we're going to do this for justice or the right thing or moral code, this, that, and third. And you watch them long enough and you find out that it's complete bunk, right? They will support the worst of the worst.
Do you ever see us doing that? We give our opinions, but we never sit here and go, I'm the best person. I'm moral as hell. I'll tell you straight up, I'm not the best person. I'll tell you straight up, I mess up all the time. I get in arguments, I yell and stuff. You know, I'm not the best person. I tell you that all the time. I make mistakes constantly. But they need you to believe that they are, because their content doesn't work if they're not. So the problem is, like Linda's saying, people are evil. People are bad. People are nasty. People are, I don't know what words to use. I use evil because there's no other way to describe how far they're going. This isn't the beginning. This isn't the middle. This has been going on for a long time. It is beyond defamation. It's beyond torturous interference with Dre's business. It's beyond any of the descriptors I can use, and all I can say is it's evil. But another thing real quick is the internet itself is not real. The internet and social media are not real. Doesn't mean you can't find real things on it and people can't show you real things there. It means it takes a lot of work to do that because of how many lies and how many narratives are out there. If you don't think that you go to Twitter right now and get ripped off, you're crazy. You could walk out your door in any big city and walk down the street and be ripped off and be taken advantage of, if not robbed. You can literally go to Facebook right now and look around for something to buy or someone to give your money to, like a charity, and be ripped off instantly. A lot of the charities online that aren't backed up, that aren't proven, that are out there, that are just online charities that pop up and go away are scams. If not most. Back when the internet wasn't this good, back when we didn't have bandwidth that could handle video like this, it was in the email. everybody had an email address because, you know, phones weren't like they are now. Everybody, you know, didn't carry a phone around as much as they do now. And people communicated by email a lot. It was a big thing for a long time. A lot of people use phones and text messaging now. But anyway, you would get scam after scam after scam after scam sent to you. You can go to a web page and a little pop-up can come up. And if you click the wrong button, you can have malware installed on your computer and it can rip you off. In fact, a very popular scam that once malware got on your computer, it would pop up and look like it was from Microsoft and that you had to click this button to stop a virus, right? And most computer illiterate people that are using a computer, like one of my family members that I won't name, did it. And then once it's in there, it lays dormant for like a week or two. And then it pops up after it makes your computer freeze. And it says, your computer is infected and we can help you right now. And it puts you on a telephone call with somebody that was from overseas, and they walk you through, you know, doing this and doing that and doing this. And by the time you're done, they have full control over your computer, and it costs $350 and all this. And I had to go in and deal with the aftermath of this and clean it up, which I had to do a full wipe. There was no way to keep the system after this. I had to do a full wipe. And these are things we've fought. I have fought. I used to fight viruses, malware, and those type of spyware by using Spybot S&D, which is still a great program, though. Basically, when these Spybot S&D, when this program came out, you know, the technology that they invented or that they were using, Microsoft and other companies ended up picking up, and now Windows Defender will pretty much do everything. But if you're using a computer from like the 10 or 15 years ago, you can still use this program and it will still work. And what it does, it takes the program, it's like getting an antivirus. It's like getting an antiviral shot for the flu or something. It takes, if once it runs, it'll take a known virus that's out there and make your computer impervious to that virus so that it can't infect it. And we used this for years, and it worked very effectively to prevent scams, because the viruses lead to scams if they can't get into your money, which Microsoft worked really hard to change. I'm literally boring you with tech talk. I'm a nerd.
You lose.
I think we watched this part. I do think we watched this part a few days ago, but we need to see a little more. I'm going to put her on a little faster speed for everybody, just so we all can, you know, not be, you know, bleeding from the ears for as long.
She's not guilty of anything.
Not yet. And we don't know what she did or what she didn't do. But you need to hear this, because these are the thoughts going through Molly's head. Is LATISHA guilty of something? When Molly tells you it's not, Becca, buy a new 1990 dress. I'll try, Becca. I'll try. 1990. I get it. It took me a second. That was a good one, Becca.
Sorry.
Took me a minute. I will go in and identify where that picture has been photoshopped, though. It just, you know, take me some time. In fact, I can do it real quick, honestly. I can do it while she's talking.
She doesn't care about Raza. You think she cares about that boy?
Now, this is one of the more disgusting things I think you need to hear, because Raza is Dre's son. Could you imagine somebody on the internet saying this about you and your kids? She has no clue whether she... why? What? Why? Why does this woman not care about her kid, Molly? How? I don't even believe it. It's such an extreme statement. It's like saying that unicorns are on the moon right now. Like, does any... Be honest with me, chat. Do any of you even think it's 1% true? I mean, where do you go? What? It's not even logical. It doesn't compute, man. Fuck, man. It's just, it gets worse and worse and worse and worse.
All she cares about is what she's gonna get.
That's you.
That's what she cares about. She's gonna get and trying to get these people off. That
Projection
ass
is crazy.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not dipping into anything. I don't even have sauce.
All right,
Trying so
loading
hard
picture
for all of us to
into
believe
photo
that she
forensics.
didn't force this giant on him. Why is she worried about the fucking giant?
Oh my god, her fucking chompity chomps are even flipping worse when she's at 1.5 times speed.
Yeah, it's horrible. Like
Like I
her
said.
eating on camera is probably one of the worst things I've ever seen in the 4 years I've been
Why is she so
hanging
scared of
with
this
you.
giant?
Yeah, you're right. This has been heavily photoshopped.
Why is
Which
she
you
so
would
scared of the
expect to
things
some
that we're saying
extent.
on YouTube?
Who is scared of the things you're saying? Everybody's disgusted by what you're saying, not scared. Are you kidding me? This has been edited with Adobe from the metadata. Don't believe me? Okay, fine. Adobe, which is the program I use, just so you know.
Makes you wonder, right? Weird shit, huh?
This is her
Weird.
coming out and saying that they're scared because they're not responding to her. That she must be right because nobody's responding to her. And what she
Yeah.
means, like Dre and them and all this kind of stuff, like nobody's responding, so they must be scared and they're being quiet. Instead of being like, I'm sorry, I don't have time to respond to a crazy woman in Georgia or wherever in Pennsylvania, and because I have a husband to take care of.
Well, Dre straight said she was leaving social media under advisement from her lawyers. Oh, sure, Becca. I completely expect it to be photoshopped. I don't think it's a bad thing that it is. The question is how much it's photoshopped. What is photoshopped about the picture? That's the question. I'm just going to see if I can find out.
Veronica asked, can you undo the Photoshop?
No, unfortunately. No. If it was done with layers, I may be able to undo some things, but most likely not, no. Because it doesn't save that data when you render the picture, because it actually renders the picture. If they do it properly, it will. So all I can do is gain some information about what was changed and how it was changed and what programs were used, the date, size, things like that. Maybe even a little more info, but that just depends. But I'm working on it. We'll see.
I'm sitting over here.
I definitely can show you that layers have been used right now. Definitely, there's multiple layers in this photo, as you see with this top layer that's been identified through the program I'm using, and you see where that layer cuts off right here. And see the green dress part at the bottom? It's so this is layered. This is a layer that's been used, and whoever did this picture didn't pull this other layer down over this. So you know what I'm saying? But that's all I can tell you for right now. That doesn't mean anything, because you expect them to clean the picture up and stuff like that. Did they warp anything? Did they shrink anything? Did they morph anything? That's a different story.
In front of my computer thinking, responding to these videos saying, bitch, wait.
You're saying to Dre, bitch, wait. You know, I never say what I'm about to say. I never do it, but I think I will. What makes you think that's not what she's saying to you in regards to her lawyers and the law and the investigation? What makes you think she's not saying be wait to you? Right? I mean, fine, say it to her all day. If I was Dre, I'd be laughing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'd be laughing. I'd be saying the same thing. Like if someone came to her, like one of her friends who's actually watching this and stuff, to keep Dre kind of like slightly updated on what's happening, so she can talk to her lawyer and get things done. Dre's definitely saying, "Oh, you want me to wait? Yeah, no, bitch, you wait. Yeah, we're coming."
You got a lot more problems than worrying about what I have to say about your stupid videos from fucking 3 years ago.
3 years ago. From 3 years ago. How? Look, Dre 3 years ago was right here. Hold on. See how she's a little bigger here? You can tell that she's got a lot more weight. This is like 2 years ago, or maybe a year and a half. These videos are new. You are lying. You are a liar. You can't. Your narrative was debunked by this YouTube channel. They destroyed it. They decimated your lies. They turned you and Justin and LB into a laughing stock for the bullshit that you were spitting. You sat on your stream. Your first stream attacks her for starving her kids. And if you just scroll, They slayed you. Okay? So while some of the videos are from 3 years ago, others are from a month ago, but well, before the tragedy, or 3 months, or 6 months, or 8 months. You're lying to your audience, hoping that they don't go there. It covers the gambit. They covered the gambit because they wanted to show that you're lying. And you're doing nothing but proving them right. Over and over and over.
So I have a question.
I'm the least of your fucking problem.
Yeah.
Uni. Let's say, for example, that we entertain for the slightest bit of a second that, you know, at missing puzzle piece is Dre. What's wrong with this?
What's wrong? Nothing if missing puzzle pieces was Dre, but when missing puzzle pieces started, blows that whole thing out of the water. But you're right, I get what you're saying. Even if it is Dre, so what? It doesn't mean that these videos aren't real and that we shouldn't watch them and judge the proof against what you and the others said. Now, the reason that we know that this is not Dre is because we know what Dre was doing and where she was around this time. She wasn't anywhere to clip and download and post all of these things. She wasn't able. She wasn't available. You know, and do you really think that Dre would be able to do this with Marvon laying there and just be able to look at all of this and not be torn to shreds over the memory, over the trauma she's experienced with this? She found him. It's a trauma. They're turning her trauma into dollars and clicks and money. And it's not that they're reporting on it, because reporting on it isn't turning trauma into dollars and clicks and money. Giving an opinion and commentating isn't. But when you lie and you create narratives by using the story, it is the definition. It's the way that you do it. That's how you do it. When you go and you create drama, when you go and threaten Dre, when you go and make things up, when you're the lie you're creating is not able to exist without that tragedy happening. The logic, if I report on what happened here, there's no logic saying that I'm making money off of it by talking about it. There's no thing, because I talk about weird things happening on the internet all the time. I talk about strange things happening on the internet all the time. It fits what I normally do. So unless you're going to say all my content does it, then you can't say that. Though when you look at someone who has to create a lie, and that lie is dependent on the tragedy itself, whereas I would have reported on Dre if she would have done a fraudulent fundraiser in 4 seconds. I would have reported on Dre if she would have done any multitude of other things. That's the point here. So Molly, again, being debunked, she's mad. These Patreon posts where she's like, I can't pay my bills, I can't do this, combined with what she's saying in these other videos, showing what she's thinking about and how she's doing around this time. She's thinking about how she needs more money. She wants more money. She can't pay her bills, yada, yada, yada. And at the same time, she is out here angry and throwing this at Dre because in her mind, it's Dre's fault. At least she wants you to think that. In her mind, she would still be making all that money if those pesky debunkers didn't frame LATISHA. Those pesky Dre wouldn't have put these videos up on this. I'd still be making my money and I wouldn't have to post to my patrons saying what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. if these guys wouldn't have come out, I would have revealed the truth. We've heard that before, right?
Nothing about us commentating stops them from revealing any truth. Nothing about us giving an opinion, nothing about us playing what happened prevents them from doing anything. They could ignore us and it wouldn't have changed anything for them if they weren't lying, if they didn't run a fraud raiser.
Problems. You got 3 kids on your back. We saw the email that you put and sent out to your ex-husband about your money. Gotcha.
So you're saying that when someone's taking care of kids and they expect their ex to financially help, it means they're a bad person for expecting the ex to financially help, is what you're saying. Because you know that describes I don't even know, an enormous amount of your audience. Not saying they directly have that issue, but someone in their family, someone they love, someone around them meets those criteria. So you're describing an enormous amount of the audience in a negative way and putting them down if they fit that bill. The things you say do not just fit to Dre. And besides that, so what? It's not my business. It's not your fucking business. Right? Is there a reason? Because if there is, fine. Is there some reason that this relates to what's going on? How does that relate to what's going on? This thing about Dre's kids and the ex-husband. Like, she's mad at the ex-husband last time I checked. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait for some Kool-Aid clips. I'm ready to play some Kool-Aid clips. I'm at the bottom of General. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. 1 second.
Yeah, she thinks she's smarter. I know what I saw.
This is like Mad Ramblings right here. Mad Ramblings with... What's
Yeah,
this called? Mad Ramblings with Chick-fil-A.
She knows what we know, yeah.
She knows. How do you know anything? How do you know anything about Dre? She hadn't said anything. She hadn't done anything. You're just making shit up.
And that's what she does, because she knows, like I was saying, like the other night, I think, was that she knows that it's a double-edged sword that Dre doesn't respond. One, she wants her to respond, and two, the fact that she's not going to allows Molly to say wherever the hell she wants. Because there's no, like, the one person who could oppose her is not going to say anything.
I pray, I mean this, that Marvon wakes up, sits up, gets up, and after he's had time to adjust and heal up and everything, head straight to YouTube. Because it's a possibility until we find out. You know what? Oh my God, I didn't even think about it, bruh. Part of her, she said in this thing that she hopes Marvon never wakes up. Part of that is knowing that if Marvon wakes up, she's screwed. She is screwed if Marvon wakes up. And we've got the evidence to prove it. We've played it. We've already played it. We're probably going to play some more when we go to Puzzle Pieces. Marvon does not agree with what she's doing.
Loved you so much that he woke up. He's got into another...
I'm about to say it. I gotta stop myself. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna fucking say it. Hey, Veronica, thank you. Appreciate the support. Well, say it. You better stop yourself, Molly.
misunderstanding. The rope was down here, laying.
Okay, that's it. I'm saying it. You realize what they were gonna do, don't you, Molly? You realize what they were doing, don't you? You do. Because it didn't have to do with Dre. You realize what they were getting that camper ready for, don't you, Molly? You're acting like Marvon was experiencing some kind of issue with Dre, and it's her fault that he went out there. But from the data that we have, what was he about to do, Molly? What was Dre, and what were they about to do with that camper? Where were they going that might have put an extreme amount of stress on him? I can't fucking stand her.
Right there.
Nope.
Right?
Oh.
What did she say? Oh my God. She was like, you stupid fucking dumbass.
What?
I make more than you do, you stupid asshole. And then all of a sudden, she ended up having to pay.
Did she delete this video? I bet you she did, because she knows she'd get reported to hell for doing this.
For him.
I can't. I got to take a break for a second. Molly wants us to believe that the pressure on Marvon, when he had a thing that he'd struggled with abuse, he struggled in his childhood being abused, being neglected, being hungry. He had said, and I quote, "I never want my children to go through what I went through when I lived there." And they had been preparing their camper to go there. So I don't know why you're not considering that, Molly, as a stressor. If there's any, I don't believe it, by the way. I don't believe it. But what she's saying is wrong. The stressors on Marvon, he'd been living with the stressors of Dre for a very long time. He'd been dealing with the stresses of whatever stress he had living with Dre, and he could have walked away from Dre at any time. He could have just walked away. He could have just left. Got me? But that man, when we hear the videos of him talking about abuse and talking about depression and anxiety and all that, he's talking about his childhood before he went to his grandparents. Because he said his grandparents really were there for him and took care of him and fed him and loved him. And he said that woman, talking about his grandma or his great grandma, he does love her. Yes, he loves Dre. I agree. I'm just saying, if he was so fed up with Dre, he would have left. He had the resources. He had the ability. There was nothing stopping the man. Molly is saying that he had some payment from the VA. Nothing about her fucking logic and her story lines up. She's ignoring the massive amount of stress he was going through, having to face his childhood demons. They were preparing a trip. They were preparing a trip with the RV. You know where they were going. Straight back to the most traumatic point in Marvon's life. And I still don't think that that's what made him do it, Molly. No one knows. I don't know how YouTube allows this. I don't know how someone can literally sit there and, if you think that everything else you've done, doxing Dre, sending people to her home and all of that, lying about her, making money off of the narratives you created about Dre isn't enough, you have to blame her for her husband doing this and say that he didn't love her or he wouldn't do it. It's so sick. I can't believe YouTube. YouTube could probably be sued for this. I mean, shit. If I was Dre, just out of fucking sheer fuck it, I would be suing anyone and everyone. That I'd be suing Molly, I'd be suing Patreon, I'd be suing YouTube. I would just be going off. Oh, you don't know why? Because many people have reported this. Many people have sent in emails to Patreon. They've sent tweets to Team YouTube. They've let them know that this is going on and it's not stopping. I don't know if they followed through with their reports, because usually those platforms will write you back and then you have to go fill out a form and then you have to get in line and you got to wait for a team to contact you and it's a long process. But anyway, I'm not sure if anyone did the other stuff they had to do, but at least we know that this is just blatant. Look at how many people know about this at this point. We've found one of the most disgusting events that YouTube and social media is used for. Because if you go any further, if you go out there and look any further than what we're looking at, people doing this, not commentating on it, not reporting it, but people doing this, not criticizing it. But if you find anybody doing what Molly's doing +1, they get banned. And people are looking at this and saying Molly is +5 million across the line. And I agree. And it takes, you guys know how much it takes me to agree that somebody needs to be banned off the platform. You guys know. Oh shit, it's been a while. I'm sharing my link. Just consider it. It really helps around this time of the month. Hey, okay. I'm sorry, guys. You know how I do. I don't want to hear her, so I'm trying to drag it out, but let's go.
Getting to lessen his child support. So it backfired on him. She thinks she's smart, but she's really a fucking idiot. And she lost a lot of support by acting like a pompous asshole.
What? That's not what her analytics say. That's not, her analytics don't say that she lost support by acting like a pompous ass. When was this? So I can go check. Or are you afraid of people checking this stuff? Well, for God's sake, what?
The same as that girl, KJ. Do you know how many subscribers, Patreons? I made a lot of money off of assholes like KJ and Dre McCray.
You know why you're saying this, Molly? Because you're actually losing. You posted to your patrons that you couldn't pay your bills. You're a liar. Who are you lying to, Molly? Are you lying to your audience or are you lying to patrons? Because you're saying the opposite. You're saying two opposite things. Oh, you probably hate it when you get caught doing this, but I just caught you. Let me find it. I'm going to show you.
The last I heard, she had 200 Patreons at $50 a month, right? Do the math. It's 10 grand a month.
Mm-hmm.
If you are broke,
wow,
poor, and you have to have a Amazon wish list for dog food, and you can't survive off 10 grand a month, there is something wrong with you.
She needs to be careful. The amount of doxing she's done, and she makes that much on, all it's going to take is someone to send it into fucking Patreon. It's all it's going to take. Literally. They did it to Onision in a snap of a finger for one tweet. And I really truly think that Onision was just being an asshole and didn't realize the phone number was on the top of it. Molly, literally, I mean, I'm sorry, y'all, but Molly should be really, instead of doing this, pushing the limit, because she's going to piss off one of Dre's supporters and they're going to do it. They're going to go grab the video clips and send it into Patreon. Support. It's going to happen. Patreon's way different than YouTube. It's not hard to get a hold of Patreon. And yes, Molly, it happened on Twitter. It didn't happen on Patreon. When you do kind of like really egregious stuff off of that platform, they ban you. Yeah, he was a doxer. I completely agree. Yeah, he was definitely a doxer. The thing was, Onision had done it so out in the open that last time, and Patreon had the evidence in front of them. See? People dox like crazy. People like Onision and Molly and them. The things you're seeing them do in front of everyone is nothing compared to what they're doing behind the scenes. And they get so used to doing it over a period of time that they end up messing up, or they get too cocky. And you got $10,000 rolling in on Patreon. You do not want to make enemies of people who have video clips of you doxing people and threatening people and doing this stuff, Molly. And then you know what happens if you literally say the truth? That's the truth. I'm not shitting on her. Obviously, I didn't report her to Patreon. I thought about it. I did to YouTube. But what is she going to do when someone grabs those video clips? Oh, I know, but that's the thing. Like, YouTube pays on the 21st, okay? Right now is the 14th. That's why I'm pretty broke. Because, you know, from the 1st, it's when Patreon pays. I don't make a lot on Patreon. All my peeps are members and stuff, right? But it's well into the month, right? It's a few weeks into the month. We got to pay our bills. We got to do everything. And everybody's broke, including Molly, according to her Patreon, right? And the reason she's posting that on Patreon, the reason we have that post in front of us, is because she spent all of her money that Patreon gave her in the first of the month. And here it is 2 weeks later, the 14th, and she's saying she's broke on Patreon, right? If once she gets closer to the 21st, when YouTube pays us, she's going to have a bunch of money again. So she gets this huge influx of money from Patreon on the 1st, and then she gets a huge influx of money from YouTube on the 21st. But the point I'm making is, it's incredible because there are people out there like the Dick Show. He made $23,000 a month on Patreon, and I forget what he got banned for. But it was him sharing his opinion. He wasn't doing any of this. He was sharing an opinion, and he does hold extreme opinions. I don't think they're hateful or anything, but he's pretty crazy. and he got banned from Patreon, losing 23,000, right? Molly making 10,000. The things that I've seen people get banned from Patreon for, the things I've seen them get banned for, are nothing compared to what Molly's done in the last couple months in front of everybody. Okay, is all I'm trying to say. So most people are against censorship. Most people don't want it on their shoulders to go and file a report to Patreon. But the more she tortures people, the more likely someone's going to do it. And they're not going to be a bad person, Molly, for doing it. I'm not even saying that Patreon would ban you. I'm just saying they're not going to be a bad person for reporting you for doing the stuff you're doing, right? How do you make 10,000 a month on Patreon and literally dox people openly on YouTube and then delete it constantly? How? What the? Are you? It has to be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Oh, Deb, I know. Go ahead, sir.
You think she's untouchable? No, it's just that she does think she's untouchable, and at that point in time, right? And now, watching what we're watching now, and the things that she's saying, and the fact that she's deleting all these videos, you can hear the kind of quiver, the kind of fear sneaking in.
What would it be like?
Did I do too much?
G's. Yeah.
Oh, I know.
It's there. What would it be like though, man? Like, oof.
I mean, you're looking at like that's what, like, so military wise, right? You're looking at 10 G's a month is what, like, you know, higher ranking officers pull in, like, after taxes.
Really high ranking officers, like really high ranking, yeah.
I mean, it's 10,000 a month. You're looking at what, 120,000 a year?
Yeah, senators make that, yeah.
Yeah, you're looking at 120,000 a year.
That's just Patreon
alone.
That's just Patreon. Oh yeah, 120 just off
She's got
Patreon.
like between 700 and like 1,100 members on her channel. So you got that plus Patreon plus whatever else that she, you know, bamboozles them to send her via super chats and everything else, right?
I love you guys. Oh my God, the live chat is so good tonight. I don't understand her begging for a vacuum. Shruggy emoji. She's such a joke. She constantly brags about how rich she is. So why does she need an Amazon wish list or anyone giving her money?
And an Amazon wish list for dog food.
Cherie says, let's get Uni a new dress. PayPal.me/Unirock. All I want's a pizza, Cherie. I'll settle for a pizza.
Small pizza?
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, definitely small pizza. I can't gorge. It's upsets my stomach if I eat too much, but yeah. Okay. You know what? I keep pausing because I just can't stand it, but let's do it. It's cringe. I don't know if you guys get it. This is the cringiest content you can find. And you guys know that I've always uploaded cringe compilations and I focus on really cringy things a lot. I try not to brag about it because, you know, that's really the backbone of the channel, you know, looking at the cringy, laughing at the cringy. It is very cringy. Cringy is like where you're like, oh God, I want to turn it off, but
right. People that treated their supporters like assholes.
She did not just say that.
I'm telling you, the rejection is strong in this one.
It is literally Jedi level.
Assholes like KJ and Dre McCray. People that treated their supporters like assholes.
Jessica says, I'm physically disabled, yet keep getting denied payment, yet this person is able-bodied and just effing lazy. I hate her. Oh, man. She hurts my soul, Uni. I know. Me too. The thing is, it makes your soul stronger. Have to face this. You have to face it. We have to understand it. I am on a mission, a cringy, shitty mission, where I have to find this kind of content that just makes you go, ugh, and watch it and understand why people are like this. And I think, you know, I've really been doing some self-reflecting. I'm not joking. This is not a shtick. And I'm trying to understand why I'm so fascinated by this stuff. Really, you know why? Because I found this through commentating on Dre. You know, I made a video about Dre and Marvon and the rumors that were out there. And I pretty much said, listen, this is what people are saying. I'm going to look into it. A month goes by, you guys bring me the fraud raiser, and that's how we're brought into this. We didn't come into this looking for cringe. We didn't come into this looking for the dumbest content on YouTube, the craziest, the most insane, but she feeds it to us regularly. And honestly, I do. I think she does it for not just us. I mean, everybody that watches her. I think she's one of those people like the Lobster King who is the cringiest, like creepiest thing, the grossest thing. And it drives them absolutely up the wall that people laugh at them and cringe at them and don't like them. It drives them up the wall. So when they start getting criticized and they start getting laughed at, they go full nuclear. It's like she thinks she's getting back at all of the people that laugh at her by doing the thing that they criticize to the max, right? And it's a little bit of the secret that we roll with. You know, I said this in Discord before I ever criticized the lobster fundraisers. I said, listen, if he's really doing this, he's really what they say they are. When I criticize him legitly for what he needs to be criticized, he will respond and go nuclear. Yep. And he did. And this is Molly going nuclear over. Like, she really does bring us up. There's clips out there of her mentioning me. She just threatened to sue me again a couple days ago. Oh, don't envy my intestinal fortitude. Don't, because I'm about to puke right now all over my freaking keyboard just from watching this. I'm just playing.
So the funny thing is that, you know, people would come into this live chat before and be like, well, this is about Vaughn and Dre and all this kind of stuff. Why are you talking about Molly? The reason is because what we've been doing for the last couple of years is exposing these YouTubers that are abusing different situations to steal money from you.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Whether it's
literally
a
about
fundraiser
her
or whatever. Yes.
Correct. It's literally about her.
Yes.
So it's not about your take on what happened with Dre and Vaughn. It's not about, you know, what you think about Dre as a parent or Vaughn as a parent.
Oh.
It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the fact that you have another content creator who is out there using a trauma to get people to pay them money and having a fraudulent fundraiser in the same aspect. And that is what you've been doing for the last several years, even before that with other things, right? And that is what this is about. It's not about whether you agree with Dre or don't agree with her or Vaughn or who the fuck ever. Right? Yeah. It's about exposing the shit people on YouTube.
And the thing is, Dre probably has done many things to be criticized for, right? Just like Katie. I've criticized Katie. I'd say what? In the last 2 years, a large portion of my content, like 50% of it, was criticizing Katie. And the thing is, when you look at these kind of YouTubers, you look at YouTube, you know, I'm mostly concerned with YouTube, to be honest. I'm mostly concerned with social media or YouTube. You know, Dre having private her life and issues. When I found out that, I think when I reported on Dre, the rumors were that she was starving the kids. She was feeding them stuff that gave the chicken, the dog, and Marvon seizures. And there was all these rumors out there, and I started in on telling people what was up. And that was because we had this huge influencer that supposedly was doing these things, and it was this big story. So, you know, it's something people might want to hear about is the thought. But these live streams, looking into all this, seeing what's going on the platform, if we love our platform, if we like the platform that we're on, you know, you have to fucking say something about this stuff, because that's all there is. Like, all we have are our voices. We're not supposed to stalk people like Molly does. We're not supposed to torture people or try to get back at them, unless it's through us putting out arguments, putting out our opinions, putting out, you know, how we feel about things. That's the only way we're supposed to battle. And the real challenge is going into these situations, commentating on these situations, and trying to come out the other side with good commentary and good streams, which doesn't happen all the time, because, you know, you are facing someone. You know, I wanted to put this story down and walk away several times, but it always keeps evolving. It's just never stops. It's just a constant flow of content. And I know I'm boring you guys, but the reason it is, really quick, is because if without the constant flow from them, they don't make money.
They didn't show them any value. Didn't embrace them. Didn't.
Now, again, you could say the same thing about me, but it's not really true. I literally could be sitting here playing a video game or looking at other things, which we've done thousands of topics, and we do just fine on all of them.
Appreciate them. She yelled at them. Listen, I get snappy with some of my Patreons. That's just because I can't fucking control myself.
What are you talking about? When did Dre get snappy or yell at anybody? I've never seen this.
But I love them. But
good night, Veronica, and thank you for being here and watching, because that's why we can do what we do. So thank you.
you gotta see these assholes.
It's just getting comical at this point.
She's gonna be in jail. I'm telling you. I see her.
It really is. Like, even her facial features like make you want to laugh. Like, it's a horrible laugh, but her viewpoints and her lack of understanding of literally anything.
Yeah, it's
just
pretty
like,
funny.
You can't be this bad. This has to be scripted. This has to be one of her reality TV shows where she is just this stupid.
It's like an Andy Kaufman skit. This was all just a big troll, and the proof is she has it all recorded and scripted like months beforehand or something. I don't know.
Right?
Okay, she said something, and I need to hear it.
She's gonna be in jail. I'm telling you.
KJ, but then she changes it and says Dre. So I think she's saying Dre here, but
you gotta see these assholes.
Spoonie says, honestly, I had no clue this stuff really happens. I'm glad I found the Unifam. It's taught me so much. Plus, love the live chat and support for one another. Well, thank you. We love having you. And I know I haven't been doing it much, but I do try to put out content that would help people not fall prey to scams and fraudulent fundraisers. I'm going to get back to doing more content like that because I think that's what the important takeaway is, right? Uploads, watchable, easily watchable stuff that kind of shows people how to avoid it.
She's gonna be in jail.
Yeah, I think she changed it to Dre. She said it's on 1.5. She said KJ to Dre is going to be in jail. So I think she's saying Dre is going to be in jail.
I see her in jail. A couple of years, she's gonna actually really be in jail. I can see it, and that vision of her won't go. And
again, guys, yeah, go for it.
I just want to know if those thick ass glasses of hers allow her to see the future.
So you have to understand, guys, she is taking what she's worried about and projecting it onto people that she doesn't like. These are Molly's concerns. These aren't her thoughts about what's going to happen to Dre or even Katie. This is what she's worried about for herself or for LATISHA or whatever. And that's why out of nowhere her commentary has shifted from, you know, what it was a day or two ago to that we were showing you a day or two ago to what we're showing you right now. That this is the minute that LATISHA, this is the aftermath of LATISHA, of Molly knowing that LATISHA is being investigated. And I want to know how Molly found out, because I bet you LATISHA finally answered her phone or finally called Molly and went off on her. You know, those channels you told me that were liars and stuff, they were right. They're coming after me. You know, I want to know how she got the information, because it had to be from either LATISHA or a different family member.
Go away.
But just so you know, this is pure projection. And it's actually, you know what's weird, right? And I don't usually do this until later in a story. And I'm not diagnosing her because narcissism isn't a diagnosis anymore. Though it is factually how a narcissist operates. This is what you don't know. Regular people don't project their upsetness or and when they get angry and they snap at somebody, like you let's say you drop a glass and it was because you noticed one of your kids walking around the corner making a loud noise. And so you say, oh my gosh, you made me drop this glass, right? But then you apologize, right? And so sometimes we have those tendencies, but those are the things we put in check. For Molly, she feeds those tendencies and lives off of them. It's all about the selfishness. It's all about it's not about anyone else, not a single thought for anyone else. It's only the self. And so I will be building arguments on what I think is Molly's characteristics, but that's going to be later down the line. But Molly just said,
yeah, go ahead.
Molly just said she's getting ready to strike Kool-Aid for copyright. Welsh says, oh, she's talking to Lauren. Jessica says, I don't like Dre, but at least she actually spends time with her kids. I'm like, oh gosh. Well, and you know, I don't know what Molly does. I do know that it does drive Molly absolutely crazy. So what we're going to do is we're at 12 minutes and it's really good. We're at a really good spot. I'm wishing one to go to jail doesn't make it come true, Molly. Very true, buddy. I'm going to make sure I share my pay link again. I'm just going to be doing that every 30 minutes or so. Now, this, though, we're at 12 minutes. I don't want to forget because sometimes it resets or crashes. We need to look at the missing puzzle pieces because this is the channel that Molly is so mad at. And you know what you need to do, y'all? Make sure you're subscribed. Please look at that comment. Which comment you talk about? Oh, the one that I...
what she typed, Lauren, yeah.
Lauren, could you possibly put this in the section? I don't have it. Is there any chance you have contacts at YouTube who could help get my channel back? I don't have contacts. I have communication with some other YouTubers that do, and I have a way to write YouTube. So yeah, I'll get a hold of you. What is today? Tuesday. I'll get a hold of you this weekend, and I might be able to send an email for you. And if that doesn't work, we might be able to message another YouTuber that I communicate with very rarely and see if they can help us out. But yeah, I'll definitely see what I can do for you, okay? Because I don't like it when that happens. And I've been there. I didn't lose my channel, but I did have my monetization threatened when demonetization came out, and it knocked my 10 videos that were in the algorithm out of the algorithm, and it was just a bunch of shit. We need to look at this missing puzzle pieces, though, because there is content on this channel that drives Molly up the wall. And you need to make up your mind for yourself if you've been watching this story. You don't need me to say anything to you. You don't need Molly to say anything to you. You don't need LATISHA. You don't need LB. You definitely don't need Justin. You need to watch Missing Puzzle Pieces, and a lot of the videos are very short. Now, rest assured that I have on live stream and off live stream went to the source of these short videos and shown you that they aren't faked, that they aren't cherry picked, that they are literally good representations of points against Molly's narrative. This is a channel created to prove that Molly, LATISHA, LB, and Justin, when they were on their spree in the beginning against Dre, trying to frame her for all those things they painted her as, this was video proof that they had been lying. So I encourage you all to spend a couple hours. I don't even think you'd need a couple hours. You might only need an hour. I don't know, but because some of them are like 7 and 6 minutes, but a lot of them are 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. You need to watch these if you haven't seen Dre's live streams so that you know, so that you get it. Because when you hear Molly talk like this, you might think, there might have been some reason for her to believe what she believed until you check Dre's content. When you check Dre's content, and no, I'm not saying that this content is absolutely indicative of their whole life. I'm saying that for Molly to be able to draw, and LATISHA and the rest of them, the conclusion that Dre is committing these crimes and abuse and all this against her family, they needed something to draw it from if they weren't making it up. And when you see this, you'll know that they were making it up. All of these clips come from the exact same sources that Molly was showing her audience. Molly, though, was the one showing videos that were clipped up. And if you don't believe me, you can go back to my live stream where I take Missing Puzzle Pieces video and a video from someone trying to frame Dre that was played on Molly's channel, and then I show the entire live stream. And you see for yourself the narrative. You see for yourself which is right and which is wrong. Let's get into it. Let's get into it here. Musical interlude. Ugh. Ugh. All right, real quick, we're just going to blast through some missing puzzle pieces. I don't know if I'm going to play a game or continue to stream this stuff or something else. Maybe we'll just hang out. I don't know, because I don't want to go offline anytime soon. We might, though. Either way, I haven't even seen this. I haven't even seen this. Haven't even been looking at this. Let's see. Let's see what we got. McCray cooking, whether you agree with their lifestyle or not, the joy and satisfaction shared among this family while in the kitchen is crystal clear. And I'll play this as soon as...
Damn, okay, honestly, like, this is gonna be so legit tonight. We're gonna be making alkaline vegan earthing pizza, mozzarella sticks, onion rings.
That's one of the starving kids, according to Molly. Now, notice how skinny Dre is. If you want, you can go to Dre's Facebook, go to the video section, and find the date and time of this. I don't know if it's in... Let me see what it says here. I know we've put out several videos of this family in the kitchen throwing it down, and today's will be no different. We see how cooking in this household is always a family project. They all have their various specialties, and when they come together to create meal ideas, the end result is always delicious. Now, here's the issue. Remember, a lot of the hate that was generated towards Dre was because her and Marvon starved the kids. And then it was later... there was a big narrative of child abuse and all this stuff that led to the narrative about how Dre was trying to poison Marvon, and then she could have been responsible. Was, I believe, just 5 days or 4 days into Molly's video spree against Dre in the very beginning is when she tried to say that Marvon could not have done what he did in the shed, that the police don't know what they're talking about. That shed couldn't have held him. And Dre must have done something and started to accuse Dre. So the hate that was built very quickly before LATISHA came in used this content, used this hate, this narrative to say that she needed fundraiser money of a very large amount in order to sue Dre for custody of the youngest kid and to protect him from Dre, and then sue for power of attorney for Marvon so she could protect Marvon. That all came from this spree of videos that Molly put out in the very beginning. Now, also, KJ put out some stuff, and everybody says, "What about what KJ did? What about what KJ did?" We're gonna look at KJ's stuff eventually. I need it first. Like, I need to find it first because there are some videos that I think aren't there anymore. I think she deleted when she asked for the refund, so I need to find backups and stuff, and we'll get to it. But for now, and I will make videos, and I will call her out. See. The thing a lot of you don't know is I don't hate YouTubers. What I do is go in and criticize what's happening or agree with it when I look at stuff. And me and Katie do not get along. We haven't for a very long time. This whole thing about me and Katie being in cahoots was literally just a lie that they put together for God knows what reason. Probably to defend themselves. Either way, though, with what you're seeing, it's not a... I know I've said this stuff, but I want to say it again. It's not that I'm saying that there were issues with this family. There may have been. But I don't know many families that do this. I don't know many families that get together and literally spend all their time doing what this family did. And it's so much of a difference. It's not as if they have a few videos of them, of Dre cooking in the kitchen and then putting plates down in front of the family and then they end the live stream. This is hours and hours and hours. I've shown you videos. I've shown you a 3-hour video where they were cooking because they'd start making muffins. The kid made muffins. Marvon comes in and tastes them while she's cooking like the mushrooms and this other stuff. And they put all this like stuff on the vegetables and then they have all this other food. And anyway.
Salad. And
pizza.
Well, that's true, too. Yes, Katie did correct herself and apologize. Very true.
That's what Bella did.
This next clip, we see how excited Bella is to share her latest accomplishment in the kitchen. Now, when Molly reacted to this video, she was trying to say that Marvon was faking his reaction. No, I'm not lying. I played the video just yesterday or the day before. Could you imagine trying to say that Marvon is faking his reaction to his daughter's cooking for whatever reason. I don't know why she's so mad at these kids, Molly, but it's because she thought Dre had cooked the food, not the kid. So she was insulting the food because she thought it was from Dre, when in reality, she was insulting this kid's cooking.
We can still mail it, and she can still get it. And if
Now, hold on a minute. The daughter is much older in this, Molly. The daughter is much older in this video, Molly. How is it that there is videos from years ago, from 2 years ago, from a year ago, and just months before what happened, where they're doing the same thing every day? How is it? How does that work? Is it like, doesn't that kind of tell you that they might be doing this every day? So your narrative was a lie. So again, Molly hasn't updated it. She hasn't told her audience that she was lying. So anyway.
well, what do you think is better?
Oh my
mailing it?
goodness.
Yeah.
Molly, can I tell them?
Because getting. Oh yeah. Tell them about the cheese, girl.
Okay, so yesterday I've been working on trying to make an alkaline vegan cheese, and I finally made it yesterday.
So anyway, this doesn't make sense because cooking and eating wasn't like in my family something that happens like where we cook some meals and then we have dinner and, you know, kind of normal family stuff with my family. This is like, you know what I'm saying, Navy? This is like more involvement with the kids and everyone than I see from most families, because I know, like,
Yeah,
you know what
amazing.
I'm trying to say? Yeah, it's very
Well,
different.
and they were sharing their life together, and then you had and I think it's in this clip too, maybe, where the daughter talks about wanting to own her own, you know, open her own food truck and all this kind of stuff. And
yeah,
like, does this kid
yeah.
look malnourished to you? I mean, I'm not a doctor, right? But
yeah, you know what it is? I'm so happy with Puzzle Pieces. I hope Puzzle Pieces keeps doing this, because Molly is getting driven crazy by the fact that these videos are out there. It is really ticking her off, and that's why I want you guys to go like these and share these and put these out and leave comments and really represent Missing Puzzle Pieces. Okay, let me tweet this out for you. So if you want to help find the channel, it's on my Twitter, it's in the live chat. Let me grab the link again, throw it in. Go over there and give Missing Puzzle Pieces some love here, because Molly is really angry at this. Molly had told everybody for months that they starved the kids and starved each other and were a family that neglected each other. And everyone had this picture that Dre and Marvon was like laying around doing nothing, ignoring the kids, and that the kids were having to go and try to like scrounge up things to eat. Look at this kitchen. Look at all of the tools they use. You know what I'm saying? Look at all of this. They have more stuff than even Rachel does, and Rachel has a lot of stuff. So I'm just saying, like,
that's amazing.
And the fact that they include the kids in it, I wouldn't even be able to get my kids to help me half the time. I mean, they do actually. They help me with spaghetti and stuff like that. But yeah,
It tasted so much like cheese.
And notice that's what vegans try to do. They try to make food alternatives that actually that look, taste, and seem like the food that they're trying to represent. So that's why she's saying that. We're going to skip through. Many have criticized Bella for being too much like her mother, but is that really a bad thing? She's excited to cook, excited about the opportunity to bring healthier food options to her community and the world. She really is.
Daddy's making tortillas.
Daddy's making tortillas. We've mentioned before, cooking is something this family enjoys doing together. They were always in the kitchen, creating delicious foods and lasting memories. Now, why would Molly lie? And when she found out how wrong she was, wouldn't she correct herself? Well, let me show you a little more here real quick. I'm just going to skip through and read some of this. If you want to go watch these, I've given the links out at Unirock TV on Twitter. And this is the thing. It's crazy to me, because when I was first hearing Molly and LATISHA attacking Dre, I legit thought that she was starving these kids. I legit had a completely different mental picture of the family, how they acted, what they did, and to see how extremely different it is. Another example of how there was always plenty of food and it got eaten. Then they simply made more. Nobody in the family was ever without food. Let's take a listen to what this is.
Thank you for taking a long time and your energy to make dinner, Mommy.
Marvon looks really ill. This is I think pretty close to when things happened. I don't think Marvon was in the right space, you know. And I don't know how anybody can tell us what it was, but if you look, he doesn't look good. And I'm not putting him down. I think he looks unhealthy. It's not his fault.
Thank you so much.
Now Dre looks healthy. She's got, you know, a little bit of extra weight on her in certain spots. They both are very skinny, but
Thank you. You're welcome. You know,
anyone who eats this way knows that meals often take a lot longer to prepare because there's no microwaving or pre-made meals. Everything they eat is made fresh and from scratch. So often dinner took longer than expected, but that just made the family appreciate Dre's hard work even more. The love and support amongst this entire family has always been inspiring.
I gotta tell you, man, this salad is amazing.
it's so good.
It is a new flavor all over again. It's a new day and a new flavor.
I have yet to see a meal that wasn't enjoyed by all, from salads to pizza, mozzarella sticks to soups and baked goods. The possibilities are endless and enjoyed by the entire family. So this is just one video. And if you want, you can go to the live streams that these videos were pulled from, as you know, and watch them. I don't want to bore you. Let's move quick. I know. We've all been hearing this for a while, and it's the same thing, but we start with Vaughn talking about his time in the military. Although he did serve as a Marine, his opinions on serving had changed, and whether you agree or not, these are the facts. This was a late night live, so it's done in the dark, but you can hear what Vaughn himself has to say about his time in the military.
Like, dang, like that could have been an amputee. I could have got my toe amputated. I could have got kicked out of boot camp. I would have never met this woman.
It's constant between them, constantly complimenting each other. Molly wants us to believe it was all fake. All these clips are them acting or something.
But it's like, man, you can tell.
Not just Molly, but she's the leader.
Jehovah was there, like in a squad bay full of Marines. The ones that's first online, the ones that probably would have been over there right now already. I'm glad I got it.
Hey, we were too, buddy. Next, he goes into his beliefs about plant life and how he feels that's the way we were created to live.
When I really think about it, the way we eat, like, we really do need plant life. Like, we're supposed to be based off of plant life. When we
Do you agree with them, Navy, or I don't know. I don't. I can see where he's coming from. I don't like eating animals, but
I mean, I do. Like, I'm not gonna lie, but what I'm saying is, like, humans.
Me too.
Okay, one thing I will say, scientifically based upon our teeth structure with the sharp canines and the molars and stuff that we have, we were meant to be omnivores. Now, what percentage of that diet was meant to be plant versus animal goes back and forth every year. But so I don't necessarily. I mean, I agree with him that plants need to be part of it. And in fact, it's a big part of my diet. Is different, like greens and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, if everyone's healthy, then it's fine.
I feel better when I eat fruits. Like, instead of me being hungry and like eating a bunch of stuff outside of meals, if I just grab like some raspberries. Me and Rachel have been eating a lot of raspberries, probably because we've been watching these videos a lot. And I agree with them. Now, I'm not saying I don't like eating meat. I'm saying I don't like animals having to be killed for me to eat if I have other options. Necessarily, I do believe though that animals that are hooved, you know, like I believe what a lot of our religions say about eating. My religion especially. So
we eat certain things, we literally can take the bottom part of it, rip it off, stick it in soil, make sure we water it with spring water, and it'll grow. That's how the systems, I feel like it's supposed to work.
I agree, though. I get what he's saying.
I feel like it's supposed to be to where we can literally take something out the dirt, rip it off, stick it back in the dirt, and then have it grow.
Cool.
It's pretty true. I mean, I've farmed. I've had gardens. I mean, I didn't farm. You get what I'm saying? I've grown food, and it's a pretty awesome thing.
Amazing.
That is so cool.
That is amazing.
He's not like the average man. It's like every day, man. Like this is why the whole point. Okay, we're not going to keep watching these. It's up to you if you want to watch them. Go to the Missing Puzzle Pieces YouTube channel, and it's easy to find. Missing Puzzle Pieces into YouTube brings it up first. And I do encourage you, if you haven't seen these, to go and skip through them and go watch and make sure that you draw your own opinion. How in the hell is anything if they lied so egregiously about a fundamental part of this family's life, which they did repeatedly, they drove a narrative with it. It was one of their foundational narratives to why using the diet, which was a vegetarian diet where they don't go for acidic vegetarian things. And I do completely disagree with their use of non-FDA approved certain chemicals that act a lot like drugs in the body. And I do think that it's possible, because I have no idea though, truly, but I do think it's possible it could have been a factor on Marvon's mental health, messing with non-FDA approved powders and roots and leaves, because one of them that they used acts on the body very similarly to opioids. That's what the creatine, I think it was. Not creatine, it's not that. I forget the name of it, but you know what I'm talking about. So the point is that there are many things, if you look at the family and draw your opinion from the facts, the recordings, that go against her narrative. Now, she just said that she knows Dre's going to go to jail. She knows that Dre did this and did that and did this. How do we excuse her continually doing this for months, still to this day, on top of the fact believe her, when she's so wrong about one of the most fundamental parts of the family?
And now with these new videos that Dre is putting out, people are not buying her bullshit. They know she's behind them.
That's a lie.
That's just a lie. How?
There's no proof. Like, show the proof.
Exactly.
Show the proof. So one of the things that happened with Nonsense is that, so Nonsense started on Facebook, right? And she liked something by KJ, and all of a sudden she's KJ. And then when she started her channel on YouTube, she started with a voice modulator, right? Like, she didn't use her real voice. And then she got accused of being KJ, and so she came out and spoke with her real voice. Now, I will tell everyone in this chat that I have spoken with both Nonsense and KJ. Let me tell you something. It's the same person.
Oh, no. Nonsense, the modulated voice, Nonsense wasn't using a very sophisticated modulator. I'll tell you that. You can listen to the modulated voice and then hear Nonsense's voice. All of the vocal tics and other things are the same. It's how we busted that Matt Bear guy when he was trying to be Gumby, right? So the point is, Molly is making this up. There's nothing more than just Molly needing missing puzzle pieces to be Dre, so that she can use the hate she's fostered against Dre from her audience to continue to get them not to take this seriously. If you go and listen to these and you read these things, it's donezo for Molly. It's the amount of fear. It's the amount of realization of how many people are going to believe she's a liar. It's the amount of people that are going to then think, why would she lie like that? And realize, oh, it's because she wants to make money off these tragedies. The criticizers are right. And then they're going to come and listen to not just puzzle pieces, but Nonsense and myself and others who have gone through, and due to the amount of lies we've found from in the beginning from these people, we have gone through a full breakdown of Dre McCray's social postings and life on the internet in order to try and figure out whether these people that are stalking her, harassing her, and doing these things to Dre are justified or not, in hopes that once we showed the truth, then either the police could go arrest Dre for having lots of evidence that she did these things, or at least investigate her, or these people would stop. And what we've proven to all of you, and it's about time we get there. I've just been really busy, and I've had a lot of, family stuff going on, but it's about time we get to the next stage in what we're doing, because Molly and them are done. They are debunked. We've given them so much opportunity. Luckily, me having things that I needed to kind of do that kind of took me away for, less live streams for a bit. gave Molly the opportunity to respond to what we put out and to respond to her being debunked. And we all knew she wasn't going to do it because that evidence was heavy, y'all. So with Molly not choosing to respond and instead to just keep lying and attacking, we now have more proof that Molly is doing this for jealousy and vindictiveness. And again, she could just take mere moments and instead of just lying on Dre, tell us where she draws her info from. She has to be able to admit, I'm just making this up. If she doesn't show proof this much in, after being that debunked, after attacking puzzle pieces so hard, this shows that she's just mad that she got debunked. It's evidence. It's proof. It's the truth. Because Molly could take mere moments and just tell us where the proof is that backs her up. Then we could go deeper and help. All this time I offered to help Molly. I offered to help LATISHA. I offered to help them prove their side of the story because I thought maybe they're just incompetent. People believe Molly's dumb. They do. And whether she is or not, the one thing she isn't is conniving. She's very smart in that kind of nasty way. You have to admit it. Hey, Jemima, right back at ya.
And I feel really bad for those girls, and I feel really bad for Raza. I feel bad for those kids that have to live with her. The ex-husband told me those girls are so scared of her that they will say anything to CPS.
Yeah, they looked real scared, right? They'll just say
Yeah,
anything
super
because
scared.
they're being so
Yeah.
abused. It's
Shockingly
so
enough-
abusive. It's so abusive. The amount of time
Shockingly
they spent
enough,
together.
and if the lab check can correct me if I'm wrong, but this whole like legal battle she has with her previous ex, right, started right around the time that this whole thing with Vaughn happened.
You know,
Where he's now coming back like trying to sue her
Yeah.
for custody of the girls, right?
of course. And there, you know, so there's a lot of things happening that we just, you know, I can't understand. I don't believe him or her. I don't believe him. I don't believe her. I don't think it's our place to. I think Molly's very bad for using this because, again, this is her attacking. This isn't her proving. And because she's attacking, she decides to go in and bring the kids into it. She's going as far as she can. This is part of the breakdown. It's part of the reaction to the investigation being confirmed. It's part of the reaction of LATISHA going to court. It's Molly knowing that if the police considered Molly as a witness or someone that could give them information in regards to LATISHA, they would have approached her. They would have contacted her. And she's probably getting more and more nervous at the fact that there's dead silence out there because Molly knows that the police demand dead silence from people that are involved in researching or investigating things, preparing for charges, preparing for further subpoenas and investigations. So while not saying that we know the depth of anything that's going on, we just know what's happening in the background from a very general perspective. If you've been through this kind of thing before, like Molly has, you do understand that this is a very static, charged time period in the story. It's a very heavy time period in the story because in the end, right now, in the end, anything can happen. Anything could happen, like whether it's that LATISHA gets in trouble for not following through or returning the money, which was her two options. You follow through or you return the money, and she could get in trouble if she didn't do those things, which from what we know, she didn't. Or whether the police decide to go full bore and make an example out of people that were using financial information to dox people, which Molly has already literally verbally admitted to on stream and shown examples of her doing it. You know, Molly has to be praying that they're not, that basically they're just going to choose not to. They're going to just be satisfied with maybe helping people get their money back from LATISHA. Maybe the police will just be satisfied with charging LATISHA for doxing. These are the things Molly has to be hoping for, because it's just, what else is there right now? You know, if they wanted to come in and just go through everything that happened and look at everything, they could. It's a very realistic probability. I think most people assume they will, or they wouldn't have charged the harassment differently from the fraud raiser. In fact, that's the first time we've ever seen that.
Well,
But then
and
there was
she's
a lot
mad.
of harassment, though.
When she's mad because the cops are looking into LATISHA. You know who they're not looking into, as far as we know?
Gray.
Gray.
Yeah. And Molly does kind of do that. She takes what she's worried about and she'll throw it on someone else. It'll be crazy and nonsensical, but she'll do it. So it fits her
They will
behavioral
say
pattern.
anything. And the fact that Dre McCray is putting out videos saying that the teenage girls are excited about starting businesses. You know what? Why?
No, the teenage girl said that she was excited about starting a business. She's losing it. She's now so lost in her panic that she can't even admit that the little girl herself told the story, not Dre. The little girl did. We have a little girl that is now almost of age, and she is streaming with a creator that has 700,000 plus subscribers on Facebook. And the little girl is getting in front of the camera and talking all the time at the end of what happened. And then says that she wants to do what her mom's doing. I for some reason, I find it realistic, Molly. I don't know why you're trying to crush this little girl's dreams. But she's going to try to say that Dre's lying about it. She forced the little girl to say it and all this shit. Every kid right now wants to be an influencer. Boys want to play video games or whatever and be PewDiePie, and then girls want to do whatever. You know, it's just, who was saying it? I don't know who it was. I was watching someone who does news. Maybe it was Black Conservative. I think it's Black Conservative Patriot or something, but whatever his channel name is, he was saying that little girls and little boys right now want to be influencers. And
Why don't you let them be kids?
I have video where she does nothing but let them be kids. She actually isn't forcing the kid to do anything. What are you talking about, Molly? How in the
how
world?
Molly...
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, you know how Molly's lying without saying a word? Look at her sweatshirt.
What's her sweatshirt say? Heels on the
Heels
ground?
on the ground. Molly GoLightly.
Why is she...
last night. You showed last night that was not hers. That is not her group, right? That's a veterans group helping veterans. But
I was
yet
about
she
to say that.
wears this sweatshirt all the time.
Why is she wearing a veteran shirt? I wonder if that's actually something she made or if she just bought it and wears it. You know what I'm saying?
No, she made it because it says Molly GoLightly on it.
Oh, I didn't know that. I can't see all of it. Okay.
Yep. On the right side, if you look down on the right side, it says Molly GoLightly. And this is another lie.
Yeah. You know, they had to search Heels on the Ground and see that it was a veterans charity. They had to. Why is so often her stuff involve veterans? And then she bashes them. She vet bashed me.
And then she lies about people getting like veterans, benefits and all this kind of
Yeah.
She has no clue.
Yep.
You got them going out at night. These children get no exercises. You basically have you.
What?
How do you know?
What? They look healthy as hell. What are you talking about? What? They don't look like they don't get exercise.
You basically have them serving you. They're all there to serve you. In my opinion, that's horrible.
Wait. So if a kid
she
wants
had to
make
sneak the
something for their
opinion in
parents-
there.
Right. If a kid wants to make something for their parents, I guarantee you my niece and nephew do this all the time in the kitchen. Like I'm cooking in the kitchen, mom's cooking in the kitchen, right? They want to come in and they want to do this, right? They want to take part in the cooking, right?
Yeah.
And they want to serve it to you because that's what adults do, and they want to emulate you, right? Molly, shut up.
It's so messed
This
up.
kid should be in
It's so cringy.
school. They should have
So now, hey, guess what, audience? If you homeschool your kids, which a huge amount of people do now, there's something wrong.
access to other kids their age.
How do you know they don't? You don't know anything about them.
They do. Like you've
You
never
shouldn't be thinking
researched
about
any
ways to
homeschooling
make money.
programs ever.
That young.
Yeah. They go to Zoom classes a lot when they do homeschooling. And also, how do you know they're not going out and hanging out with kids? They have, I'm sure they have friends, for God's sake.
Well, and they literally create, so part of the homeschooling stuff that's changed in the last like 20 years is that they literally have a homeschooling groups that get
Yeah.
together and have socialization
And
events.
a lot of them are through Zoom because of COVID and stuff, and they're getting back to normal now. But yeah, that's
Correct.
true.
Really? Dre University?
So now she's insulting homeschooling.
I feel terrible for those children.
You feel terrible for kids that are homeschooled.
That melts my heart. She walks by and they jump. That's scary.
Okay, this person whose live streams are constant all day are this. But this family whose live streams are everything you've just seen, okay, with their kids cooking and helping and speaking to the camera. This child, because this is right before the tragedy, well, months before the tragedy, is somehow this is all bad. Doesn't get any physical activity and homeschooled, and you know, the kid you're describing is a introvert who's scared of, see, Molly, when kids are treated that way, they start to act differently, right? They don't speak, they're not smiling, they're not friendly, you know, they're nervous and all this stuff. You know, a kid that's been treated the way you're describing has certain mannerisms that are learned from the lack of the things you're talking about. Okay, that kid right there is, this one small clip is completely debunks you. But then you got to ask yourself why you're lying about these kids, because that's pretty bad. Because, you know, then we have to ask ourselves, like, you yourself are talking about that kid being unhealthy. Have you? I'm not insulting your appearance. I'm asking though. She's way more healthier than you, but yet you're insulting her physical training. You're insulting her eating habits. And I'm saying this because you just ate. I got to watch you eat, and then I watched them eat. I had a much better experience. I don't even think I complained once while they were eating. And that was 4 people eating.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if
It's jealousy, y'all.
Well, and Deb says, more says, let me find it.
It's all good.
Basically, she has 8 grandkids that are being homeschooled, and they're doing great, right?
Exactly. And that's why, again, you shouldn't say these things like Molly, because it's insulting way more of the audience than just Stray. But yeah, the as I've been saying though, again, there's just so much video to go through. I go through a lot of it offline, but I like going through it online with you guys because when I'm involved in big projects, a lot of times I don't get to stream as much, and I want to be streaming more. I also want to start hitting some other subjects. So I think what I'll start doing is throwing other subjects up on the channels as uploads, and then come in on live streams and handle this stuff. So I'm going to put less time off the air towards watching videos and processing these kind of clips, though it's really important that if you see anything to bring it to me. I'm not abandoning any subject. I'm not moving on from the subject. I'm just making sure that I bring in other subjects into things now that I got the time to do it. Now that things have calmed down at the house again. It only took about a week and a half, but still, you know. Though, if you got anything, drop it in chat for me. And there's also videos of the older girl and Vaughn cooking plus Dre cooking good meals. That's the thing that I think really bothers Molly, is that Molly, and you know what? I might as well put my money where my mouth is real quick. I don't want to do this, but let's see if I can do it real quick. If I go over here to playboard.co, okay, I'm going to go up here and I'm going to type in Molly GoLightly, and I'm going to go click on her channel. Now, what I'm going to do after that is go to her videos, and I'm going to scroll down to when she started to attack Dre. And one thing you can kind of do is just look for where she's like, you know, go to the deleted videos. Notice that continuation, refunds, justice for Marvon, legal documentation, blah, blah, blah. Dear Katie Joy. Meet and greet, change venue. Katie Ronald McDonald, blah, 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 blah. Let's keep scrolling. We want to go, okay, we're getting close. We're going to go to the end of 6 because right at the end of 6 is where she started. And I want to find where she started at. Here we go. So, Doug in Northport. Misinformation, Doug in Northport. Doug in Northport. Justice for Jalen. James Terry. Doug. Summer Wells. Justice for Vaughn Part 1. Okay? The Questionable Wife, Social Media Queen. Part 2, Andrea McCray, Yuma Police. Part 3, Brother Speaks on Reddit. Part 4, Unmasked Dre. Marvon McCray Needs Help, U.S. Veteran. Full Yuma PD report. What does this mean to you? Does this sound alarming? A threat. Now, this is where you see her really hammering Dre, right? Really going in against Dre, getting nasty, right? Then, how is this possible? Here's the shed, is where she literally doxed Dre and sent people to the house, right? So let's look at some of this. Gives ultimatum to mother. Paparazzi accessories. Dre's secret. Facts and what to know. Okay, look at how you think you're clicking on these videos to get facts when it's all lies. Reaction to the audio, Marvon McCray. And look, she selectively picks audio and video to show you, but avoids everything we've shown you that debunks her narratives, because throughout these things, when she's complaining and bitching, where she's got the tea and all this, this is her literally forming and perpetrating the starvation, the poisoning narrative. That's what the shed was. The shed video is her saying that Marvon couldn't have done it, therefore Drake had to have. She had to have gone out and done this to him and tried to make it look like Marvon did it, correct? And again, I'm not saying that Dre couldn't have done any of the things Molly's saying. The evidence is what says it, not me. And that's why I want Molly's evidence, and I'm constantly asking for it. And if I just keep scrolling, it's non-stop, and it's the starvation narrative rolling into the murmur narrative, rolling into the CA narrative. In fact, the CA was also between those first two, and it's a repeat until now. And it's a danger of misinformation. As you know, I don't need to repeat myself. I don't want to. I'm getting bored of talking about Molly being disgusting. But it's about to heat up. This story will heat up in a couple weeks. So we need to get some other topics sprinkled in. Need to get some uploads done. And we need to prepare for December. Because rolling into December, things are going to get really crazy. Really crazy. In fact, it'll probably happen way before then. So, one last time, if you want to support us, paypal.me/unirock, patreon.com/unirock. Follow us on Twitter at UnirockTV and on YouTube at Unirock2 and rockAlot. Thank you for hanging with me while I process more almost impossible to stomach and suffer Molly lying on Dre videos. You got anything at the end of this, Navy? We had a good time with Nerd, didn't we?
Oh, great time. It was a great time, and hopefully we have some more in the future where he brings us on. And it was just real fun talking to him and Mrs. Nerd. They're a wealth of knowledge when it comes to everything. So
I need to have Nerd over here, because Nerd's channel, it's more about gaming and nerd life, and that's all great stuff. But I want to have Nerd over here because he actually disagrees with us on a lot of the topics we cover. Not the Molly thing, but, you know, other stuff. And he looks at things from a different perspective than we do. And I think we'd have some fun arguing with him, right?
Oh, 100%. He's like, yeah, he's great to talk to because it's once again a great example of having differing opinions and not having it be toxic.
Oh, Diane, 1 second here. Diane says, why December? Great question, Diane, and thank you, because I normally would have said it. December is where the investigation is going to go to court for the first time. Early December. We don't know exactly when. We know early December so far is the claim, is the rumor, it's what's been put out. And it logically makes sense. It's also why we think Molly found out that LATISHA was officially going to court, because when the rumor came out that LATISHA had to go in early December, that was our notice that LATISHA must have finally been served the paperwork, because they went and tried to find LATISHA, but there was a different address that they had on record and they couldn't find her. And that's what was stopping us from having a court date after they summoned her. They must have gotten it into LATISHA's hand. Somehow LATISHA must have told somebody or talked about it or said something or directly called Molly. because we know LATISHA was avoiding Molly, and then all of a sudden Molly found out and admitted that LATISHA is being investigated for the fundraiser. So early December is when that investigation goes to court for the first time, and it's when we'll have a little more information on what it is they're looking at LATISHA for doing. I can tell you, if you would like, if it's not going to waste your time, I can tell you really quick the things that are possible. I'll just hit them real fast. Essentially, it's a kind of fraud, I guess. And honestly, I have no clue. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know anything about this stuff. I don't want LATISHA in this position. I don't like that it's gone this far, but I didn't do it. In fact, I was the one, along with other YouTubers, but I mean, I'm speaking for myself. So I was trying to tell them that they shouldn't do what they're doing the way they're doing it, because LATISHA would get in trouble. They just expected that the donators wouldn't file reports. They expected that the donators wouldn't. They thought the donators would just let them take the money. And the sad thing is, those donators, $500, $1,000, $700, $900, $2,000 was donated by single people, like single people alone. One person alone could donate that much money and or throw it, you know, multiple times at them. And so, even we had a pregnant woman who gave $500, and when she found out that her money was where it was, she was lied to about where the money was going, she wanted the money back, and then she was doxxed and attacked and harassed. So it's not, LATISHA is not just having to show up according to the people that filed reports. She doesn't just have to show up for a fraud charge. It's also the harassment that was done to try and stop people from getting refunds, from filing reports, the harassment that was done linked to the personal information, right? So I hope that answered your question. And if you have any more questions, reach out to us. We love hearing from you. I'm going to try to clean up. I told you I'm trying to clean up our stream a little bit so it looks a little better. I'm going to work on that here for the next stream. And yeah, we're going to... we want to talk about Twitter a little bit. Twitter's been changing a lot, if you haven't heard. I want to talk about that a little bit in the coming days. So keep an eye out for uploads on both these channels. Ring the bell, and I'll see you soon. Navy, I'll see you in a few minutes, buddy.
Thanks, Boba.
All right. And one more time, thank you to all of you. I really appreciate you guys. And of course, tomorrow I'll be saying happy birthday to Lauren. I was going to wait till tomorrow, so don't think I forgot or something. I didn't. We'll do it tomorrow. And I really do appreciate you. If you have any anything you want to send in, do it. If you have an issue with something I'm reporting on, if you have any evidence or facts or arguments that you think I need to include or that go against something I'm saying, I'm willing to hear it. But I do want you to know, if you lie about me or something like that, I might ignore you, because I just don't talk to people that do that stuff to me, you know. And if you're, you know, really nasty or something, I might ignore you. So if you want to reach out and you want a response to something, I don't mind doing it. Just, you know, you can insult me and put me down after you ask the question, if that's what you want to do. All right, guys, I'm out. Thank you. Appreciate you. You're awesome. Love hanging with you. It's Tuesday. I should have skipped today as a streaming day, or it's Monday. Yeah, I should have skipped today as a streaming day and went for Tuesday and Thursday. But it's okay. I missed you. I wanted to stream. But I am coming back tomorrow because we actually have some stuff for you then.